Dark King.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another Codex review. 5 a.m. in the morning, 10 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Today, we're going to be looking at Fish People. Yay!
Yay.
The Tau Empire. And this will be for the greater good. As always, I'm Skari. Welcome to another Codex review. A huge shout out to Games Workshop for sending this new Codex to me for free, so I can review it. And legalities aside, this is a show where we basically go through the entire Codex, and we go through it page at a time, and except for like the Crusade stuff, usually. And I get a faction expert to come on and chat with me about the faction, and then we go over the chat and we answer questions. So it is an in-depth review, and it's only for you if you really care about the faction. If not, move along. Or if you want to learn about it. But today I've got Devin. Devin, hello, how are you?
Not bad for 5 a.m.
I know, it's good, right? I am still drinking my coffee, which is amazing. I am mental. I am mental to wake up at 5 a.m., but I do it for all of you, and I get all my guests to wake up early because they're excited about the faction, and they haven't seen the book, and they're like, we want to see it, so they get really excited about it as well, which is awesome, because then we get to go through it together. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming by. Well, Devin, why don't you tell people a little bit about what your qualifications are, so that people don't think that I'm just crazy and brought some rando onto the show.
Well, yeah, I've been playing Tau since, like 6th edition, actually. I've been playing them for a long time. Had a fair deal of competitive success with them back in 8th. Mainly ran the MacTau build, all the hammerheads, the sky rays, and all that jazz.
Like, you built that. You invented that build. That was almost like, I think you invented that build.
Yeah. I think I was one of the first people to play it and find a good deal of success with it.
Yeah.
It was fun. Yeah, but I've been playing Tau for a while. Yeah.
Nice. Well, I'm really excited to chat about this. Like, the artwork is really cool. Like, I have had a relationship with Tau that spans 22 years since the original Tau Codex, when it was brand new, and it was brand new faction, kind of like Jeets the Occult, when it was like the cool new thing to do, or Sisters of Battle. And it was my brother that used to play them. And I played against Tau a lot, because my brother loved his killy death robots, and he used to sit in a corner and shoot the hell out of my Space Marines as they moved up the table and tried to make it into combat. And sometimes they got wiped out before they got there, and sometimes one Space Marine would get there and all of the Tau would die, because they were terrible in close combat. And that's how that went.
Those were the days.
Well, how about we dive in? Let's begin this. People are waiting. Combat Patrol Bucks has a Ghost Kill in it, some Fire Warriors, and some Stealth Suits. It looks like a pretty neat box. It's got like an Ethereal and a Fireblade? I'm assuming that's a Fireblade.
Yeah, it's the guy with the cape and like the knife holding up like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's a Gotcha Fireblade.
It's neat, eh?
Yeah, no, it's a good box. Like you get a lot of good stuff in there. And yeah,
I'm excited I'm excited. This is a good value. Sometimes they don't put like good stuff in this. This is like a full patrol that's actually like good, I find.
Yeah, we've been lucky that most of the Tau boxes that they put out have been really good value, because like the last Star Collecting had like Crisis Suit unit in it.
I know, right?
And that was like a $90. And that kit's like $90, and like $100 Star Collecting, you got like some Fire Warriors and a character or something with it as well.
If you can find one, go to like the little game store that's a hole in the wall that people forget exists, that has like all the old merchandise that didn't move or whatever, then you find the real bargains when the new codexes come out for sure. So, Tau detachment abilities. So first and foremost, Tau Empire Detachment is one that includes models with the Tau Empire keyword, and Farsight Enclaves Detachment is one that only includes models with the Farsight Enclaves keyword. That's not a Tau auxiliary or unaligned keyword. Tau Empire get the Cadre Command ability. Farsight Enclaves get the Independent Power ability, so there is rules for Farsight Enclaves in here. Tau Empire, in Tau Empire Detachments, gain the Sept Tenets ability, so they get their chapter tactics. And troops in Tau Empire Detachments gain the Objective Secured ability as well. So it's like a combination of different things.
Yeah. Fairly standard so far.
So, Cadre Command. You can include a maximum of one commander model in each detachment in your army, excluding Farsight Enclave detachments, which can have 2 commander models. You know, that's like that's pretty standard from like back in the day, and I feel like the commander spam was one of the things that helped spur on the rule of 3 in 8th edition.
Yeah, because I mean that was the only Taoist at the start of 8th during Index Hammer was like 8 commanders and 100 shield drones.
Or something ridiculous.
Yep.
I remember.
And then they got, yeah.
It got changed just before TGX, the 1 year.
Yeah, it was
like,
that and
that
the Hive
weekend.
Tyrant spam at Adepticon that year. I think that's what caused Rule 3.
Don't even get me started. That or was it the Dark Angel Plains? Was it 7 or 8 Dark Angel?
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Jason, for ruining that for all Dark Angel players. Sept. Oh, Independent Power. You cannot include any ethereal models in Farsight Enclave detachments, which is a shame because when we get to it, ethereals actually have some really cool things. And full caveat here, like, there was some pretty hefty Tau leaks, and most of the Tau Codex was pretty much leaked in its entirety, which is a shame because it was all potato pictures and you had to strain your eyes to read it. However, most people might have already seen some of this information. Then we've got Sept Tenets. So every unit that's not a Tau Auxiliary, Supreme Commander, or unaligned unit, if they're from the same Sept, then they'll get a Tenet. And if they don't have a Tenet, you can make your own. So there are some custom Septs that you can make. That's it. And of course, with the new Nakmund Grand Tournament season, every Sept Tenet in your army has to be the same for matched play. So the only way you're going to be mixing detachments with different Sept Tenets is in open play or like your friendly games. What do you think about that? Not being able to sort of like mix and match.
Definitely makes the game a lot simpler. No more being
know,
like,
right?
well, these guys are from this chapter and these guys are from like that chapter, and you're like, and you can't tell them apart, and it's a huge pain in the neck. But I believe for that special characters that have their own set chapters or seps or whatever, and can be souped into others and not break anything, I believe that still works.
Yeah, because it's not a selectable. Like anything that's selectable, yes, but if you have like a other keyword, you can definitely do that as well. Alexander says the patrol box feels like an actual patrol. Agreed. And hello, everybody in chat. Welcome. I will be checking the chat. So if you have any specific questions or you notice that we totally forget something, please let us know. Okay, so Septs. We've got Warlord traits, we've got stratagems, we've got signature systems, which are the relics, same as every codex. Let's dive into some Septs, which are the ways to play your different Tau factions. Each Sept has its own set of rules, has a Warlord trait, has a signature system, or relic, right? And has a stratagem associated with it. So let's start with the first one, the Tau Sept, which is, I guess, the big daddies of the fish people.
Yep.
Their Tep Tenet is coordinated fire arcs. So each time a unit with this tenet is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll or 1 wound roll when resolving that unit's attacks. Add 3 inches to the range of aura abilities for models with this tenet, so all ranges or increases to a max of 12. And each time a model from this tenet intones an invocation that is not an aura, so that's an ethereal thing, or uses a command ability that specifies a range, add 3 inches to the range to max to 12. So max plus 3 inches to your auras, to your ability like casts or your chaplain litanies or ethereal litanies essentially, and reroll a hit or a wound roll.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it sounds. It'd be cool to see what the ethereals are. We'll get to them in a second and what sort of like they have that is really good that they can intone. But it's like, there's a reason why people took the reroll a hit and a wound roll for Eldar for so long, right? Like
Oh
why
yeah,
that's a very popular one. Just saves you so
it
many command points.
it just makes your shooting hyper efficient, and as we've seen with the previews for things like the Hammerhead Railgun, for example, um, having that inbuilt hit and wound roll that you can try again if you screwed up, really helps make platforms like that a lot more efficient.
Yeah.
It's like you rarely ever miss or fail to wound at that point, so all those shots are connecting.
Especially like the high volume shots or the very strong shots, right? Like melta guns or anything like that as well, right?
Yep.
And also a lot of the good characters are Tau Sept. So you've got like
Yep.
Shadow Sun is Tau
Shadow
Sept,
Sun, Long Strike,
Long
Dark
Strike.
Strider,
Yeah, they're all.
and Anva, Space Pope.
Oh, is he Tau
Assuming
Sept
he's
too?
he
I
is
thought
yeah,
he
he
was.
is Tau Sept.
Oh, interesting.
Assuming he's not like dead because he got offed by a Colexis.
Interesting.
Apparently he's like a
Well,
robot
if I was a
hologram or something
Colexis,
now.
I would definitely want to go and murder some ethereals for sure, because I don't like the fish people. Then we have a signature system, which is the vectored maneuvering thrusters. The bearer gets plus 2 inches to their move, and once per battle round, when the bearer is selected as a target of a charge, if they're not within engagement range of any enemy units, it can use the relic to make a normal move. And until the end of the phase, it cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend, and your opponent can select new targets for the charge. This is an entire normal move. Like, I'm going to charge this crisis suit, and it's going to move the movement of a crisis suit, which is 10 inches, or whatever it is. That's kind of ridiculous.
Or I'm going to charge a Cold Star, who moves halfway across the board. That's the other big one. This relic is like right
It is
now, like,
ridiculous.
even without seeing the rest of them, I could say this is probably the best relic in the book.
Anything that allows you to like react move when somebody charges you is so good.
It's such a big deal.
Like, this relic is actually really silly. Like, being
The interesting thing with this relic is that it doesn't preclude you from heroically intervening.
So you could potentially move to somewhere else and then heroically intervene or something, and then potentially like stop somebody from like piling into something or doing something shenanigan. Okay, I could see that. That's actually really cool.
Or there's like a small unit hiding on an objective. You can go and just kill
Punch
them
him.
and steal it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it also makes the bear move an extra 2 inches, which means that not only that, it makes them move faster.
Yeah, it's a very strong relic. And based upon some other things from some of the GW previews, I believe they said that drones being part of units now is one of the things.
Yeah, I believe, yes. So drones are now part of the units themselves. You can build units of drones, but drones no longer separate from their unit, basically. They're now part of the unit again, like they used to be.
Yeah, so like the hypothetical here is you could have a commander with this relic, pair of drones of whatever kind you want, string the drones back to some bodyguard suits maybe. I'm assuming they picked up the bodyguard rule like every other bodyguard in the game. And yeah, you could just have this untargetable Tau commander. Like, you just can't engage them unless you have psychic powers.
Which is silly. Okay, focused fire is the is the stratagem. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when an enemy model loses any wounds as a result of an attack made by a Tau Sept model. Until the end of the phase, all other Tau Sept models that attack that enemy model's unit add +1 to wound for 2 CP. So you do damage to a unit, and then for 2 CP, the rest of your army gets +1 to wound against that unit. Very useful if you're trying to kill something big and tough. That's a lot of points, like Custodies.
Yeah, that is That's a strat I loved in the old book, and it was 3 CP in the old book. Now it's 2, so it's the exact same thing. It just got cheaper.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Let's just make it 2
Yeah, why not?
CP instead of 3,
Yep.
because fish people.
Reasons.
Excellent. Podium Baby says, "We rise!" Little fish emojis. That's exactly right. Tau rise. Okay, on to the next Sept. Vior'la. So their Sept tenant is strike fast. At the start of your first turn, for each unit from your army that is wholly within your deployment zone until the end of the turn, you can add 2 inches to the move of models in that unit. So on the first turn, they get plus 2 inches to their move if you're there in your deployment zone.
Does it say until the end of your turn, or just add 2 to their move?
Until the end of your turn, add 2 to the move characteristic of models in that unit.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought that was just a permanent add 2.
No.
Yeah, no, that's good. You can just
Reroll, advance, and charge rolls made for unit. It's like, okay, so the first turn they get to move a little bit more. Meh.
you're a little bit more
And you want to
reliable with your
really
advances.
reroll advance and charge rolls for Tau. Like, oh yeah.
Advance rolls sometimes if you need to get a key angle for shooting, but charge rolls
Hey,
like you're
okay,
like
don't get me wrong. Actually, the craziest times I've ever had with Tau is when like I charge a bunch of fire warriors or something, and they kick the shit out of like my witches or whatever. I'm like, it's like, they do better in close combat than you expect, and that gets really crazy.
that was a list back and forth, just a bunch of fire warriors with pulse carbines, Farsight, just running up the board, just hitting things.
Yeah. That warlord trait is Academy Luminary. While this warlord is on the battlefield, each time you spend a command point to use a talent by strategic ploy or wargear stratagem, on a 3+, the command point is refunded. Sure. It's like very specific though. You can only use it on certain.
Yeah, and it really depends like
stratagems.
where your good high value strats are, what category they're in.
Yeah, Matthew says the extra movement could synergize well with Montcard to get into extra AP range early. Yeah, absolutely. I just find that as a competitive player, people are not going to give you things to shoot at on turn 1 unless they absolutely have to.
God no.
They're going to hide. So, like, you're going to get to move, but you're going to unless your opponent goes first and gets overly aggressive, like, it's going to be to get into position for a turn 2 thing more than anything.
Yeah.
Signature system, automated armor defenses, commander model only. At the start of your shooting phase, roll 1d6. On a 2 to 4, the closest enemy unit within 18 invisible suffers a mortal. On a 5+, the closest enemy unit within 12 invisible suffers D3 mortals. So it's like a smite. That's crappy. It's a crappy smite.
Yeah.
And then Hot-Blooded is the stratagem. Like, okay, and I think this so far it hasn't impressed me.
No.
2 CP for Hot-Blooded. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Vior'la unit from your army is selected to shoot. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit that's not a drone makes an attack that targets the closest eligible target, an unmodified wound roll of 6, inflicts a mortal, so they get a 2 CP Wrath of Mars.
If they shoot the closest thing.
I do like that, though. That's cool, because you have, like, burst cannons or whatever, which are, like, 6 shots each. You've got, like, tons and tons of guns that can actually take advantage of this, but it's 2 CP. Like, it's an expensive Wrath of Mars. Yeah.
It's just worse Wrath of Mars.
Well, it is a battle tactics. It's a battle tactics stratagem, which means you can't use the Luminary to get a command point back on that. But I think there's a relic that gives you command points for other stuff too. So there might be a way to make it a little cheaper.
Yeah. It's okay.
Drakon Wing says 3+. Those better be some interesting stratagems. Yeah, we'll see. Keep it in mind as we go through the strats. Strategic ploy or wargear stratagems. Okay, let's move on. Sacea. Or Sacea, whatever you want to call it. Also, who doesn't like robots? I think Tau is really cool because you get like mech robot, like Gundam style. Do you like robots? Are they like
I do.
Are they your friends?
I do like robots.
Yeah, there you go. I like robots too. You know, I will say Tau Army looks freaking awesome. So Sacea, Sept Tenet, Masters of Urban Warfare. Each time a ranged attack targets a vehicle unit with its Tenet, if they're more than 18 inches away, they get the benefit of dense cover. So vehicles are -1 to hit, as long as they're more than 18 inches away. Each time a ranged attack targets an infantry unit, and if the attacker is more than 12 inches away, they have dense cover. So -1 to hit infantry that's 12 inches away. Vehicle and battlesuit models with this Tenet do not suffer the penalty for firing heavy weapons at units that are within engagement range of them. Cool. So vehicles are -1 to hit if they're far away. Infantry are -1 to hit if they're far away. And then vehicles and battlesuits can shoot you in combat better.
It's not bad.
Yeah. Actually, there's a lot of stuff that ignores the benefits it covers, so it's not like guaranteed -1 anymore. However, and battlesuits don't gain any bonuses. It's like mainly infantry and vehicles, right? I don't think battlesuits are infantry, which means they wouldn't get it either.
Unless they change the keywords around on them. They may have, who knows.
I don't know, let's take a look at the Crisis Suit keywords.
Yeah, because like Crisis Suits and Broadsides, for example, were all infantry until 8th edition.
Okay.
And then they lost the infantry keyword.
Crisis Bodyguards, let's take a look. We've got Crisis Battlesuits. They are infantry now.
Okay, well.
Well then.
Well, that makes
I'll
that
be
better.
damned. They gave Crisis Suits the infantry keyword.
Did they give Broadsides infantry? That's the big one.
Well, they do have 2 legs, so I wouldn't be surprised if they...
Can
you
a
know,
Broadside Kool-Aid Man? Can Kool-Aid Man through a wall?
Through a wall now? Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here's a rail gun.
Here's a rail gun in your face. They are definitely infantry now.
All right.
Oh my gosh, no. Wait, but they're also 5-inch move too, so they're slow infantry. But still, their bases are massive, aren't they? Man,
Yeah,
they
they
made
are.
Broadsides infantry? Get out of here. That is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
That's honestly a mixed bag for them. Because, like, yeah, it solves a lot of the movement problems because they can go through walls now.
Yeah.
But they take the movement penalty for heavy weapons.
Yeah, oh, that is very true. I
Which
guess
they didn't
would.
before.
Moving and shooting heavy. Oh, okay. I guess with them it does make a sense. Super chat from Matt, £4, 45 cents. Thank you very much. Matt says, thanks for getting up and doing this, Skari. Well, you know, Devin's here with me too, so he gets props as well for getting up super early. But I hope you're enjoying this stream so far. Thank you very much. I know there's lots of like pre-recorded crap. I just like doing this live. Why? Because we get to interact with you on, you know, day of amazing. Then after this, I'm going to be going through the Vigilus Alone Warzone Nakmund rule set, which is Sisters of Battle and Phobos Space Marines and all that cool stuff. So we'll be doing that after as well. Camo Bobo says Monka helps negate that. Yes, we'll get to Monka Kaoyon, which is a great mechanic. I like that mechanic a lot. And it's very Tau. Like, it feels very Tau, which is cool. Okay. Warlord trait, Strategic Conqueror. In your command phase, select a friendly Sacea unit within 9 inches of this Warlord. And that's not just core, that's any Sacea unit. And until the start of your next command phase, that unit becomes objective secured. If that unit already has this ability, models in that unit count as an additional model. So you can double objective secured a unit, or you can make any unit OBSEC. And because it's not, this is literally not, like, that's amazing. You can make a Devilfish objective secured, you can make Hammerhead objective secured, you make, like, just a unit, like, something that's not core objective secured. Drones, I think, have a rule where they can't ever hold objectives. I'm pretty sure. They have like the rule where they're like completely. I think so. We'll get to it. But the fact that it's not core and you can put it on a tank or whatever, it's actually really good.
That is quite powerful. And there's lots of like little fast things in the book that you can just go and just like steal an objective with. So,
Well, you also
yeah,
have like your piranhas and stuff, right? Like little
Oh, piranhas, yeah.
piranhas, or
Yeah,
like just run them up and grab an objective far away or something. That's kind of neat.
that's a good one too. Yeah.
Jesper, yes, it is in the command phase, which means that you can't get out of your transport and then do it. Like the troop unit would have to be. But it's cool for like something like if it's a contested objective that you're fighting over, and then all of a sudden you make, okay, now my guys are double in the command phase. Boom, now I hold the objective, I get points. So
Yep.
that's a cool way to use that style of rule as well. And there's also, I think there's a Tau prayer that makes you obsec. I think there's an ethereal prayer. I think so. And then you could double it with this to double obsec something, right? So put them on crisis suits. Anyway, you could like double it up on something. Boom. Amazing. You could do it on a Piranha Remora. Well, the Remora is an aircraft, is that right?
It is
So
an
it
aircraft,
can't hold
so
any.
It can't hold objectives
It
anymore.
can never hold objectives. Yeah. Good thinking though, but you can't. Yeah, Remora wouldn't benefit from it. Piranha would.
Poor little Remoras, they got
Shafted.
so screwed over. Can
Yep.
only have 2 models.
Yep, that is true because of the aircraft rule. Good old match
Yeah.
play rules. Who knows? The New Balance slate is supposed to be soon too, right? So.
I certainly hope they fix that.
Yeah. Orbital uplink, 1 CP strategic ploy stratagem. Use it in your shooting phase. Select an enemy unit. Till the end of the phase, each time a Sacea unit from your army makes a ranged attack against that unit, the target does not receive the benefits of cover. We were just talking about stratagems like that. So take away dense, light, / heavy cover or whatever for the shooting phase. So light and dense. That's cool. 1 CP, strip cover, and it's on an enemy unit, so then your whole army can like just murder that unit. So
Yeah, it's just like the Necron's Overpulse stratagem, which is very powerful.
Sam is in the chat, says, "Holy cannoli, you're amazing for doing this." Hi, Devin. Miss you guys. Heart emoji. Can't wait for tournaments to happen again. Mr. Number 1 in Canada. You know, look at that, Sam. He's graced us with his presence.
5:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
Thanks,
can't
buddy.
take two Space Marine secondaries now. See what you do with that, huh?
Yeah, no more oath and relentless assault for you.
Yeah, can't do that anymore. Good at troll, Sam. It's gonna be so funny. Okay, then we have Dal'yth. Dal'yth Sept. So they have trading partners. Something you want to hear at a party? Eh? Each time a ranged attack is made against an infantry unit with this tenet, if the attacker is not within engagement range of that unit, models in that unit will receive the benefit of light cover against that attack. So, infantry gets light cover, no matter how far away they are from the enemy. That's actually pretty good. Like, means your crisis suits are like on 2-ups.
Yeah, constantly. That's actually quite good.
Yeah, that's not terrible. And then if you selected a Tau philosophy, so Monka Kauyon, Tau auxiliary units that are in the same detachment benefit from the tactical philosophy. So
That's good if you're going hard into Crude or Vespid.
yeah, like maybe the odd unit here or there, but that's like a very Cabal of the Black Heart thing to do for a real space raid. But
It is, yeah.
But we'll see what the tenets are. But yeah, like Kroot being able to benefit from it, or Vespid being able to benefit from it, that it could be not bad, right?
Yeah, there could be a build in there.
Yeah, I really like the 2-up save on those crisis suits though, because then you could like light cover them in the open, and then you could save on like you might not have to pay for like the shield drones and stuff. That'd be very interesting.
It also means if they can still take the 2+ save guy in crisis suits.
Ooh, yeah, like I think it's 1 in every 3 crisis suits. So you could have 2 suits with a 2-up save with the Iridiums, and then have like a 1-up save in the
1-up save Iridium suit. Yeah, that'd be good.
That's just as good as having an invul, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually really nasty.
You'd have to be -3 at that point for a shield generator to even like matter.
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay. Warlord trait is Unifying Influence. This Warlord gains the following abilities. An aura called Diplomatic Excellence. So while a friendly Dal'yth or Tau auxiliary unit, that's not a character, is within 6 inches of this Warlord, get +1 leadership. Woo! Integrated command structure. While a friendly Tau auxiliary unit is within 6 inches, that unit is treated as not having the Tau auxiliary keyword for the purposes of Markerlights. Huh.
That is much better.
That's actually really good. So they can benefit from Markerlights. See, that's much better than the +1 leadership. Who the heck cares about leadership?
Yeah, who cares
But
about that? But
them using Markerlights, that's cool. That means they can
Yeah.
set Markerlights / use Markerlights, which is really fancy. Broadsides will be 1+2, says Jesper. Yeah, broadsides? Like, imagine, 1-up save broadsides? Ugh. In the open? Well, broadsides, they're all infantry anyway, so they gain light cover. But, like, just in the open. Ugh.
Very good. Also, I just want to know if Vespid are good now. Vespid with Markerlights. Pew pew!
Vespid that can use Markerlights? That actually might be really good to just, like, murder some, like, tougher targets, you know what I mean? Their signature system is Dynamic Mirror Field. The bearer cannot be selected as the target for ranged attacks unless it's the closest eligible target or they're within 12 inches of the bearer. And the bearer gets a 5-up impulsive.
Not bad. Wait, that's actually really good.
That's really good. That's put a missile commander in the back of the board and just watch him shoot things and zone out the whole back of the table, and you can't deal with him. That's really annoying. That's like Gene the Cult levels of annoying. I'm really liking the Sept so far. This Dal'yth Sept is really neat so far. Outflank is their stratagem for 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the end of your movement phase. Select a Dal'yth core or Tau auxiliary unit from your army that is within 9 inches of battlefield edge, and you can put that unit back into strategic reserve. That's cool. There's no caveat on having to make it come back on the next turn.
Yeah, you could just put a small unit of, I don't know, some core OPSEC thing.
Yep. You can put crude in there, or you can put a unit of fire warriors or breachers in strategic reserve, or you can put like a unit of crisis suits back into street, and then they can come in on a flank and just nuke something, or go get you like a teleport homer, or that's a game-winning strat right there. That's actually really cool.
If your broadsides don't have a turn 1 angle, you could be like, in their reserves for you.
Are they core? Are broadsides core? They are. Oh.
Ooh.
Ugh. Outflanking broadsides for a CP?
And then turn 2, they just show up and they're like, we're just going to shoot you with rail rifles. There you go.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. This is really cool to get angles on stuff. Okay, so far, I'm liking Dal'yth. Maybe a contender for, like, the one that you'll see. You know, because it's actually got some cool stuff in there. Okay. Actually, these are not terrible. I like these. Okay, Borkan. Are you ready? You're not bored? Ha! You're cans. Okay. The Sept tenet is superior craftsmanship. Add 4 inches to the range of ranged weapons.
Okay.
Pretty standard stuff.
Never a bad thing.
Nope. It also increases like your fusion range, so this is probably the one, if you like fusion, you're probably going to want this one to make all your fusion half range better.
So 12-inch range, breacher, good profile.
Each time a ranged attack is made with a weapon that has a strength of 7 or less against a vehicle or battlesuit, subtract 1 from the strength of that attack.
Well, that's good.
It's like a sort of transhuman?
Yeah, it's like a sort of transhuman, but sometimes better than transhuman.
Like
really good on crisis
5,
suits.
Yeah, all strength 5 will go down to strength 4, and then all strength 4 goes to strength 3, and those are like the only times that I feel like against vehicles it does make sense if it's strength 7 or less, because then they go down to like wound on 5s instead of 4s, right?
Yeah, for things like autocannons. Strength 6 as well, which is decently common. Going down to strength 5 basically is -1 to wound as well for most of the battle suits.
Yeah, the battle suits T5. I thought they were T4.
Crisis suits have been T5 since 8th.
Really? No.
Yeah.
No, you're shitting me.
No?
They are T5. Holy fuck. Pardon my language. It's... Huh, okay, yeah, so strength 6 would actually go down to 5, and then 5s go down to 4s. And then strength 3 goes to strength 2, and then you're winning on 6s. So then you don't even have to worry about little 3 strength stuff. And that's, huh, that's neat, actually, I like it.
Yeah.
The Warlord trait is Seeker of Perfection. Each time this Warlord makes a ranged attack, improve the AP of that attack by 1. I guess good if you have like a bazillion shots, like burst cannons. That'd be kind of neat. An unmodified wound roll of a 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage to a max of 3 mortal wounds per phase. So, if you like a burst cannon commander, I think this would be the Warlord trait for you.
Oh yeah, no, that's definitely a contender.
Signature system, Overdrive Power Systems. Commander model only. Select up to 2 ranged weapons this model is equipped with. Each time the bear makes a ranged attack with one of those weapons that targets a unit within half range, you get +1 to wound with it. Sure. Cool. One of your guns is pretty fancy. Or 2 of your guns get fancy. Then we have a 2 CP strat, Experimental Weaponry. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase for 2 CP. When a Borkan unit from your army is selected to shoot, select 1 model in that unit and 1 weapon that model is equipped with until the end of the phase. Each time that model makes an attack with that weapon, invulnerable saving throws cannot be taken against that attack.
Oh, hello there, flat 12 damage Stormsurge gun. It's the nice Imperial Knight you have there. It's not there anymore.
Yeah. If anything, I feel like you're gonna see this. You get the extra range, which is fine, but you're gonna see this if somebody runs like a Stormsurge for sure.
Oh yeah,
like,
no, yeah.
You can pick 1 weapon, but man, I feel like you get pretty crazy with this, but you'd want something with like lots of shots too. Like that gun that the Stormsurge has also has a different profile that's like 6 shots or something. That's all 4 damage each. You know, like
you could put it on a towner. 1,000 point towner. Your giant bombardment cannon ignores involves.
Get out of here! You're not allowed to be at this chat anymore, Devin.
That strat's so good. There's gonna be so many memes with it. It's gonna be great.
I do not like I am very scared of this. Strike teams now rapid fire at 20, says Matthew Rayner. Yeah, with the because they go up to 40-inch range, and only strength 4 will wound them on 4+. So the strength thing is only for vehicles and battlesuits. It does not affect infantry. It's only vehicles and battlesuits. Yes, you can get strikes and breaches to a ludicrous amount of AP, which we'll get to in a way. There's so many ways you can stack AP on like your basic guys that like if you don't have an invul, just the basic fire warriors they're gonna like murder you. It's gonna be crazy. Yeah. Riptide can go to 8 shots at 3+, 3+, AP3, AP4 without invuls. Yeah, so Riptide too. Like if you have a Riptide with like a crazy like cannon or whatever, and it's any Borkan unit, so you could say a Hammerhead's ion cannon if you didn't take the rail gun, right? All of a sudden the ion cannon ignores invuls and like nukes people, but has lots of shots, right?
Yeah.
Dasmal, hey, what's going on, Daz? Shout out to Dasmal Wargaming in the chat. Okay, Farsight Enclaves, which is the last of the named Septs. Of course, we love the Farsight Enclaves. The Ethereals don't, though.
No.
The Sept Tenet, Devastating Counterstrike. And I know you've played Farsight a lot in the past. Like, it's been a popular one for you. Devastating Counterstrike. Each time a model with this tenet makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 12, the target is treated as having a Markerlight. AKA, you get +1 to hit, because Markerlights are very simple. You just get +1 to hit when you use a Markerlight token to when you're shooting something within 12. That is
That-
pretty good.
So it's good because Farsight Enclaves usually wants to promote the more aggressive playstyle anyway.
Hmm.
And then this basically, aside from just being +1 hit constantly while you're within 12 and synergizing really well with Monka, means
Yep.
you don't have to spend points on taking things that are Markerlight platforms anymore.
Yeah. No,
Which
you
is
don't
just
need
more
mark
points.
drones. You don't need pathfinders. Like, you can just be like, I'm just going to
Nope.
get close and have marker lights.
That's just more points for guns.
Yeah. Each time a unit with this tenet is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll a wound roll.
That's half the Sept thing, and that's never bad. So yeah, no, that's
And it's in the fight phase too, right? So
Farsight hits things with his sword. He gets a wound reroll. That's
there
not
you
bad.
go. Excellent.
And
Warlord.
if you're
Go
and,
ahead.
and if you're in Monka, you're natively rerolling ones in Monka anyway, so
Yep.
you can reroll all your ones on like a 2 or a 3 or whatever you're wounding on if you screw one of them up too.
Yeah, sounds really neat. Warlord trait, Master of the Killing Blow. So this Warlord, every time it makes an attack, an unmodified wound roll of a 6 improves the AP of that attack by 3. So it's +3 to the AP, and that's any attack, not
That's
just
so good.
that's in close combat too.
That's
And
so good.
the model that attack is allocated to cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses.
Oh yeah, that's so aside from just ignoring feel no pains, something a Tau at least historically struggled with
That's a ton.
earlier this edition, things like Catons.
Yep.
You're just like, no, you're just dead. So
Nope. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Satan. No ignoring
Also-
these wounds. You
Also,
take
if you have
all-
a local Dark Eldar player that loves Coven units,
I don't know
Remember.
what you're talking about. No one can prove anything.
and you don't get your feel no pains anymore.
Ah,
So-
rats. That'd be really good for like a missile suit with like a whole bunch of strength 7 missiles or whatever. Just like
missiles, yeah.
nuking some grotesques or talos from like far away. Just being like,
Yep.
take bunch of damage stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or just burst cannon it to death or whatever.
First cannon, yeah, just volume.
Signature system, the Talisman of Arthas Moloch. In your opponent's psychic phase, the bearer can attempt to deny 1 psychic power if it were a psyker. And you get +1 to deny the witch tests.
Cool.
Yeah. If you have one friend that just loves their Farseer, and you just need to shut down Doom or something, then this is the relic for you. However, I found that, like, historically, competitively speaking, competitive armies either have all the casting or no casting. There's no
Yeah,
like
that's-
in between, which means if you have just one deny, you might have to save it for something like a psychic action or whatever. But there's so much casting that like one deny doesn't really do anything for you, because people are either going for the abhor the witch or no
Yeah.
abhor the witch, right?
That's true, but at least playing against it, it really forces your opponent to think about the fact like he could stop any of my powers, so you always have to be cognizant of that. And usually, if you're playing like a psychic heavy army like Thousand Suns or Grey Knights, there's going to be multiple powers every turn you want to get off. So it's always just going to be the thing of I have to measure 24 inches away from that guy because he could just deny me, and that would be bad.
Yeah. Now there are ways for armies to just like auto pass and stop you from denying and stuff, but I guess it would force your opponent to think about that stuff, which can be more brain power to be used. Okay.
It
Okay.
can.
And the +1 to deny is actually really good because
It is,
that
yeah.
actually means you have to roll equal to, which increases the odds by quite a bit.
It does, yeah.
Their CP, the stratagem, is a battle tactic stratagem for 3 or 2 CP. Uses in your movement phase when a battlesuit unit from your army is set up on the battlefield using the Manta Strike ability or the Homing Beacon ability. Until the end of the turn, each time a battlesuit model in that unit makes a ranged attack, you can reroll the hit roll, and you can reroll the wound roll. If that unit contains 4 or more battlesuits, it's 3 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. So you get, for 3 CP, because you're probably going to run a big unit of battlesuits, or, small unit for 2 CP, reroll hits and wounds on the turn you deep strike. That is cool.
Very powerful.
Yeah, hits and wounds. That's just like
Mhm.
just straight up,
That's
like
so
just
good.
just
Oh my god.
hit like a freight train. And then you can come in within 12 inches and get +1 to hit because you're Farsight.
Yep. And then you're also getting all the AP bonuses for Monka as well.
That is very, yeah, Monka would, so
Yep.
cool. So cool. I really like that stuff. Makes me um, have to get rid of some bots here. Get out of here, bots. Other than that, thanks for tuning in, chat. Thanks for letting us know. Leave us a comment. Which is your favorite Sept tenet so far? Which one have you liked the most? Which one has been your favorite, Devin?
Tau.
Tau for
Fine.
sure.
Borkan's pretty memey. Dal'yth has the stuff with the auxiliaries, which is cool. And then Farsight is nice if you want to play battle suits. I feel like Farsight's going to be one of those things that like needs a Codex supplement in one of those like whatever they're called, new Psychic Awakening books.
Yeah.
To really flesh it out like they were last edition. But as of right now, I think Tau is by far the standout winner. Like the tenant's good. Like having free rerolls is never a bad thing. The extra range on your auras, it's really nice because now your commanders are bubbling out rerolls at 9. Shadow Sun can do all her stuff at 9. And like pretty much every character
Also,
with an
the
aura ability.
Ethereals being able to like cast their
The
ethereal
Ethereals as
powers
well.
+3 inches. I think that's going to be big, especially I think that's good, and their relic is like stupidly good.
Relic is probably the best relic in the book. I like even based upon like the Sept relics we've seen so far. Like I don't see anything that could potentially top that.
KT says Farsight in the chat, and then BRAR says like is not the word I'd like to use here. I own a Baneblade. AKA a very dead tank playing against Tau.
Yeah.
So now let's go to the Sept. So this is the Expanding Empire, which is your custom Sept rules, and it is probably one of the most confusing Sept. People are gonna get this wrong because they'll just be like, "Oh, I didn't read this page right here," but essentially, you can't mix sectors. Like you can only pick things that are adjacent to each other. So Sector D can't be combined with Sector C or B, right? And E can't be with C or B, and then B or C can't be with D or E. They have to they can only combine with sectors that are close by, which is kind of cool, but it's confusing, okay? It's just confusing.
They put a little map in the book, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it is. Like, it looks cool. It's like I'm building my 3rd phase expansion or 4th phase expansion Sept or whatever you want to call it. And it's from, like, a group of them together or whatnot. I get it. Like, it's cool, but I could see some people being, like, picking whichever ones they want because they sound cool and then finding out that they're not actually compatible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay. However, they did make it sort of like, so this is Sector A. These can combine with almost everything, right? So you can always pick an A, and then, these two can go together with A, and then these two can go together with A. It's
like A, B, and C, or A, D, and E. I think.
Yeah. Anyway, confusing, but cool because it's got a little map.
Yeah.
We can chalk it up to that. So let's take a look at some of these custom Sept tenets. I believe you just picked 2 of them. You select 2 of them. Due to the slower migration of ideas and technology across the Tau Empire, so that's the fluff, is that they don't use warp technology, so it takes a long time for new tech to reach other parts of the Empire, which is really funny. Okay, so these can be mixed with anything. So strike swiftly. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, infantry units with this tenet that start the battle wholly within your deployment zone can make a pre-game move of up to 6 inches, and they cannot end this move within 9 inches of the enemy deployment zone or enemy models. So all your infantry can get a pre-game move of 6 inches. It's not bad. That can really help in some of the missions where you need to get onto objectives to gain points and stuff.
Necrons have something very similar, and it's always been a staple for them.
However,
It's
this one does have the caveat of can't be within 9 inches of the enemy, whereas Necrons can just move right up to you, which is always really annoying.
I believe the Necron does have the 9-inch caveat.
Nope.
No?
No.
Well, then I've been cheating myself.
I've literally had mandrakes go up and be like, "Stop, Necrons!" And then somebody has very kindly explained to me how that is not a rule in the Necron book of within 9. You can always pre-game move your Necrons, and there's nothing your opponent can do to stop you. Which is really frustrating. Play their part. So battlesuit models with this tenet have a wounds characteristic of not battlesuit models with this tenet that have a wounds characteristic of 9 or less count as 3 models when determining the control of an objective marker. That's actually really strong.
Yeah.
And battlesuit models with this tenet that have a wounds characteristic of 10 or more count as 5 models. So your big suits count as 5 models. Nice.
Yeah. And as we saw earlier, there's
Especially
ways
with
to
like
upside
Crusher
things.
Stampede and stuff, that actually makes a big difference. And
It
if
does,
you can
yeah.
make something OBSEC with like an Ethereal or whatever, imagine 3 models OBSEC on Crisis suits. Like,
That's how 9 obsec models technically.
yeah, that's not terrible.
That's really good.
Adherence to the teachings. Add 3 inches to the range of aura abilities, so that's basically your Tau one. And when you, yes, your Tau one. This is like, and then your invocations and stuff, or command abilities that are not an aura, you add plus 3 inches to the range of them. So half the Tau thing. And calm under pressure. Every time a model in this tenet makes a ranged attack with an assault weapon that targets a unit within 12, add plus 1 to the strength of that attack.
Oh. So the interesting thing with that is that most of the battlesuit weapons are assault.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think they're all assault now. There used to be a few in the past that were like rapid fire or something, but I think they're all just assault.
I think
these
they're
days.
all assault now, yeah. So that means
so
like your strength 9 plasma and like strength 6 burst cannons within 12.
strength 5
Strength
flamers.
8 rockets pods. Strength 5 flamers.
Yeah.
That hey, actually the strength 5 flamers with the plus 1 to wound from
It's no, you don't get the plus 1 wound. That's the toss-up thing.
No. Plus 1 to wound from the Dark Strider.
He's toss-up.
Oh, is he straight up Talsept?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I thought he was.
Nope.
I thought you could use him anytime. Yeah, he is Tau Emperor
Shadow Sun.
Talsept.
Shadow Sun, you can.
Shadow Sun. Oh, because she has a special thing that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Signal Tau Sept Core. Okay, so Dark Strider is Tau. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But that plus 1 strength would be bad for flamers.
Yeah.
Ian Colbeck says, "How's the battle suits looking now?" We'll get to them, but they're infantry, so they're getting a lot of bonuses that they didn't get before.
They can Kool-Aid Man through walls, and they can get cover again. So.
Okay, so then we have Sector B and Sector C stuff. So Sector B, camouflage experts. Each time a range attack is made against an infantry unit that is entirely on or within terrain, if the attacker is more than 12, then they get dense cover. Cool. So like
guard.
Yeah. Defense doctrines. Each time a melee attack with an AP of -1 or -2 is allocated to a model of this tenet, it has so ignore AP 1 and 2 in close combat. Okay. That's actually more useful than you think, because there's a lot of AP 1 now in close combat, AP 2.
There is. I just wish it applied to everything.
Blocking tactics. Each time a core infantry unit with this tenet makes a charge move, until the start of your next charge phase, core models in that unit have OBSEC. If such a model already has this ability, it counts as an additional model. So if you charge, you have OBSEC until your next charge phase.
Yeah, it's like those count as 3 models.
Yeah, you could combine that with a count as 3 models and then just charge people with battle suits. That'd be like the funniest Tau like army ever.
No objective for you.
We count as 3 models and we're OBSEC, and we're gonna charge you. I'd have like such a it'd be like, what is going on right now?
Why are Tau charging me? What is this? I'm so confused.
Yeah. Firecast Marksman. Each time a model with this tenant makes a ranged attack with a pulse weapon, an unmodified wound of a 6 improves the AP by 1. Cool. Sector C, Evasion Maneuvers. Each time a model with this tenant advances until the start of your next movement phase, models in that unit that fly have a 5-up invul save. Cool.
Yeah.
And this is anything, so you're looking at even your vehicles too, which is kind of cool. Pinpoint targeting. Each time a model with this tenant makes a range attack that targets a unit within 12, the target does not receive the benefits of light cover. Which, with a lot of AP bonuses that Tau have, that can be kind of handy.
Yeah.
Disengagement protocols. Each time an infantry unit with this tenant is selected to fall back, select one enemy unit within engagement range. And on a 2 to 3, they take a mortal. On a 6, they take D3 mortals. Sure.
Yeah.
And fire saturation. Each time a model in this tenant makes a range attack with a burst weapon that targets a unit within 12, add +1 to hit.
That's decent.
Just like your Farsight enclave sort of thing.
Yeah, but it's locked to burst weapons only.
I really like the. I'm big fan of the charge and get obsec. That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the more nifty ones that you can.
Yeah, plus
really play around with.
it lasts like a whole battle round to your next
Mhm.
charge phase, which means there's still obsec to like contest, and then in your turn potentially hold the objective to hold it and get points. Like
Yep.
that's some like that blocking tactics is not terrible.
And that's something that Tau have struggled with this edition is just being able to hold objectives.
Mm-hmm.
And that
You
helps
would
a
know.
lot with that.
You tried.
I did. It didn't work too well.
Yeah, like Tau can kill you. They just were never able to hold objectives. So anything that like helps them hold objectives, I'm like pinpointing because I was like, ooh, that'll help you win games, not just kill you. You can kill your opponent fine. Tau could kill their opponents fine. It's about holding objectives. At least and this is with the match play glasses on. Like we're talking match play a lot, but you know, if you're just playing fun games, you can do whatever you want. Sector D. So now Sector D, Sector E, these can be mixed with each other or with A, right? So reliable weaponry. Each time a model with its tenant selected to shoot, you can reroll a wound roll. So the other half of the Farsight, Yep. Defenders of the Cause. Each time a model with its tenant, not a drone model, that would lose a wound as a result of a mortal wound, it's a 5-up feel no pain against mortals. Ignore mortal wounds on 5+.
Cool.
Decent. Reinforced armor. Each time a ranged attack is made with a weapon that has a strength of 7 or less against vehicle battlesuit, subtract 1 from the strength. So another one of the main Sept tenants, but like split up.
That's half a Borkan.
Yeah. Hardened warheads. This is used to be a very popular one. Each time a model with this tenant makes a ranged attack with a missile weapon, the target does not receive the benefits of cover. So no dense, no light against missile weapons.
It used to be plus 1 AP with missile weapons. This is debatably better.
Yeah, ignoring dense is really good.
Dense has always been a problem for Tau, just because they've never liked -1 to hit.
Oh, and they're usually already always 4s to hit or something. You know what I mean?
Most of the time they hit on 4s unless it's like a commander or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that would actually be really good. And then you could combine it with like a Markerlight or whatever to then get +1 to hit on top of that, right? Which would actually be really good. And then Sector E, turbojets. You get +2 to the move characteristic of models that can fly. So that includes all your vehicles as well. And I guess drones don't get tenants, I don't think. Loyal to the end. Add 1 to the leadership characteristic of models. And they can re-roll morale tests. Sure. Now they did lose their bonding knife ritual though. So there's no such thing as like a bonding knife anymore.
Yeah, that's gone.
Which was really annoying because it'd be like, oh look, I have a 5-strong unit, or
I can never fail morale
I can
test.
almost you either kill me or I'm not going anywhere. Because on a 6 I pass, and on a 1 I pass.
Although Forgeal Hazard suits still have bonding knives.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Is it like a rule they get with their suits, or is it just a?
It is, yeah. It's just a special rule that they have in their data sheet. So.
Well, that's cool. Rapid retreat. Each time a model in this unit falls back, add 3 inches to the distance that they can move. So they retreat better.
Yeah.
And enriched reactors. Each time a model of this tenant makes a ranged attack with a plasma weapon, an unmodified wound of a 6 inflicts a mortal wound in the attack sequence ends. Meh. After you see plasma, you're not going to want the attack sequence to end.
Now, the interesting thing with that,
6.
it's probably not good, but the Avara's Flamer is a phased plasma flamer, so
interesting.
there might be something there, but probably not.
Let's check what it says for plasma weapons. 130. A plasma weapon is any weapon whose profile includes the word plasma, and any relic or prototype system that replaces such a weapon.
Yeah, phased plasma flamer.
There you go. Seems like that would be a plasma weapon. No FAQ needed there. That's just clear as day. Cool. Okay, so some of these are really neat. I'm a huge fan of the 3 models. If you're going to do that, that's cool. I do like that a lot. And then combining it with something else. Personally, I'm a fan of blocking tactics. I like that one a lot. The pre-game move is always really good, especially if you want to get aggressive and in people's face. Did you kind of like a combination? Do you think any of these are gonna compete for the main Septs?
I don't know if any of them are necessarily better than Tau Sept, but the thing I like about these in general is that there's no, like, aside from maybe Tau Sept, and that's half the actual trait being really good and half all the units it lets you take. The thing I like about this in general is that there's no, like, it's not like Space Marines where it's like you have all these cool chapters and all this stuff, and it's like everybody's born heroes whirlwind to rage like all the time. Like you're going to see a little bit more variability in that.
Yeah, I
do.
do.
There's not just like one like obvious like you take this because it's just the best one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cyberware says, "Hey Skari, hey Cyberware, are you not at the LVO? I am not. I decided not to go because I can't afford to have to isolate if anything were to happen. Like, as much as I would love to be there right now, I just can't risk it, if that makes sense. Considering Canada has a lot heftier protocols than some other countries. So, let's go to the stratagems, shall we?
Ooh.
Breach and clear. So these are your battle tactics stratagems. And if anybody's paying attention, I believe that's one of the ones that you get CP back from. If you... No, strategic ploy or war gear. Okay. So keep an eye out for strategic ploy or war gear, because that's the Vior'la 3-up refunded one. Okay. So breach and clear. Now some of these are really neat. So stick around for that. Alexander Brown says, so you could make crisis suits count as more models and count as OBSEC. How many suits can you have per unit? Up to 6 in a crisis suit unit.
Yeah, it's 3 to 6 for crisis suits. I think it's 2 for bodyguards though, minimum.
Yeah. Is it? No.
I believe so.
Really?
I believe it is.
You can only have 2 bodyguards in a unit?
It's 2 to 6 for bodyguards.
Yeah, yes. It's 3 to 6 for crisis
for
suits.
normal crisis suits.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Breach and clear. 1 CP. Use this stratagem in your shooting phase when a breacher team from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, each time a core model in that unit, so no drones, makes a ranged attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover, and you can re-roll wound rolls. For
That's
1 CP.
It's very powerful.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Ugh, okay, just murder. And then, of course, you could get +1 to wound, potentially with Tau Sept, if you're shooting at something that you really need to kill.
Yep.
But, it's neat. I like it a lot. Relentless Fusillade, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a strike team unit from your army is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, instead of following the normal rules of rapid-fire weapons, they can make double the number of attacks. Okay, so they basically rapid-fire at full range, essentially. Each time a core model in that unit makes a ranged attack, improve the AP by 1. So +1 AP, and they can rapid-fire at 36 inches, which is the new range of pulse weapons, which is ridiculous. That is a long range. Or if you are the +4 inches, that's full rapid fire at 40 inches of range for 1 CP. And you get a AP extra +1, which is
Means
actually
your
pretty.
rifles are AP2 now.
Yeah.
If you're close range in Wonka, it means they're AP3.
Yeah, that's actually really neat.
Yeah, you can stack a lot of AP on things.
Yeah, there's a lot of AP stuff. Plus, an important thing to note: all infantry units that you take in this book, strikes, breachers, pathfinders, are all minimum 10 models in the unit. So you're going to be getting a lot of value from these stratagems for 1 CP, in my opinion. Yeah. So
it's definitely very powerful. The full wound rolls for breachers is just such a standout thing, and it also lets you. Is it ignore light cover or ignore benefits of cover?
it's the benefits of cover.
You turn off dens as well with your
Mm-hmm.
breachers.
Yep.
So you just come hop out of a devilfish and shotgun people.
That's actually really good. That'll kill some stuff.
Oh yes, it will.
1 CP onboard sensors. Use a stratagem at the start of your shooting phase. Select 1 Sept devilfish model and 1 enemy unit within 24 inches invisible to that devilfish. Until the end of the phase, that devilfish model gains an aura, sensor link. While a friendly Fire Warrior team is within 6 inches of this model, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack against that selected enemy unit, re-roll hit rolls of 1. So you can have a devilfish be a captain against a specific unit for a CP.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible. If you
And
really need wound or hit rolls, it's just a good thing just to have handy.
and you are going to be using devilfish, and I mean a lot of devilfish in this book. Like, if you haven't bought a devilfish yet, you're going to buy 3, at least, because they're so good. Dynamic offensive. Use this stratagem, it's 1 CP, use this stratagem in your movement phase, when a crisis battlesuit unit from your army is selected to move. And then until the end of the turn, each time that unit advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, you just add 6 inches to the move characteristic. And models in that unit do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls for firing assault weapons in the same turn that they advanced. As an Eldar player, having an auto 6 advance strat is always super strong.
Also, after having played AdMech a lot, because they were really good for a while, Chickens had this stratagem.
Mm-hmm.
And being able to move just an obscene amount, because crisis suits are base move 10 now, so you move 16, which is the exact same as what a last chicken could do with their version of this.
Yep.
It just gets you so many turn 1 angles for shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just from a positioning standpoint, it's such a big deal. Like, anything that just gives you, like, free guaranteed movement, it's always good.
Yeah. Movement is where you can win or lose the game, so this is definitely a winning style of stratagem. That's right, Jasper says, move 16 crisis. Yep. There's also a way to move them 18, which we'll get to. Yep. And don't forget, this can be combined with, like, the Sept tenant that gives you, like, extra movement, or, like, the pre-game. Like, there's so much stuff you can do to kind of get, like, extra movement. That's going to be a useful one to get angles on people that are trying to hide it. You know?
Yeah.
Then we have the Pulse Onslaught. 1 CP. Use this in the shooting phase when a Fire Warrior team unit is selected to shoot. Until the end of the phase, when a core model in that unit makes an attack with a pulse weapon, unmodified hit rolls of 6s automatically wound the target. So 1 CP, auto wound on 6s. It's never a bad thing. Especially,
it's never bad.
It actually comes in handy more often than you think. It is just in the shooting phase, so you can't use it when you Overwatch, though.
If there's a beefy target you need to have die, like, honestly, like 20 shots with my pulse rifles or something, like, if you're hitting on whatever rerolling 1s, it's usually, on average, 4 just auto wounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is very true.
And then if you can stack AP on all that, like, that can make the difference between, like, killing or not killing, like, a big target like an Imperial Knight or a tank or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that it's against anything, right? Good morning, Sindri. Thank you for coming to tune in. And good morning to everybody in chat. Thanks for coming to hang out. And everybody watching. Point blank volley. 1 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your shooting phase. I don't like strats that are like at the start of the phase. because they're always confusing and people like forget about it. Select a Fire Warrior team from your army that is within engagement range of enemy units. Until the end of the phase, pulse blasters, carbines, and rifles that models in that unit are equipped with have Pistol 2 as a characteristic. AKA, for 1 CP, you can shoot your Fire Warriors into combat.
Do you still get free pulse pistols?
Yeah, just so you can have 3 pistol shots.
Yeah, because then you can have your 2 rifle shots or whatever, and then you just pull out your pistol and just go. Blah, blah, blah.
So,
At the same
just a caveat, Fire Warrior team includes Breachers. Breachers have the keyword Fire Warrior team. So they can also do the automatically wound. They also get the reroll ones to hit if the Devilfish is nearby, and they would also get their pistols. They definitely have a pulse pistol included.
Yeah, so you can shoot that and your main gun.
So that would be 3 shots basically, each in close combat. That's actually really good. That's like your witches decided to tie me up in combat?
Well, I mean, that's exactly the thing, because like the joke is like, well, it's like never going to come up because you're just going to die when something charges you anyway. It's like, yeah, that's true, but a lot of the times it's people just consolidating into you.
Yeah.
And you're just like, yeah, no, I'm just going to shoot you anyway.
Yeah, I really like that. The fact that it's pistol 2, which means then their guns become pistol 2, but then they have a pistol, and because you can shoot all pistols, it means you have 3 pistol shots in combat for a CP. That is actually really good.
It is.
Drop threat acquisition. 3 or 2 CP is better be good for 3 or 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your movement phase when a battlesuits unit from your army set up on the battlefield using Mantis Strike or the homing beacon action. Until the end of the turn, each time a battlesuit model in that unit makes a ranged attack, you can reroll hit rolls. So it's half the Farsight one.
Yeah, it's half the Farsight one.
Farsight one is reroll hits and wounds. This is just reroll hits. Same thing. If it's 4 more battlesuits, it's 3 CP. Otherwise, it's 2.
But the thing with this, as well as the Farsight one, if you have like a unit of high strength weapons, like fusion blasters or something, you could drop this in along with another unit with Farsight enclaves. Give like your unit with burst cannons or whatever reroll everything, and then give your unit with like fusion blasters, for example, reroll all hit rolls.
Yeah.
And then you get reroll ones innately from Montcalm.
That'd be an expensive turn.
Yeah, but it could be a turn that just wins you the game.
Yeah, 6 CP, but like 2. That means you could, with Farsight Enclaves, have 2 crisis bombs, and they already get the +1 to hit from being close,
within 12 of the
right?
marker. Yeah.
So you could potentially use that to maybe be further away or whatever. Anyway, that's really interesting. That is dangerous. Dangerous. Okay, let's go into the Epic Deed stratagems. These are your Savior protocols. So drones are different in this codex. They no longer get wounds passed off to them anymore. That's not a thing. They're just part of a unit now, so you can allocate wounds to them, as they take damage, kind of like they used to in the past. So anybody who's been playing for a long time will remember the normal way that drones worked, which was just extra models in the unit. However, this is a way to save like your tank or something from a mega 12 damage / railgun shot. Use a stratagem in any phase when a saving throw is failed for a model in a Sept unit from your army. Now, even if you can't physically make the saving throw, it still technically make the saving throw. So you'd fail it even if the AP is like -6. You can still use the stratagem.
You still always roll at least an armor save.
Yeah.
Even if you can't actually physically pass it, because you're AP minus $1 billion or something.
Correct. Select a friendly Sept drone model within 3 inches of that unit, or within 6 inches of that unit if it contains a drone controller, and that drone model is destroyed and the damage characteristic of the attack is changed to 0. That's it. Super simple. 1 CP, fail the saving throw, and turn that damage into 0, kill a drone.
So the interesting thing with that is that Savior Protocols before, if you had additional rules that went along with the weapon, like if you did mortals on the wound roll or something like that, the drone would take everything with it when it died. That is no longer the case. So a railgun, for example, sure, your D3 +6 damage is changed to 0, but you're still taking the 3 mortals.
Yeah. Yeah, or sniper rifles or whatever. that
Sniper
still do
rifles,
damage.
or if you have like some negative effect happen to you on a hit roll,
Right.
right? That still stays with you instead of going to the drone unit like it used to.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
like kind of less good,
Well, it's
but it's not
definitely
just
less.
tied
It's
to.
less good, but it's one of those things where you go, "Oh, I've got this crisis suit, and I just failed to save against this last cannon or whatever." You know what I mean? Oh, I'm just gonna spend the CP and
But I
like
believe, if I heard you
just roll
correctly,
dice.
it's not just locked to infantry and battlesuits anymore,
Just any Sept unit from your army.
which means the vehicles can use it now too.
Correct. You can use it for devilfish. You can use it for, you can use it
Hammerheads.
for hammerheads, which I think is, or like I don't know, a giant suit of some sort. Like say, like
Stormsurge.
like a Stormsurge or a Riptide battlesuit. Like it stops you from just getting nuked by that one lucky shot. And you can still take your saves, like your invul save and stuff.
Yeah.
And if you fail to save, then
And
you can like get
that's
a
the
drone
one
and
part
take
where
a
it's
hit.
better, because a lot of these suits have invols,
Mm-hmm.
either innately or they can buy them, I think, for like really cheap.
Yeah, which I think is
So
a big deal as well. Okay, so then we go into the branched Nova Charge. This is for the Riptide battlesuits. They can still Nova Charge. The mechanic works a little differently, so we will get to all of the specific like unit entries, and we'll go through them one by one and abilities and stuff. So make sure you stay tuned for that as well. But the branched Nova Charge, 2 CP. When it uses its Nova Reactor ability, and it burns out. So that's the only way it burns out is if your Riptide has been taking up a whole bunch of wounds. That model's Nova Reactor does not burn out, and you can select one of its reactor abilities. It can be used to prevent the same model's reactor from burning out more than once per battle. It cannot be used, so you can only use it once for each Riptide. Cool.
yeah, that's not bad.
Yep. Combat. Okay. Are you ready for one of the best stratagems in this book, Devin? Are you ready?
Oh boy, let's hear
ready? Combat Debarkation. Use this stratagem for 1 CP at the start of your movement phase. I'm going to read this slowly so that it sinks in, because this stratagem is ridiculous. If you selected the Montka Tactical Philosophy at the start of the battle, and it is currently the first, second, or third battle round, select up to 3 Devilfishes from your army. If you selected the Kauyon Tactical Philosophy at the start of the battle, and it is currently the third, fourth, or fifth battle round, you can select up to 3 Devilfishes from your army. Otherwise, select 1 Devilfish from your army. So, if you picked Kauyon and you're playing early game, if you're playing Mondka and you're playing early game, you can pick up to 3. If you're playing late game, you can pick up to 3 in the late game. Otherwise, you can just pick 1 Devilfish, right? Until the end of that phase. Each time one of those models makes a normal move, after it has moved, any units embarked can disembark. And units in those transports cannot charge that turn. But they can still move after that. That is ridiculously good. Tell people why that is so good, Devin. Why is that good?
So a few things to take away here. I know a lot of people on the internet have been going on about like Monka is the best one. Nobody's ever going to play Kauyon. There's reasons to play Kauyon, which we'll get into later, I'm sure. But the big thing here, if you're playing Monka, for example, and you go first, you can just get really aggressive with your Fire Warriors, like very quickly. You can move your Devilfish all the way up the board, get all your guys out. So A, you can basically block out your opponent's entire deployment zone. So you just move block them. B, you're dumping a crap load of pulse rifle shots into them. So it's like a lot
breacher,
of
or like breacher,
or
breacher guns. Yeah.
Yeah. So you basically, for 1 CP and like 3 Devilfish full of guys, which isn't that much of a points investment, you can pretty much secure table control if you go first. Because then all your other battlesuits and vehicles can move up behind that, and because you've like physically move blocked your opponent from leaving their deployment zone, unless they fly or have some way to ignore like models being in the way, they now can't leave the deployment zone, and you can cover a lot of ground with 30 guys and 3 tanks, like a lot.
And
also
Love
they're shooting
Antenna says, doesn't that deny movement after disembarkation? No. at the end of the phase. No, it's until the end of the phase. Each time a model makes a normal move. So it just means they move, the guys can get out, and it's still your movement phase. They can.
And based upon that GW preview article, Devilfish also have a scout move if you're in Monka.
Oh. Now,
so your
for
Devilfish
Kauyon,
move,
though, end game, that means that you could, like, it's a lot easier to get onto objectives and stuff. Like, you can get to objectives that are really far away with that sort of thing. That's, like, nuts to me. That's just... It's just
which means if you're playing that more passive playstyle, you can keep your transports back, and then on turn 3 or 4, when you really start to, like, when you need to start scoring those points, or deny your opponent a bunch of points, you can then jump all those Devilfish out, the guys get out, they move, get on objectives with offside models, and then they just start blasting you in Kauyon, where you have the exploding hits on 6s, 5s, or 4s, depending on what turn it is at that point in time. So either way, it's very powerful, depending on what playstyle you're going for in any particular scenario. But, like, Tau, from what it appears, have a lot of ways to really take a huge advantage from going first. This is one of them. Because, like, you can't struggle holding objectives if your opponent can't leave their deployment zone.
It also works, synergizes really well if you're running, like, Tau Farsight enclaves. This is like the new Fish of Fury, because you can get up really close with a bunch of breachers, then give them all +1 to hit. If they're nice and close to the enemy, you know, then you can use these crazy stratagems like reroll all wound rolls, or, you know, like, and then like mix and match them. And it just means that the Alpha Strike potential is incredible. And the fact that you can move and get around terrain, and you can find angles, so your opponent's gonna like, you can get around obscuring pieces of terrain or get into terrain and then see through. Yeah, it's just there's so much to unpack in this one stratagem, that this sort of thing is what elevates Tau from I can't hold objectives or play the game or the mission to now I'm going to be able to play the mission and play the game and force my opponent to play differently and not just, you know, stop me from scoring points anymore.
No, it's incredibly good.
So good. And even if you're not in Monka or Kauyon, you can just pick a Devilfish and do it with any Devilfish, either early game or late game, depending on what you picked, which I think is still really good.
Like, it always has utility. It's just if you're in your chosen thing, it's just like
amazing. It was
probably
like
one of the best stratagems in the game. Like,
for 1 CP,
it's insane,
ridiculously good. Thank you, development team. This is like Talos. No, I'm just kidding. Talos is still silly. Fear the Fish of Fury, says Podium Baby. Yeah, that's right. Fish of Fury for sure. Alexander Brown says, I feel like you're incentivized to put a lot of stratagems on Fire Warrior teams and Devilfish to make them awesome, to burn a lot of command points all in one phase. Gee, I wonder if Tau Ethereals and Commanders have any awesome CP regen mechanics to keep up with the burn rate. Hint, hint.
Yeah, I wonder.
I wonder.
That'd be really cool. And these are all what? Battle tactic stratagems?
These are epic deeds. These are epic.
Oh, epic deed and battle tactics are where all your good stuff is. I wonder if there's a relic or something that might help you with some CP regen.
We'll see. Wisdom of the Many, 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of any of your phases other than your command phase. Select an ethereal from your army that is not intoned in invocation. That model can intone it. You don't have to roll, it's automatically cost. It's like the chaplain one. As long as you didn't try and do one in your command phase, you can automatically do one for 2 CP at the start of any other phase that's not your command phase.
Which is good if you have like a defensive prayer.
Yep.
And you go second. You can
it's any of your phases. You can't use it in your opponent's phases.
So it's a
so it's more of a you can deep strike them or put them in a transport and then get out and kind of intone it.
The Space Marine one for the chaplain is any phase, not just your own.
I don't know, maybe.
It might be. I can't remember.
I think it's your own as well. Fail Safe Detonator, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in any phase. When a battlesuit model from your army is destroyed, before removing the model from play, instead of using abilities that are triggered, like Explode, roll a d6 for each unit within 3. Adding 1 if the destroyed model has a wounds characteristic of 12 or more. If the destroyed model, on a 3 to 5, and the units take d3 mortals. On a 6, they suffer 3 mortals. So it's like an auto explode, but it's a targeted auto explode. So because then you don't roll instead of like rolling to see if it explodes or whatever, you just attack the enemy that's close to you, basically.
Yeah, that's very good.
Yeah. 1 CP, backup AI. Use the stratagem in your command phase. Select the Tau Empire model in your army. Until the start of your next command phase, that model is considered to have full wounds remaining for characteristics. So this is for your suit that took a bunch of damage. It's a full bracket for 1 CP.
Yep.
Those are always really, really powerful strats. That's always a fantastic one to have. Emergency dispensation. So these are the pre-game ones. Pick an extra relic. So extra relic for CP, can use it twice in a strike force battle. Promising pupil for 1 CP.
It's just buy extra warlord traits, I'm assuming.
This is, yeah, select a character. Yep, so extra warlord traits. Basically, you can't do it to give somebody a second warlord trait, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to get 2 warlord traits on one guy in this book. Because that would be silly.
It doesn't say that on here. Use a stratagem before the battle when you're mustering your army. Select, if your warlord has Tau Empire, select a Tau Empire character model. Determine a warlord trait for that model. That model is regarded as a warlord for the purposes of warlord trait. Oh yes, here it is. You cannot use this stratagem to give a model 2 warlord traits. Okay, so it was buried in between 2 other sentences. Yeah, so extra warlord trait for 1 CP, you can use that twice. Pretty standard stuff for almost every single book that you see. Then we go into the strategic ploy section. Cool. So, orbital ion beam. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Place 2, it's 2 CP, place 2 ion beam markers anywhere on the battlefield within 12 inches of each other. You don't even need to see them. Draw a line straight and imaginary between the 2 markers. How big are these markers? And then roll 1d6 for each unit that this line crosses over, adding 1 if the unit being rolled is rebuilding. On a 2 to 5, they take d3 mortals. On a 6, they take 3 mortals. You can only use the stratagem once. This is a really good orbital bombardment, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not bad.
2 CP for that.
Markers? But how big are the markers?
Exactly. How big? How long can the markers be? Can you make like a beam that's like 2 line markers like this?
I'm just gonna bring I'm just gonna bring 2 I'm just gonna bring 2 meter sticks, put them down on boop, everything in here takes mortals.
Yeah, is there an ion beam marker? Like, can we just make the marker as big as you want?
I think they're supposed to be the size of like a penny or something.
Usually it would be a lot easier if they just made it. You can just measure to the center of any marker and just have like a technically it should be like your historically it's just like your measuring tape, right?
Yeah,
you just sideways.
It's supposed to be like
not flat like this, but sideways. And you just
it's
like a millimeter thick or whatever.
Yeah.
Historically, that's what happens. I just find it funny that GW never learns.
They didn't say.
They didn't say.
So get your meter sticks, kids.
That's right, kids. The Fish of Fury's back, baby. And it's to each unit. So you can kill your own model still with this. Which is important because you can get out of combat with stuff like this.
Yeah. I've done that before.
Yeah, I know you have.
I did it to you, actually.
You definitely did. You're like, aha, I'm going to trap you. And you're like, I'm going to shoot myself with an orbital ion beam. What? Yeah, I'm going to kill my own models. I can shoot you. I was like, no! So good. Wall of Mirrors. 1 CP at the end of your movement phase. Select a stealth battlesuit or ghost keel battlesuit unit that is wholly within 9 inches of any battlefield edge. Remove that unit from the battlefield, and then in the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, they come back onto the battlefield, wholly within 9 of any battlefield edge, and more than 9 from enemy models. If the battlefield ends and they're off the table, they are destroyed. So they have to come back the next turn, but it's basically from one board edge to another board edge, and within 9, which is interesting. They don't have to come in within 6. That helps them hold objectives that are just out of that 6-inch threshold, which
Yeah,
is
it
actually
does.
really good. Anything that lets you redeploy is just so silly. Ghost kills are actually pretty good too. The
Yeah,
Grizzly...
No, I was just gonna say, they really seem to have priced a lot of these suits that weren't taken a lot before, very aggressively. That you're gonna want to consider them.
Oh yeah, the Grizzly Feast. So Tau Empire stratagem. Strategic ploy, 1 CP. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when an enemy unit is destroyed by an attack made by a Kroot model in your army. Until the end of the battle, that Kroot unit gets a 5-up ignore damage save.
Cool.
Oh yeah. Coordinated engagement, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase before selecting a unit to shoot with. Select 1 enemy unit and 2 Sept units from your army that are within 18 inches and visible to that enemy unit. Until the end of the phase, those Sept units can only target that unit, but get +1 AP.
Just another way to stack AP.
Yep. For 1 CP, that's not bad. A trap
Pretty good.
well laid, 1 CP. Use it in the heroic intervention step of your opponent's charge phase. Select 1 Kroot unit that's not within engagement range of any enemy units, and that Kroot unit gets +1 attack. That unit can heroic intervene as if it were a character, and that unit can heroically intervene 6 inches.
Yeah, it's really good. And don't forget, Kroot carnivores are troops. So
Yeah.
they're OPSEC.
The fact that they can, the OPSEC, the 6-inch heroic is actually really good. The +1 attack is like, okay, decent, but you have to keep them alive. That's the thing. They are probably one of the squishiest things you have. But so far, like, there's a lot of stuff in this book that has, like, much bigger, like, warning signs. It's like, kill me, or devilfish, like, fish of fury, like, get in your face, like, crisis suits everywhere. And so, like, people are going to not, like, yes, you can shoot bolters at the Kroot if you want, you know, but it's going to be one of those, like,
there are significantly scarier threats you need to deal with.
And then they come in and they're like...
And it's little stratagems like this that win games.
Yep. The heroic intervention especially, because then you can like move and base a whole bunch of stuff in close combat.
Yep.
And with a 6-inch move, if somebody's like hoping to pile in and consolidate and get extra movement or get onto objectives or whatever, you could be like, nope.
You can block that.
Yep. Which is massive.
Also means if there's an objective that your opponent just charged onto and now they're going to take that from you, you could be like, and I have these OPSEC Kroot on here. Never mind, this is mine again.
So yeah, it is definitely like not to be underestimated, right? Recon Sweep, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Pathfinder team unit successfully completes the Fire Markerlights action, which is an action now. Putting Markerlights down is an action. We'll show you how that works in a second. Each time you roll to see if an enemy unit gains a Markerlight token, that action, add 1 to the roll, because normally it's on 3 pluses, you can put Markerlights down. That unit can make a normal move. So then after you can move as well, but it's actually really good. After you put your Markerlights down. Oh, that's actually
This
really neat.
does not stop you from charging.
No, it doesn't.
One of the few stratagems in the game where you can get basically a second move, and it doesn't have like a you cannot charge this turn.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Like you can't move to set the Markerlights down, like so you wouldn't be able to move. Like you stay still, put Markerlights down, but then you get +1 to the roll, and then you can move your Pathfinders. That's pretty good, actually.
It's also assuming Pathfinders don't have a way to like move into the Markerlight action.
No, Darkstride does. He has the ability to move and put a Pathfinder down, and I think drones can move while they're doing the Markerlight action.
Drones and vehicles can do it. I thought Pathfinders were like Darkstrider. They started the action at the end of the movement phase.
I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe they do. Let's check it.
Let's find out.
Let's find out right now.
There's also a whole thing with Monka about that.
Good. Okay. Oh, they do. Interesting. Yep. So they get to move. They have a 7-inch move. Then they would get to do their Markerlights action.
And then
they could move. Then they could shoot.
charge something. If you
Oh,
can make them
that's
obsec, you can go
so
steal an
that's a
objective with them.
14-inch move for
Yep.
them every turn for a CP. That's actually
Yep.
really damn good.
Yeah.
What?
There's
Ooh.
also another thing that's been a point of contention as well, as far as Montcog goes, along with actions. So Montcog lets you, until the end of your shooting phase, count as having remained stationary, even though you can move or advance or do whatever. The point of contention is, would that cause actions to fail?
Nope. Like, if you make the move, yes. But if you, like, were to move and then you could start an action after moving, you could advance and then start the action after moving.
It's like, would moving cause the action to fail at that point because you count as having not moved? It's been a whole thing online.
Oh, okay. So it's like a wait, we'll figure it out.
It really needs to be FAQ'd.
Sure.
But if they
Games
rule
Workshop,
that
get to it.
you can, that opens up a lot of possibilities for a lot of things, which I'm sure we'll get to in a bit.
Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, so then we have Shocking Firestorm. Ooh, shocking. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. When a Sept unit from your army is selected to shoot, select an enemy unit within 18 of that Sept unit. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that enemy unit is destroyed as a result of an attack made by a model in the Sept unit, the destroyed model counts as 2 for morale.
Pretty good.
Meh. Sure. Especially if you're playing Necrons and you really want them to fail morale.
Not just Necrons. Like, let's say you're playing against no, I'm just gonna pick on Dark Eldar because they're the boogeyman right now.
Actually, that's not bad against Dark Eldar, like grotesques.
Let's say you kill
Talos.
3 grotesques. Now you count as having killed 6.
The
3
other
plus,
one,
you lose more grotesques.
That's actually okay. Okay, granted. There's more to it than meets the eye. It's good against or buggies. Say you kill a buggy,
Buggies.
right? And you go, oh, it's a unit of 3 buggies. That counts as 2 models you lost now. So it's more likely that a buggy will run away without me having to kill the last buggy. That actually, okay. Yes, that actually is a good stratagem. In the specific situations that it's good in. And it's only once a year.
It's very situational, but when it comes up, it can make a very big difference.
Use this counter fire defense system, 1 or 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's shooting phase when an attack is allocated to a counter fire defense system model from your army. I'm assuming there's a weapon system or something that gives you that keyword.
Yeah, it's a support system, I believe.
The damage characteristic of that attack is changed to 1. If that model has a wounds characteristic of 14 or more, it costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1 CP. So it's for a single attack, right?
And
like
the
a single
bad part
shot.
about this, it's when it's allocated to a model, and that happens before saves.
Right.
So, like, let's say somebody puts, like a big scary gun into your Riptide, and you spend 2 CP to be like, it's 1 damage, and you're like, I'm just going to make the invul anyway, so...
Well, you could do that if you're scared. Say somebody shoots your Riptide, though, with, like, the 12 damage super gun, right?
Yeah.
And they go, I'm going to ignore your invuls. And you're like, okay, well, I'm going to 1 CP turn the damage from 12 to 1 for this one. And then with another CP, this drone over here is going to just explode. And I'm going to take 0 damage.
Yeah.
Like 1 damage, sorry. They take 1 damage. So I could see it being useful in, like, certain situations.
You didn't have to... Because the counterfire system was a support system in the old book. I'm assuming it's still the same thing now. If you don't have to blow a support system slot on it to unlock the stratagem, that changes it. But if you do, then it's like, yeah, there's probably other systems you'd rather have.
Yeah, this is very situational of a system, is what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. 1 CP, designated tasking. Use a stratagem in your command phase. Select a Tau Empire unit from your army that is not within engagement range of an enemy unit and contains both drone models and models without a drone keyword, so one that has drones and no drones. Split that unit into 2 units, one containing all of the drones and the other containing all of the models without the drone keyword. So, cool. If any of those drone models are docked with another model, set them up within 1 inch of the model they are docked with before splitting the unit. These drone models are no longer docked. So this is, I guess, the only way you can undock the drones from your Devilfish now.
Yeah.
Is with a CP.
Yeah.
If not, they're just part of the transport until you undock them. Cool. Yeah.
The thing.
Yeah, it gives you little units, more for zoning than anything, because drones really don't do much other than take hits and stuff for you. So, strike and fade, 1 or 2 CP. Use a stratagem at the start of your shooting phase. Select one Tau Empire jetpack unit from your army. You can shoot with that unit, and then it can make a normal move of up to 6 inches, and it cannot shoot again this phase. If that unit contains 5 or fewer models, excluding drones, it's 1 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. So, move, shoot, move for your suits. And it doesn't stop you from charging either.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's
So this
really
this
good.
strategy used to be Sept locked. In the old book, I believe it was Dal'yth or one of the other ones. It was one of the Septs you never played because they were otherwise terrible. But it's nice to see this on just like on everything now. And Crisis is getting jump shoot jump is something Tau players have wanted to get back for a long time. Although the interesting thing is this is any jetpack unit, so you can do it on things like the Riptide, the Ghost Keel.
Yeah, keep them alive. I love the fact that you can charge off to this. Like, imagine
you can charge off.
You can be like, I'm gonna move this unit 10, shoot, move it another 6, and
So you go
then
16
even
and charge.
charge you. Like, that's that's cool. And I'm talking charge not to do damage in the charge phase, as we've been talking about. Charging is more for extra movement, tying stuff up, getting onto objectives. Like, imagine if you were like, if I charge you, I'm OBSEC and I'm 3 models on an objective because I'm a custom Sept or whatever. Like, you can kind of combine those and be like, I'm gonna get really aggressive with this crisis suit unit, and like tie you up and stop you from scoring primary points and all this stuff. So that could be really handy in a pinch.
Oh, yes.
Or you can do it in the more traditional way, which is I have a bunch of guns, I step out from behind a wall, shoot you, and then jump back behind the wall. Frequency lock. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. These are now war gear stratagems. For 1 CP, when a Tau Empire model from your army is selected to shoot, until the end of the phase, each time that model makes an attack with a Seeker missile, missile rack, or a destroyer missile, that attack can target units with 1 or more Markerlight tokens that are not visible to the attacking model, and you can add 1 to the wound roll.
Pretty good.
Like,
+1 to wound, yeah.
This is really good. Like, the missile rack from this, that means you can literally shoot out of line of sight with a Skari for 1 CP. That is actually really, really cool.
Also, if you have something with like a lot of Seeker missiles on it, you could get +1 to wound on them.
Yeah, +1
which
to
isn't
wound
normally
is
a lot. But the Barracuda can actually have 4 taken on it.
And it's 1 CP for +1 to wound, and it's any Tau Empire model. Oh, it's a specific model.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you couldn't use it on a unit with a bunch of missiles, but you could pick
Which
a
would have been
model.
piranhas.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because that would have been stupid to have like 3-4 piranhas being like, oh, we all have Seeker missiles. Here you go.
That's pretty good. The +1 to wound is not bad, and I really like that shooting out of line of sight though. That's actually pretty neat.
It's very, very powerful.
For 1 CP, that's what the Sisters of Battle Exorcist one should have been.
Yep.
I believe Seekers are strength 9. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Alan says Sacea is pretty good. Yeah, we took a look at all the Tau Seps earlier. But so far, there's some good combos and stuff you can kind of build into this, which is awesome.
Oh, yeah, there's a ton of really good stuff in here so far.
This is going to breathe new life into Tau, like, ridiculously. It's going to be fantastic.
I don't even have the data sheet yet.
We haven't even gone to the cool stuff yet. Neural Web System Jammer, 1 CP. Use it at the start in your shooting phase. Select an enemy unit within 18 and visible to a Neural Web System Jammers unit from your army. Select one roll a d6 on a 3+ until the start of the next shooting phase. That every time they make an attack, it's -1 to hit. So they get -1 to hit in shooting and in combat on a 3+ and a CP. So you kind of have to have 3 things happen here. You need to have a System Jammer keyword. You need to be within 18 and visible. You need to use a CP, and then you need to roll a 3+. So
Yeah.
it's not bad. Like -1 to hit is pretty good on it. Like just in general, as like because it's not a dense cover or anything. It's like your -1 to hit. It could be very powerful, but you do have to kind of like check off all the boxes to make it happen.
Mm-hmm. And then it always sometimes working is a bit of a downer. But if it goes off in the right time, that could actually be very good.
Yeah. Repulsor Impact Field, 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when a battlesuit unit from your army is selected as a target of a charge. Until the end of the phase, subtract 2 from charge rolls made for any unit that declares a charge against that battlesuit unit.
That is very good.
For 1 CP.
For 1 CP. The cool thing with this, the Forge World Hazard Suits are just natively -2 to be charged. So you can stack that with that and make them -4.
Can you put them in a forest and make it -6?
Yeah, there's no reason you can't.
Unchargeable suits, you can literally be like 2 inches away, and that would be, you'd need to roll an 8.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, that's so silly.
Yep.
You like these hazard suits, eh? These Forge World hazard suits?
They're so cool. I just want them to be
Don't
good,
they have like
man.
1 million burst cannon shots too?
16.
Each?
Yeah, and they're like 60 points.
Oh, gross. Okay. But that one I think is one that will mess you up.
Oh yeah,
-2 to charge. It's just so good on any battlesuit unit.
Well, think about it
amazing.
for the Sisters matchup, for example. It's like normally they need a 9 on the Miracle dice to get that guarantee charge at a Deep Strike.
Yep.
Now they need to have an 11 in the bank.
Yep. Yeah, or it's impossible if they come out of Deep Strike and you're in a crater.
Yeah, or if you're in a crater or a forest or something with difficult, they just can't even charge you.
That's so good. That is
Sure,
like, that is like
compliment is
low-key
very-
one of the best strats in this book.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. It's very powerful when used right, and even like it can like flip like an easy like 6 or 7 inch charge and like an 8 or a 9.
Yeah. Yep. Ionized Shock Field, 2 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a model in an enemy unit is destroyed as a result of an attack made by an ion weapon. So there's a whole list of ion weapons. It's anything with ion in the name. Until the start of your next shooting phase, that enemy unit is not affected by aura abilities of other enemy units. So you can shut down auras affecting a unit with 2 CP. If you killed a model.
So another cool thing with this, and another thing for the Sisters matchup, I just like hating on Sisters.
You're like, hey, Chris Haynes, remember
Hey,
all
Chris
the
Haynes.
Sisters you used to love? I've got a lot of strats against them.
So imagine hypothetically there's like a Celestine sitting on an objective, bodyguarded by some Sacrosands.
Yeah.
Right? Bodyguard for Sisters, I believe, is an aura ability.
It is. I believe so.
You can
well,
like
any aura, like in the main rulebook, it actually defines any aura ability as something that affects units within a given range.
So the cool thing with that is you can like fly up an ion weapon, kill one of the Sacrosands with like a CIB or something. Or one of the ion weapons on the planes, because the planes all have them.
Well, it takes the auras for the unit. So you'd have to be able to shoot Celestine herself, and then she wouldn't benefit from the aura.
Does the unit not project its auras anymore? I thought that's
no,
what you
it
said.
projects its auras. It just cannot be affected by aura abilities of enemy units.
Oh, I misheard you. Okay,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
never mind.
So you can't shut off the auras of something. You stop a unit from benefiting from auras.
Oh, okay.
So it works really well, say, into the Death Guard matchup, where you have
Yeah.
like a guy with the plague, like aura of doom. So all the bolters get reroll wound rolls if they're close or whatever, and you could be like, I'm gonna kill a Blightlord Terminator and shut down your Plague Master thingy or whatever, so that that unit doesn't get all the rerolls that it wants.
Or
basically.
into the Drukhari matchup, we have that Coven stuff that's all +1 toughness because it's Oculus.
You'd be like, oh, I killed a Grotesque,
anymore?
no more -1 toughness for you for now. Yeah, which
Or if
then you
you're-
can stack with stuff.
Or if you're fighting something like Manny's Rack Carpet,
Yeah.
you kill one rack with like an ion gun. No, the other 19 are T4 and some Fire Warriors are like, oh, we went on 3s now. Cool.
Yeah, that would actually make a big deal in some situations. It's just something to keep in the back pocket. Then we have submunitions. This one was previewed by GW.
Yep.
When a hammerhead model from your army for 1 CP is selected to shoot, if that model is equipped with a railgun, instead of making attacks with the weapon that phase, select an enemy unit that is not within engagement range of any units from your army, and is within 36 inches and visible. Roll a d6 for each model in that unit, adding 1 to each to the roll if the unit has 11 or more models. For each 4+, they take a mortal wound to a max of 8 mortal wounds. So if you're shooting a big unit of gaunts, you can roll 20, 30 dice or whatever. There's no max to the number of models, the number of dice you can roll, but there's a max to the number of mortal wounds you can do.
So the cool thing with this is that it works even though your railgun might not otherwise legally be able to shoot. Like hypothetically, if you advanced and you weren't in Monka, or if you fell back, you can still just be like, and submunition, pew, take some mortals.
Yeah. Jesper asks, if you lose a model to overcharge, would you be able to use it on yourself? The ion thing? No, it's enemy units. Specifically. But I do like the submunition. It means that like it's not completely wasted. You know, even the railgun itself, if you hit a unit or you wound it, you do 3 mortals in addition, so you're more than likely going to kill like 4 models in a unit with 1 railgun shot, which is still pretty good. However, the submunition means that it's not completely wasted in like if you run into
those
a horde
really
or something.
big units, yeah.
Which it's like a Void Raven bomber, except probably not as scary because you need to be able to target something that you can target. Oh no, you could pick any unit, but you can't it's not. You do maybe 1 mortal wound to like a character or something.
Yeah, but if there's a character with 1 wound,
yeah, you could submunition a
be
character with 1 wound for sure. On a 4+, you die. Ooh, that's actually really cool. And there's no bodyguard that helps you from that.
Yep.
That's just nothing. Straight up. Okay, cool little tricks that there's like a targeted smite on a 4+.
And that would work for Celestine, because if you roll 2 4+s on the 3 dice, you kill one of the Gemini off.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're not in bodyguard anymore, or you kill the middle Gemini.
And then you're out of coherency range, and you're going to lose
the other one just dies, and there you go.
Yep. I like it. I like how we think about things. This is like weird ways to use stratagems. Okay, 1 CP photon grenades. Use a stratagem in your opponent's charge phase when a photon grenades unit from your army is selected as target of a charge. With an enemy unit, excluding vehicles and monster units. So you can't use it against enemy vehicles and monsters. Until the end of the turn, subtract 2 from the unit's charge roll. And every time a model in that unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. So if they charge you and you've got photon grenades, it's -2 to charge that unit, like the the repulsor field, and they're -1 to hit you, which will help keep your fire warriors alive, which then means they could shoot you with pistols in the next turn with the other stratagem.
It's also another thing because photon grenades have at least historically been on most of like the basic infantry things like fire warriors, the Kadra Fireblade, and all that.
Let's check.
It's probably still what it is.
So let's see. We've got Dark Strider photon grenades, Strike Team photon grenades, Breacher Team photon grenades. They've always had photon grenades. Yeah, that's cool.
Before you had to roll the hit with hit in Overwatch, now you
Pathfinders, photon grenades. No, this is just 1 CP and it just do it. You don't have to hit anymore with it.
The other cool thing with this is that if you have like a big melee unit that wants to do a multi-charge, for example, and like maybe a battlesuit unit and like a fire warrior team to clear them all off an objective.
Yup.
Now if they go for that multi-charge, you can potentially make their charge -4.
And if you're in a crater.
-6. And if that battlesuit unit's a hazard suit, potentially -8.
Pathfinders still have a grav inhibitor drone? Yes, they do. They can still buy a grav inhibitor drone, which I think makes it even harder to charge. Let's see
you
where
potentially have a -10 charge.
Ugh. No,
it's probably never going to happen.
You're not allowed to laugh. You're not allowed to laugh at this. That's not cool.
Yeah, again. I like being charged. I'll play Tau.
Now that we're talking about it, let's take a look at what this grav inhibitor drone does. Grav inhibitor drone, where are you? I love that there's 3 pages worth of drones. Subtract 2 from charge rolls made for a unit that declares a charge against this unit. So they just, with a grav drone, they're just -2 to be charged. And
So you
then
have a
with photon
pathfinder
grenades,
uses.
it's -4 in the open.
Yeah, that's very powerful.
That is so silly. You know what's really annoying about this is that it's like Tau is forcing you to shoot them rather than charge them with certain things like this. Like it's not a guarantee that you can just charge them and clear them. But then if they force you into a shooting game, the Tau win that shooting game because
Yeah,
they
'cause they just
shoot better
shoot
than
you.
you. So it's just anyway. That's the last stratagem. Which let us know in the chat. What's your favorite strat? Let us know with a comment. What's your favorite strat so far? What's your favorite strat, Devin?
Devilfish one.
The Devilfish one? Oh, I know, it's so good. I'm a huge fan of the Ghost Keel / Stealth Suit one for redeployment. I love anything that lets you redeploy because you can just be so silly. And I do like the fact that actually after you've noticed the Pathfinder team one, the move Pathfinders do Markerlights, get +1 to their Markerlight rolls, and then move them again. Like that means they can hide behind a wall, go out, do Markerlights, hide behind a wall again, get out. Like and they'll never be visible ever.
Or they could get out of a Devilfish, do Markerlights, then get back in the Devilfish.
Oh, that's right. You can fire and fade there. No, you can even do it after you move the Devilfish too.
Although, crisis suits are infantry now, so if you take like a bunker fortification or something, you can get your crisis suits out of the bunker, shoot, and then get back in the bunker.
Now you
those
can
crappy
remove a
little,
piece of terrain and be like, hey, I brought a... Why did you bring a Bastion? Ha! Because I've got my Crisis Suit infantry. We're in this Bastion now. They're going to jump out of the Bastion, shoot you, and run back into the Toughness 8 Bastion. Oh, you killed the Bastion? And I have to roll dice to see how many die? Good thing I brought drones. Unless drones are not infantry, in which case that wouldn't happen. But like...
I don't believe they're infantry now. But I believe...
so
no,
funny.
drones are infantry, but I think they can go in transports. But it might just be something for the
No, that's a Devilfish. The Devilfish allows the drone models inside.
The drones can't go on the Bastion.
Cool. But you could fire and fade into a bat. This is ridiculousness. That's what it is. See, look, instantly the stream, like, boop, everybody's like left already. That's so silly. Okay, so that's it. Let's dive into some of the prototype systems. Now, your prototype systems are essentially like your chapter masters and all that stuff, like the cool things you can purchase for your units, in addition to like cool relics and stuff like that, which are really neat. Cyberware says, I like the Pistol 2 strat. Jesper says, I really like the Markerlight and Move 1. Yeah, I really like that one too. That one's really good. Okay, so if your army is Battle Force and includes any Tau Empire detachments, not a auxiliary support, super heavy, or fortification network, then when you're mustering your army, you can upgrade any of the following models by giving them a prototype system. If you're playing Crusade, you have to use the requisition strat, not the normal one. And each one has a different point limit and increases the power level of the unit that you're upgrading as well. Jesper says, I love the way your thoughts are going. No, don't encourage him. Do not encourage. Do not encourage him at all. Please and thank you. No, we'll end up with some sort of weird meta list, which is like an Imperial bunker and a Bastion and an Imperial bunker with like a bunch of crisis suits inside. So you have to get through the toughness 8 bunkers before you can even start shooting the crisis suits. It's so annoying. Okay, so let's go through these. So they all have a different point value. Starflare ignition system. So that one is 20 points. It goes on a Cold Star Commander. Once per battle, when the bearer starts in or ends a move, or when it uses its high altitude maneuvers ability. So that's once per game they can like redeploy basically. It can use its prototype system. If it does, roll a d6 for each other unit within 3 inches. On a 2+, they take d3 mortal wounds. That is great if you're in combat. And also really dangerous for all your friendly models, because it's any other unit within 3. Yeah. Why would you pay 20 points to kill yourself, Devin?
If you're trapped in combat with a crappy character and you want to get him out.
Sure. Sensory negation countermeasures. This one is 15 points. Commander or crisis model only. Once per battle at the start of the fight phase, the bearer can use this prototype system. If it does, select one enemy unit within engagement range of the bearer's unit. Until the end of the turn, each time a model makes an attack, -1 to hit. So once per battle, -1 to hit in combat. And you can give it to a crisis model, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so you can have it on the unit crisis suits.
Yeah. You give it to the Shazray model, or the Bodyguard Shazray, or the Ghost Keel as well. You can have it too. That 15 points is not bad for -1 to hit once per game. Like, that could keep your crisis suits alive, like, in that clutch turn.
Yeah.
Nuno says, I bet Richard Siegler is saying it's payback time. Yeah, we'll see kind of like how that works for sure. So they have the alternating fusion blaster. This is a commander or crisis model only with one or more fusion blasters. It replaces one of the fusion blasters. Strength 12, Assault 1, Strength 8, -4, D6 plus 2 damage. If it hits, draw an imaginary straight line between the closest point of this model's base or hull and that of the closest model that you shot in the target unit, and make a wound roll against the target unit and each other unit. So a little, like, melt
So
a
it's
line.
like it's like the beam thing.
Yeah, but it's only 12 inches, though, so you lose 6 inches of range to potentially do multiple damage against lots of targets. Meh. Okay, how many points is this? The Fusion Blaster is 25 points and +2 power. That's a whole other crisis suit, almost.
Oh, yeah, it's expensive.
Yeah. The DW02 Advanced Burst Cannon. Commander or crisis model only, equipped with a burst cannon. It is a 18-inch, Assault 8, Strength 6, -1, 1 damage. And every time an attack is made against a model, it cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses. So,
Yeah, so it's another thing that can screw with like things like Gazgul, Catons, anything with a feel no pain. And then on top of the normal burst cannon, it's 2 extra shots, +1 strength and +1 AP.
question in the chat says, does Borkan increase it? I believe so.
It would, yeah, it increases all the weapon
It would
ranges by
increase
4.
all that, so it would increase to 16 inches on the Borkan. Yeah, makes sense. Nova Surge Plasma Rifle. This is a commander or crisis model equipped with a plasma rifle. It replaces the plasma. 30 inches, Assault 1, Strength 8, -5, 3 damage. And each time an attack is made with this weapon, invulnerable saving throws cannot be made against that attack. So, mini railgun.
Yeah, going rolls.
Sure. Everybody might go, ooh, Strength 8, -5, 3 damage. That's pretty much the stat of any plasma gun in the Tau book right now. They shoot thunderhammers.
Yeah, we should have a petition to make the plasma flamer on the Avara 3 damage again.
No. Thermoneutronic. Oh, sorry. The plasma rifle is 20 points, and the super burst cannon is 15 points.
Yeah, that burst cannon's really affordable.
Yep, the burst cannon's
What
not
you
bad. It's 8 shots too, so it's
is
like
8.
2 more shots, and it's 1 more strength than the normal burst cannons. Which, so you just that alone, the extra shots and the extra strength, it's not bad.
Also grotesque every time it shoots.
Pretty much, yeah. Commander Crisis model for the thermoneutronic projector, equipped with a Tau Flamer. So it replaces a Tau Flamer and has the following profile. It has a melee and a shooting profile, which is pretty cool. In shooting, it is 12 inches, Assault D6 plus 2, Strength 4, -2, 2 damage. So it's a -2, 2 damage, Assault D6, -2 Flamer. However, it doesn't automatically hit anymore, which is interesting. And then in melee, it's a Strength 4, -2, 2 damage melee weapon. But every time the bearer fights, it makes D6 plus 2 additional attacks with this weapon. So it's a flamer that doesn't auto-hit anymore. But in combat, it does 3 minimum extra attacks, up to 8 extra attacks at Strength 4, -2, 2 damage. Meh. What is this? Are you really going to be using that, Devin?
Yes. Yeah. That
You
flamer's
like it?
amazing. That's amazing.
You do like it. You
So
sound
if you
very excited.
So even if you just like don't even have like another melee weapon on your like on like a commander or something, and like not auto hitting isn't that big of a deal when you hit on twos.
Yeah, makes sense.
Commanders I believe still have 4 base attacks. Probably it's what they've
4 or
been forever.
5, yeah.
It's like
Depends on
4.
the commander. I think it's 4, yeah. 4.
So if you just give
4.
him that flamer, that'd be like D6 plus 6 attacks at strength 4,
Up to
negative
10
2, 2 damage.
attacks. Yeah, that's
It,
not terrible. At 2 damage, AP2. Okay, I could see it. And it's only 20 points. Just like a 20 point.
it's cheap and it's a marine killer, which is
Okay,
really
fair
nice.
enough. I do like the AP2 though. That is pretty neat.
Yeah, AP3 in Monka.
Oh, there you go. The Dominator Fragmentation Launcher. So that's a Commander Crisis Suit only. So this one is 25 points. 24 inches. Assault D6. Strength 5 -2 1 damage. Blast. Can shoot units that are not visible to the bearer. And every time you shoot with this weapon, if any hits are scored, it's -4 leadership from the models in that unit. If you just hit with it.
So remember that stratagem earlier where dead models count as 2?
The Dominator Fragmentation Launcher is the thing that will kill Talos without killing Talos.
Yep.
Because you can literally be like, I'm going to shoot this, I hit you, -4 leadership to your Talos. I'm going to shoot you and kill you. Oh, I killed one model. I'm going to make that one model count as 2 models. So now you're -6 to your leadership. Like, oh, okay, now you're going to potentially run on a 3+. You run, Mr.
Yep.
Talos. And then on a 1 or 2, the next
His
one
other
runs.
friend run. Also, you want to make a Stodes run away? This is how you do it.
Yeah, that's true. Or in a
Leader-
big... Yeah,
Leadership
Custodes with their
11,
leadership
get outta
11
here.
or whatever. You can
Get
kill
outta
one
here.
Custodes, and then their leadership now is 7. And then if you kill the one Custodes in the unit, now it's leadership 5. So they could actually run after just losing one model, which is normally impossible.
Yep.
Okay, there's some cool little tricks here. Internal grenade packs. So that was 15 points. Once per turn, after this model has moved in your movement phase, you can select a unit it moved across, and on a 2+, they take D3 mortal wounds. Cool.
Okay.
Resonator Warheads, Commander or Crisis model equipped with a missile pod. It's a 30-inch pod, Assault 3, Strength 8 -2 2 damage, so I guess it gains a strength. Each time the bear... Is it? Are they normally just 2 shots?
Missile pods, I believe, are just 2 shots.
Each time the bearer shoots, if any hits are scored against an infantry, beast, or cavalry unit, then until the start of your next shooting phase, half the move characteristic of models in that unit, and that's it. So if you just hit, the infantry, beast, or cavalry unit is half move within 30 inches.
Yeah.
And that is 30 points. That is the most expensive upgrade.
It's also one of the best ones in there. So Necrons have a Cryptic Arcana that does something very similar.
Mm-hmm.
For the Chronomancer, and it is like something you, at least for me personally, never leave home without that. Just being able to be like some scary melee unit, just being like, you're half movement. That's the difference between something charging you and not charging you that turn. And especially in this book, how easily you can stack negative charge modifiers.
Yeah,
like
even like an infantry unit that's really close. Okay, say you've got like an infantry unit close to an objective, you can half move it. So now the infantry unit's moving what, 3 inches, and
Yep.
say you're say you started 6 inches away from them. Now they move 3, they're within 3, and they want to charge you. That's normally a 3-inch charge, but even with like a -2, all of a sudden it's a 5-inch charge. And then if it's 9 inches, it's 3 inches more, so it's 8 inches if they were 9 inches away, right? Like, that's actually pretty good.
And also, the faster the unit, the more it gets hit. Things like Vanguard veterans, for example, they go from 12 to 6. They basically lose their jump packs.
Yeah, well, okay. So we're 30 points. I think so. I think movement is one of the ways you can win the game without killing anything. It's just movement stuff. Yeah. So Resonator Warheads, I think, is pretty decent. EH Disruption Suite. That one is 30 points as well. It's, again, another super expensive one. This is a Ghost Keel Battlesuit only. Once per battle in your command phase, the bearer can use the prototype system. If it does, it gains the following ability aura. While an enemy unit is within 12 of this model, each time your opponent selects that unit for a stratagem, and each time your opponent uses a stratagem when that unit is selected to shoot or fight, increase the CP cost of that strat by 1. Note that it's only increased by 1 for that use only and not for future uses. For a once per game thing, like, that seems a little too expensive for once per game thing, personally.
It's a bit on the pricey side.
Yeah.
Like, these prototype systems, some of them are really good. Like, the burst cannon's really good. The flamer, the fragmentation projector is quite good. The plasma one's kind of a meme. And then the resonator warheads is...
I do like the warheads a lot. I think that's one of my favorites. Stim injectors. Commander or crisis model only. The stim is 10 points, one of the cheapest ones. Once per battle, when a saving throw is failed for the bearer can use this prototype system. If it does, each time the bearer would lose a wound, on a 4+, it is not lost. So 4 up, feel no pain, once per game. When you fail the save, which is actually really good, so you can kind of pick and choose when you need it. It gives you a 4 up, feel no pain. So if you had a stim injector on a commander, you could potentially do stim injector on a commander against an attack. Now, it only works against a single attack, but then you could also do like a counter-fire defense system, if he has one of those, to make a damage of an attack 1, and then you can pass off to a savior protocols to a drone to make a damage 0 thing as well. So you could, with stim injectors, make a really tanky style commander that like is going to be very hard to dislodge, which I think is really useful.
Oh yes.
And it's only 10 points, so if you don't have anything else to do, Then we have the wide spectrum scanner. It's 20 points. Model equipped with an early warning override only, so you need a system for that. At the end of the reinforcement step of your opponent's movement phase, if the bearer is not within engagement range, it can shoot as if it were your shooting phase, but can only target a single eligible enemy unit that was set up within 12 inches of the bearer. So
it's an Auspex scan.
12-inch Auspex scan specifically for a model.
Yeah.
Cool. Because then you
go like a Riptide.
Yeah. Sorry, that was my son coming to say good morning. Because it is morning time. So then we go on to the Warlord traits. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yep.
Warlord traits. Precision of the Hunter. Each time a Warlord makes an attack, you can reroll, hit roll, and wound roll.
Yeah, so it's just attack, so not just melee, it's also shooting.
Yeah.
So that burst cannon I was really, really all up on.
Mm-hmm.
You could potentially build a Cold Star Commander with a high output burst cannon, 3 regular burst cannons, upgrade one of them to the prototype burst cannon, and then just have this guy dump out like 30 shots a turn that reroll everything.
And then, or you could take the Flamer and then do like reroll hits and wounds, or with the Flamer in combat too, or like in shooting. It's pretty. It's cool actually. It's not like makes him like a powerhouse.
A very big powerhouse. Like you want to watch a unit of Gene Stealers just disappear.
Shoot them with a bunch of burst cannons.
Yep.
That tends to work.
Yep.
Number 2, through Unity Devastation. This is an aura. While core units are within 6 inches. Each time a core model makes an attack, an unmodified wound roll of a 6, improve the AP of 1 by 1 on unmodified wound rolls of 6. Before you had to pick a unit, didn't you?
You picked one enemy unit that the Warlord could see, and then all Sept units within 6 got the +1 AP on 6.
Okay, so now it's just like an aura. 6 to wound is extra AP. Cool. With ranged attacks.
Yes.
A ghost walks among us. Each time an attack is made against this Warlord, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Each time this Warlord advances, do not make a roll. Instead, just add 6 inches to the move.
Yeah. More movement's never a bad thing.
No, not terrible at all. Through Boldness Victory. In your command phase, select a friendly core unit within 9. Until the start of your next command phase, that core models in that unit that make a range attack, unmodified hit rolls of 6 automatically wound. That could be really snazzy.
Yeah.
Exemplar of the Kauyon. After both players have deployed their armies and determined who has first turn, select up to 1 friendly Sept unit or 3 friendly Sept units if you picked Kauyon. Redeploy them. If this mission uses the strategic reserves rule, any of these units can be placed in strategic reserve without having to spend any additional CP. If
So
both
this is really...
This is good. I like this a lot.
Yeah,
It's a redeployment
this
strat.
is very good.
Yeah.
So if you go second, you could just, like, if you built your list properly, you can just choose to just go into Kauyon in that scenario. And if you took, like, 3 things that are just going to die if you go second, you'd be like, off into reserves for you.
Yep, often reserves or put them aggressive just in case you go first and want to like fish of fury people.
Yep.
And if you go second, you hide all your devil fishes and go, I'm going to wait for the late game or whatever, and you can kind of do it that way too. Yep.
Yep.
This is incredibly, like, anything that allows you to redeploy and stuff is incredibly good. The fact that you can also CP spend to put it on someone, right? Just be like, oh, I'm just going to have this. Just going to have this just in case I need it. It's really, really useful.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. Exemplar of the Montka. In your command phase, select 1 friendly core unit within 9. Until the start of your next command phase, every time a core model in that unit makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy unit within 9 or 12, if you selected Montka, you can reroll wound rolls.
Yep.
Yep. Just, reroll wound rolls. Sure. Why not? Just... Absolutely. That sounds so fun. That broadside unit that got really close to you is going to murder you. Or, you have to be really close, but Montka is that the early game one?
Yes.
Yeah. Say you took that, like, pre-game movement, like Sept or whatever, so you can pre-game move, get up nice and close, put some Montka stuff on people.
Or we just have like a crisis unit that's just auto-advancing 6 inches. They go 16, get within 12, trigger all their benefits.
Yep. So good. Especially if you have, like, either flame... Like, imagine with a big unit of flamer crisis suits.
Yep.
You just put it on a flamer unit crisis suits, auto-advance them, like 16 inches, or use a Cold Star battlesuit to make them 18-inch move. And then you just, just whee up the table and just, like, nuke something. Just like, brap, dead.
Also can't be understated, even if you're in Kauyon, this is still very good.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Kauyon thing being within 12 of the exploding hits, if you put, like burst cannons or something on a unit, and then it's like turn 3-4, you have the exploding hits, then you reroll all the wounds.
Yeah, or like rerolling everything. So characters: Shadow Sun gets Kauyon.
Yep.
Farsight gets Montka.
Makes sense.
Longstrike says through boldness, so can pick the core units that auto wound basically.
Yep.
Aunva is through Unity Devastation, so extra AP. Aunshi is Academy Luminary.
Yep.
Which is
the Dal'yth one, I think. Sacea, one of those ones.
Aunshi
Vior'la.
is that the Vior'la one?
I think it's Vior'la.
Interesting. Which is that one? Academy Luminary. So the CP regen one. Okay.
Yep.
Dark Strider. A ghost walks among us. Cool. So then we have our Kroot Warlord traits, if you do want to make an army of Kroot. I do like Kroot, they're pretty cool. Master of the Hunt is an aura, while a friendly Kroot unit is within 6 inches of the Warlord. Each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 12, they don't get the benefits of cover. Cool. Pack Leader is another aura, while a friendly Kroot unit is within 6 of the Warlord. Each time you make a charge roll for that unit, roll 1 additional d6 and discard 1 of the dice. Nice, so 3d6 charge for Kroot. Pick the 2 highest. That's actually not terrible.
It's not terrible.
Nomadic Hunter, aura. While a Kroot unit is within 6 inches of this Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, if that unit did not fall back, it counts as having remained stationary. So you can advance and shoot. Well, that's neat.
Yeah. It's not bad.
They're not terrible. If there's a decent amount of terrain on the table, Kroot are not terrible for what you get, in my opinion.
Yeah, they're certainly cheap enough.
Yeah, let us know in chat what your favorite one was. What was your favorite one? I like the Monka one. The Reroll Wounds one is like pretty epic. And the Precision of the Hunter one. I like that one too.
Callion and Precision of the Hunter are my two favorites.
Well, if you're going to take 3, I guess you're going to take Reroll Hits and Wounds, Callion to redeploy, and Monka to like pick a unit to just nuke something every turn.
Yep.
Which makes sense.
Oh, for sure. It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if you're in combat with like a unit of broadsides or something, and you're like, and I get reroll. Well, this used to be a CP, right? Like, you gave up your shooting to like give a unit reroll.
Commander used to give up their shooting, but there weren't any range restrictions for how close you have to be.
That is true.
But like, your commanders want to be shooting now because that reroll everything Warlord trait is so good.
It is really, really good. Plus, you don't want to be giving it up, right? So.
No.
Okay, here's some basic relics. So if you're, so these are relics you can give. So Puretide Engram Neurochip. While the bearer is on the battlefield, each time you spend a command point to use a battle tactic or epic deed stratagem on a 3+, the command point is refunded.
It's almost like a lot of your good stratagems are in those two categories.
Yep. Before it was what, on a 6 you got a stratagem back or something?
Yeah, for everything. Now it's on a 3+. So you're going to get a lot more often. You lost on that the free hit, wound, or damage reroll.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But your CPU regen's a lot more reliable now, which is probably better.
Mm-hmm. Honor Gauntlet. I love that this isn't just like one attack anymore. It's just a weapon.
No, it's just all of them.
It's just a weapon now. There's actually a picture of it. It's like just like a giant jackhammer on a. It's literally like a. This is right it. The Honor Dooncrawler. It's like literally just like a flat, like just a hydraulic like punchy thing. So funny. Battlesuit only. It's a strength 12, -4, 3 damage melee weapon. If you really wanted a Thunderhammer for your Crisis suit, you got one.
Now you got it.
Yeah. So this is one of my favorite, the Multi-Sensor Discouragement Array. And I love the lore about this. The lore is it was first designed as a non-lethal response to quell rioting civilians. And they've weaponized it for war. And it is like emits sonic frequencies and bursts of ultraviolet color. So it's like it's a strobe light that like makes you dizzy and want to puke, basically. At the end of the movement phase, select an enemy unit within 12 inches of the bearer. Roll 3d6. If the result is greater than the enemy unit's leadership characteristic, select one of the results below to take effect. You can either make them lose objective secure, you can halve the move characteristic of models in that unit, and halve charge rolls from models in that unit. And every time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, it can only target the closest target. So you can pick one of those 3 things to do, but I'm thinking some pretty crazy combos here. Like if you have a commander with a multi-sensory discouragement array, you can move to within 12 inches of a unit, roll 3d6, beat their leadership, halve their move and charge rolls, and then hit them with the missile to halve their move again, right?
Yep.
So then it's half a half, and then if they try and like charge you, they halve their charge rolls, and because it's a crisis suit that you just moved up, you could totally have like -2 to that charge roll as well. Like that's
grotesques.
Or grotesques or whatever. Like, just imagine just sitting there, like, 12 inches away from this big unit of nasty things and be like, can't touch
also
this.
Also good, because your commander can also just move 6 inches away after he shoots with the other stratagem.
Yeah, so it's actually 18 inches away. There's some really crazy combo stuff that you can do here to, like, make it really annoying for your opponent to fight you.
Also, if your commander is toss-up, you might just... Or you could have, like, another guy with that, or have, like, the relic to just, like, fly away when you get charged.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
that too.
Cool things you can do.
Solid image projection unit. Once per turn, the first time a saving throw is failed for the bearer, the damage is changed to 0, and it gives the bearer a 4-up invul save.
Pretty cool.
So this is for the tank commander. If you really wanted that tank commander, you have the, you can give him the stim injector, right? Then you give him a counter-fire defense system, you keep some drones next to him, and you can give him a solid image projection unit, and that commander becomes nigh impossible to kill with
that guy does not die.
conventional means. Yeah.
That guy doesn't die.
Then you have the Advanced EM Scrambler. Enemy units that are set up on the battlefield as reinforcements cannot be set up within 12. And in your command phase, select an enemy unit within 6. And until your next command phase, that unit cannot be affected by aura abilities, excluding those that are psychic powers or other units from your opponent's army. So you're looking at what? I like this one for the anti-Genestealer cult. Just have a dude in the back stopping Genestealer cult from showing up within 12 inches of you to be like, no, stay away. This is my area of the table. Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, other than that, that's pretty much what I would use it for. Then we have the Borth Rod Gland. Croup model only. Once we battle in the command phase, the bearer can use... bearer can use it. Hold on 1 second. Until the start of your next command phase, they get an aura. While friendly Croup units are within 6 inches, add +1 to their attack and +1 to their strength.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's decent. There's some good Croup stratagems in here, right? Like,
yeah.
And the strats and the relic, the Warlord trait's not bad. Orthu's Lantern. Models equipped with a Markerlight only. Each time this model performs the Fire Markerlight's action, roll 5 additional d6s, each of which cause the enemy to gain an additional token on a 3+. I guess you'd give that to like a Cadre Fireblade or something?
Yeah, it's the only thing that can have it. It's
Yeah,
the only
makes sense.
non-named character with a Markerlight. Or no, the Farsight Marksman. The Farsight Marksman.
That's the guy. The Farsight, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
The Humble Stave. I really like this relic. Ethereal model only. In your command phase, the bearer can intone an additional invocation, and it can add +1 to the roll. So they are inspiring on a 2+ instead of a 3+. It's like a Master of Sanctity, except it's a relic instead of like an upgrade that you buy. Cadre Fireblade, Kindled Blade is a Fireblade model only. Once per battle, you can use the relic. It becomes an aura. While friendly Fire Warrior team is within 6 inches, that unit automatically passes morale tests. I'm going to skip that one. A Neuroempathic Nullifier, Ethereal model only. Once per battle in your command phase, the bearer can use this relic. If it does, select an enemy unit with an 18 invisible and roll a d6 on a 2+. Until the start of your next command phase, the target cannot perform actions. Once per battle, you can pick a unit with an 18, and on a 2+, they can't do actions.
Somebody's trying to get their last rod points.
Yeah, it'd be good for like point stuff, but there's so many other really good relics. You know what I mean? Like it's a good relic. It's competing with better relics.
That's the problem. It's very situational.
Yeah. Eduardo Paredes says, "Fishmen are back. I'm terrified."
You should be.
Don't encourage him. Don't encourage this man that's sitting with me in the screen.
Please encourage me.
The Beagle Hunter's Plate. Add 1 to the armor saving throws made for the bearer, and each time the bearer would lose a wound, they get a 5+ ignore damage. So a tanky commander.
You have a 1+ Iridium commander with that.
Yeah. Then we have the Catched Crew. Model equipped with a Croup rifle only. This relic has the following profile. 24 inches rapid fire 2, strength 5, AP 2, 2 damage. Each time you select a target for this weapon, you can ignore Lookout Sir. And it becomes a sniper, basically. So unmodified wounds of 6 does a mortal wound in addition to normal damage. But within 12, that would be 4 shots. Strength 5 -2, 2 damage. Yeah. Meh. If you like Croup and you want to do a themed game, sure. Might as well. I really like the new Warlord traits and relics. Oh yeah, my favorite, by the way, is the multi-sensor discouragement array. I just love that relic so much.
Yeah, that one's really cool. I think my favorite relic is still the Tau Sept runaway when you get charged one.
Yes, the Tau one.
It's so good.
Yeah, that is great. But the fact that you can have like one free relic and then buy 2 more. You can actually pick 3 of the relics, and kind of make some cool combos there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, moving on to the invocations of the Ethereals. So the invocations of the Ethereals. So we have Storm of Fire. So select a friendly Tau core unit that's not a Farsight enclave within 6 inches. That unit can make range attacks without the action failing. So fire and shoot do actions. Number 2, Sense of Stone. If this invocation is inspiring, select a friendly core within 6 inches. And each time a core model in that unit would lose a wound, they get a 5-up Feel No Pain. That one's a huge buff on one unit. Went from a 6-up aura to everybody to a 5-up for one unit.
Someone's trying to get your attention.
Sorry, my kid asked me a question. Okay. 3, Zephyr's Grace. If this invocation is inspiring, select a friendly core unit within 6. Each time a ranged attack is made against that unit, if it did not remain stationary, subtract 1 from the hit roll. Sure. Power of the Tides. If this invocation is inspiring, select a friendly auxiliary unit within 6, and that unit gets +1 to wound every time they attack. That's in both shooting and in combat. So that'd be pretty useful if you want to do Vespid or something like that, I think.
Vespid, come on. Let them be good after 6 editions.
Yeah, Jesper does say broadsides with a 5+++. Yes, broadsides with a 5-up Feel No Pain, or like a big unit of Crisis Suits with a 5-up Ignore Damage. Like, they're going to be tough to get rid of. Like, really tough to get rid of.
Oh, yeah.
Did they all go up a wound, too? Did they go to 4 wounds each?
Crisis Suits, I believe they did.
Crisis Suits are 4 wounds each. Unless they were always... Broadsides?
No, they were 3 before.
Were they 3 before? Yeah, so they went up a wound. And then broadsides are 8 wounds each.
They were 6 before.
They were 6 before?
Yep. Should know I ran 9 of them in a list.
Yeah, okay. Last time you ran 9, it was the fastest time I got tabled, okay? Because I didn't go first, and I was playing Venom Spam. And you
no, I seized on you, that's what happened.
Oh, that's right! You dirty... You totally seized on me. It was like, and your whole army's gone. I was like, oh...
That's fine, like, the rest of my team got...
Oh, that was it. That was when Shadow Sun, her 3 invulnerable save... 3-up invulnerable save, like, drones, soaked up my entire shooting for a turn. Oh, man, that was such a game.
The little drone that could.
It's silly. Anyway, Unifying Mantra is the 5th one. If this invocation is inspiring, when a friendly core unit is within 6 inches of the Ethereal, they can reroll morale tests and add +1 to combat attrition. Sure. Wisdom of the Guides. If this wisdom is inspiring, you gain a command point. I think that one's just like the one you want to take, if anything, all the time. Get a command point, and then you put this little humble stave on. So you put, I want a command point every turn, and then one of the other ones, which I would say the best one is the Feel No Pain.
Yep.
Like, you put Feel No Pain on a unit, you get a command point every turn, and that's like what your Ethereal does. You just sits there doing that.
I think the special character Ethereals just do it on 2s.
The special characters do, I believe, yeah. If you want to buy the special characters, which you can do as well.
Tau Sept to me, so just take Space Pope at that point.
Space Pope. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Okay, so that's it for invocations. Those are 2 favorites. We're going relics, Warlord traits. So, chapter-approved rules. Then we're going to kind of jump over all the Crusade stuff. And then we get to the nitty-gritty of the actual units. And 3 pages worth of drones. Who's excited about drones? This guy. This guy right here.
I like drones.
Yeah. Okay, chapter approved rules. So picking a secondary has been super important in 9th edition, especially for match play. let's see what they got. Now, Devin, you play a lot of match play, so you'll be able to sort of give us an idea of what would be good for this. Ethereal's regenerating a CP on a 2+ every turn with a Warlord trait, and then Crisis Commander's regenerating a CP on a 3+. Yeah, basically you're going to have lots of CP, and there's tons of strats to use in this book that are 1 CP. There's you're going to be able to use strats all the time for everything. It's actually kind of crazy. Okay, Shadow Operations. So this is Shadow Operations, so it competes with Raise the Banners and Teleport Homers. So it's aerospace targeting relays. So if you select this objective, place an aerospace designation marker halfway along each battlefield edge. So it's on the edge of the battlefield, and it's on the middles of the corners, basically. So if you split the table into two, it's in basically where the table lines intersect on the edges. One or more infantry unit from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase. Each unit from your army that starts to perform this action must be within 6 inches of a different aerospace designation marker that has not been that you've not completed. Basically, it's completed at the start of your next command phase or at the end of the battle, whichever comes first. This action is successful. You have a target relay installed. At the end of the battle, you score it. If you do all 4, it's 15. If you do 3, it's 9, 2, 1, 2. It's like a retrieve Nachman data, but it's a little different. Instead of having to be inside of the table quarters, right? You have to just be within 6 inches of the little corners, so the edges of the table, and you have to survive an entire battle round to do it, or do it in your last turn when you go second, and just complete them all at the end of the game after you've tabled your opponent.
If you had those devilfish, and you're in Calyon, you could just get a bunch of Fire Warriors out and be like, okay, do these 3 actions.
Yeah. You could be like, I'm going to do these 3 actions. This unit's going to shoot. And I'm going to charge you with a bunch of crisis suits while my units do actions. And if you shoot my units, you're not shooting the stuff that's going to murder you.
Can characters do it?
It's any infantry.
So, yeah, characters can do it. You just bodyguard a character and have them do it.
That is very true. Okay, so it's not terrible. Is it better than banners? Yeah, in some cases. Is it better than teleport homers? Yeah, in some cases. Is it better than going into the middle and trying to murder everything in the middle? Sure. Then we have a battlefield supremacy. Decisive action. This one competes with Stranglehold, and it also competes with Engage on all fronts, for example. If you selected Monka Tactical Philosophy at the start of the battle, then at the end of your turn in battle rounds 1, 2, and 3, score 4 points if you control half or more of the total number of objectives on the battlefield. So it's like a maximum of 12 points for doing Stranglehold in turn 1, 2, and 3.
But the good thing with the 6 objective missions, and also the 1 4 objective mission as well, is it's half or more.
Oh, so
3 and more than your opponent.
So it's actually really good in those missions where you literally have half the objectives right next to your deployment.
So let's say you're playing Overrun, for example. You just score 12 points.
Oh, that's so good. You don't even have to leave your area to go do it or stop. You don't have to kill anything.
Overrun, Retrieval Mission, or whatever they're called now. They change all the names.
I like that, actually.
Battle Lines is another one that's really easy to get the 12 on. It's really good in those missions where picking those, control parts of the map secondaries become very difficult.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you can send a stealth suit to the edge, says Jesper. Yeah, 100%. If you selected Calyon, it's the same, but it's on battle rounds 3, 4, and 5.
And even with Calyon, that puts your opponent into a difficult position on those missions, because they want to come close to you to stop you from scoring your secondary, but then they just get blasted by Tau Calyon shooting at the end of the game.
Yeah, because then they're really close to get all the exploding hits or whatever, and you can really play defensively and hide, and then just pounce at the end of the game. And you only have to hide for 2 turns. You know what I mean? The game is decided turn 3 and 4. usually. Like, that's when the game
Usually,
is
yeah.
usually decided. Like, the hefty part of the game. So that's actually kind of crazy. And then we have no mercy, no respite. I don't remember which ones that competes with. Is that assassinate?
Assassinate, no prisoners,
No
grind.
prisoners to the last? I think it's to the last. There's no mercy, no respite.
So,
So maybe then there's the other one, which is anyway. Let us know in chat. If you selected Montka at the start of the battle, then at the end of the battle round 1, 2, and 3, you score 1 point if 1 or more models were destroyed, and you score 3 points if 3 or more models were units. 1 point if 1 or more units were destroyed. 3 points if 3 or more units were destroyed. So kill units in the first 3 battle rounds, and the same is the second part is kill units at the end of the battle rounds, depending on what you took.
oh, it still caps out at 12.
It does.
I don't know how much better
No, it
than...
caps out at 9.
No,
So
because you
each
score
of the
1 for
following.
killing 1,
Yeah,
and then 3 for
Okay.
killing 3 or more.
Okay, so yeah, 4 if you do both. Cool.
But like, if you're doing the ones where it's like kill 3, and you're doing that consistently, like, you're probably just better off taking grind at that point.
Because you have to kill 4 units, basically, right?
Yeah.
Or kill 3 units every turn for the first 3 turns. I don't like being forced to do it on like turn 1, 2, and 3. Like turn 1 and 2, it's good players will rarely commit a lot of their army. So it's going to be hard for you to score in the early parts of the game if you take that Montka.
Yeah, I don't like that one.
Yeah.
I think grind is just better to take. The one where it's like the not stranglehold one, I think is situationally very good.
Mm-hmm.
And same with with the
relays.
action one too.
I guess it's good to have the option, right? Right. You can always pick one of these just in case, and kind of work from there.
It also seems like hopefully they learned their lesson from secondaries like Herd the Prey and Purifying Ritual.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's just this book secondary that's just like an auto 15 points. So hopefully they learned their lesson from that.
Yeah. Crusade rules for Tau is about creating your own worlds and being a diplomat, basically like expanding the empire. It's kind of cool, taking over planets and stuff. So just it's crazy how Tau are like all just super expansionist or whatever. They're just like, and we're going to be super expansionist.
Yep.
Okay, so onto the data sheets and the special rules and abilities. We're in the final stretch now, Devin. You've been a trooper, hanging out with me for almost 3 hours. How you feeling? How you feeling?
Tired.
Tired? Yeah. How's the gut check for everybody in chat? Thank you for hanging out with us today. Hope you're having fun. If you just put this on in the background, excellent. I hope you're painting, having a good time. Click that like button if you haven't already. That sort of thing. Just show me that you care. Okay, so data sheets. The Sept keyword. Most Tau Empire units are drawn from a Sept. When you include such a unit from your army, you must nominate which Sept it is from, or place the Sept keyword in every instance on its datasheet. While the Farsight enclaves are not themselves a Sept, for all rules and purposes we treat them as such, and the Sept keyword can be replaced with Farsight enclaves keyword. If your army is battle-forged, you cannot include units from 2 different Septs in the same detachment. You can find out more about that in the core book, etc., etc., etc. So then we have the weapon profiles, etc. Then we have the philosophies of war. So if every unit from your army that's not an auxiliary or supreme commander or unaligned is from the same Sept, then at the start of the battle, after you have determined who gets to go first, and I think that's the most powerful part of this, is that you know who's going first before you pick, you can select one of the philosophies, either Montka or Kalyon. So Montka, now if both players have it, then the player who has the first turn chooses first. So Montka is in battle rounds 1 through 3, and Kalyon is in battle rounds 3 through 5. And they each give you a bonus that affects you basically during those battle rounds. You get a special bonus. So, if you pick Montka, that one is the aggressive early game one. Every time you make a normal move or advance in your movement phase, until the end of your shooting phase, you count as having remained stationary. So you can advance and shoot, essentially, or move and shoot with heavy weapons without penalty for the first 3 turns of the game. That means that you're like moving around like crazy.
Yep.
And then the second part of this is every time a model in this unit, so makes a ranged attack that targets the closest enemy unit within the range shown, you improve the AP by 1 and can re-roll wounds of 1. So it starts at 18 inches, then goes down to 12, then goes down to 9. So first turn, if you shoot the closest thing with 18, you get plus 1 AP and reroll 1 to wound. Then within 12, then within 9. And making your shooting very reliable early in the game against the closest thing. So you can move up, target a close unit, nuke it, then move to something else, target it, nuke it, then move to something else, target it, nuke it. So it's about doing a lot of damage early in the game. What do you think about Monka?
Monka is very powerful. It's really good if you go first at like the double fish thing. The downside though, is that you have to target the closest unit. So like, let's say you like kick the crap out of something, but there's like one guardsman left alive, and you have your giant crisis unit that you have to shoot with. You either shoot that guardsman or you don't get your bonuses.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. But it's good to have like little stuff that can shoot. You know, like devilfishes with SART missile systems or something. Just like shoot that guardsman off. You know, just do little things like that.
You're gonna want to take like some like smaller shooting platforms that can just like clean up those like almost dead units. And not just rely heavily upon like one super like screw you kind of thing.
Scott says the Tau Sept strat is different. It works in CC now. No. The Tau Sept strat is focused fire. It is in your shooting phase, and it's until the end of that phase. Yeah. So, well, it works in CC if you're shooting into CC, if that's what you mean. Yes. Yes. Good morning, Colin. What's going on? Colin Duffy says, "Good morning, Devin."
Good morning, Colin.
Okay, so then we have the Kauyon. So Kauyon is battle rounds 3 through 5. So this is the Patient Hunter. Not the Killing Blow, which is Monka. Killing Blow. I love the Tau philosophies. They're so fun. Okay, so in battle rounds 3 through 5, your units can fall back and shoot. Right? So that's in the 3rd to 5th battle rounds. If they're in combat, they can fall back and shoot. And every time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack, they're -1 to hit roll if they fall back. So it means you can't be pinned down. All units can fall back and shoot in those like late turns of the game when things are getting close and personal. You can fall back and shoot, but you're -1 to hit. Which does sting because you go from like 4s to 5s, and you kind of need those Markerlights to like offset those hit penalties.
Yeah, but in some scenarios, it's better than not shooting.
It's better than not shooting at all. Or having to stay still and
or if you're trapped in combat, you have to shoot the thing you're fighting. You can fall back and shoot something more valuable.
Yeah, each time a model in this unit makes a range attack, and this is the thing that I really like.
Yeah.
If you target the closest enemy unit within 12, and that unit is not in engagement range, and you didn't fall back, then an unmodified hit roll will score an additional hit. So if you're shooting stuff within 12, on 3rd turn, you get exploding 6s. On the 4th turn, you get exploding 5s. And on the final turn of the game, the last-ditch effort to get as many points as you physically can, you get exploding 4s. That means every 4+ to hit literally gives an additional hit against the closest unit. That is ridiculously powerful.
So there's a few cool things with this. First is that it works in Overwatch.
Nice.
Really? Yeah, it just says whenever you shoot.
Oh my gosh, it does.
Yeah, so...
Ugh.
So let's just say hypothetically on turn 5, clutch charge that your opponent needs to make, new Overwatch, right? You're effectively at that point hitting on 4s with exploding 6s.
Yep.
Because like even though a 4 naturally would miss, like you score 1 additional hit, 0 + 1 is 1, so... There you go.
That is so silly.
Yep.
Oh, well, I like it because it does mean that like if at the end of the game you want to really focus your fire and get rid of like enemy units, and it just means that even though you might have taken some damage throughout the course of the game, like at the end of the game you will feel like you haven't been taking damage because you're still going to be doing like a high consistent amount of damage like you would have at the beginning of the game, if that makes sense. Like it sort of offsets your attrition, And I think that's really powerful late game.
Or if you've taken things like characters, like you have like a lot of commander platforms for shooting, or like things like Riptides. Even if they're damaged, you can always just use the strat to use your top bracket.
Oh, 100%.
There are cases where you can just completely just ignore the damage you've taken, either because you just haven't taken it, or because you just have strats that can just offset it.
Yeah.
So this gets very powerful very quickly towards the end. I think Monkhoff's been more of the internet favorite just because it takes effect right away.
Yeah.
But it really promotes a very aggressive style of play, which can be very good, but you can... I think it's very quickly to fall into the trap of overextending with that.
Or not, if you, like, happenstance don't do enough damage and you've committed to the middle of the board, and then all of a sudden, or,
You're
you know, the sides of the board, like, if you overcommit, even with Tau, like, it could, even with all the stuff that we talked about, you overcommit, and your opponent kills too many of your things too quickly, they will win late game, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't, like, actually hit them hard enough that they don't stand back up. And it's harder to use something like Monka, especially on tables where there's like a lot of terrain and things like that, where somebody can actually really hide. Yes, you can advance and get around and do angles and stuff, but a smart opponent will be like, oh, I went first, and then you go, I'm going to pick Monka, and they're like, I'm going to hide for 2 turns. You know, you're not going to get many points off me. You know, I'm just going
to wait the Monka out.
Right, exactly. You know what I mean? And it's smart plays sort of like to do that.
Whereas I think with the Kallion, if you pick that, your opponent's like, I gotta kill this guy before his army gets stupid.
Yeah, because I have played against Tau, and that late game is the most dangerous part of the Tau army. Like, that late game is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And I think that can really force people into making bad decisions where they either, like, don't commit early enough and then they just get screwed in the late game, or they overcommit early and get punished for it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Going first with Kallion will only let your enemy have 2 turns, basically, says Jesper.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Like, you literally, it's a counting timer. You're like, okay, 1 turn. I'm going to take some objectives because I don't even need to leave my deployment zone because I have 3 objectives and I'm going to score 4 points. Oh, look. Or, no, it's, sorry, that's in the late game with that. But, like, if you don't come contest me, I'm going to score primary. You know, I'm going to maybe score my to the last or whatever because I'm just going to play defensively this game. And it forces your opponent to come at you, and then like turn 3, you just like just jump on them. Super fun. Okay, so abilities. All battle suits can now shoot into combat, which is awesome. They're infantry, and they can shoot into combat if they're a battle suit, which is neat. They are if they shoot heavy weapons, they're -1 to hit. But most battle suit weapons are assault anyway.
Yeah, the overwhelming majority are assault. Really, it's only broadsides that have heavy weapons.
Okay. You know, maybe the odd, like Riptide that might have heavy weapons or whatever. Sure.
Yeah, but they could shoot into combat anyway because they're vehicles. So
they are. So battle suits, it's just mainly for broadsides and crisis suits and commanders. Now they can shoot into combat. That's a big deal. It does mean that they took away like automatically Overwatch, right? Like they took away that. That's not a mechanic that Tau has anymore. So it's not like when you charge them, they just shoot you like another shooting phase. Now you charge them, you can potentially do damage, but if you're still in combat with them, like they're just going to shoot you, right? So, and I think that is better in a way.
As a change, I like it because like you're not just castling up with your drone castle anymore, and that was just like it wasn't that fun to play. It was no fun to play against.
Also, stealth suits, says Jasper. Yeah, 100%.
And this, I think, promotes a far more dynamic style of play.
Yeah.
Whereas before it was just like just castle up in your drone castle and charge me and I just get another.
It means they can play across the whole table. They can play across the whole table. Like units can be a little bit more independent, and it's not like I remember playing against your Tau. Like a single successful charge, like just messed up everything.
Yeah. Unless you had like a Monkoff from a commander in your back pocket to give you fallback and charge.
Mm-hmm.
Like you were just boned.
Right. Stealth suits getting the ability to shoot into combat feels impactful. They do have a lot of shots, so
they do. Yeah.
So then we have Markerlights. So units that have a Markerlight can do an action now. So you start this action at the start of your movement phase, unless you have a rule that allows you to do it at the end of your move phase, like with a Pathfinder team or a
or Dark Strider.
And then you basically do the action. It is completed at the end of your movement phase, basically, before your shooting phase. And what you do is for each model that is equipped with a Markerlight, you roll a d6. On a 3+, you can put a Markerlight on a unit. So you basically do the action. You can select enemy units. So say you've got 10 Markerlights in the Pathfinder unit. You can select up to 10 different units and do one into each, or put like 2 or 3 Markerlights into each different unit, up to 5 different units with 2 each, or whatever it is, within range and line of sight. And then you roll dice on a 3+. For every 3+, you put a Markerlight token on that unit. And that's it. It's just, there's no hit rolls. It's just you do the action, and then you roll the 3+. It's kind of like the hit, but there's no like dense cover modifiers or anything like that. You just put a Markerlight on them. And every time a Tau Empire unit, excluding auxiliary units, unless you're in that Sept that we talked about, shoots, you can burn a Markerlight to get +1 to hit. And that's it.
Yeah,
It's
there's no
super
more
simple.
stupid table of things that were useless half the time anyway.
Right. You were always trying to stack the Markerlights to get that +1 to hit anyway, except you needed like 7 Markerlights or whatever to like. And then if somebody was like, "I'm going to make you -3 to hit," and you'd be like, now I need a 6 to hit you with a Markerlight," and then you had to use a stratagem to get extra Markerlight hits, and then you needed this and that and the other, and there was like, it was so complicated to use the Markerlight system, where now it's just
Now it's
I do an
simple.
action, I want 3 rolls on this unit, 3 rolls on that unit, 2 rolls on that unit, or whatever. Roll your dice. You've got the Pathfinder strat to get +1 to the roll, and then they can move after or whatever, like if you really needed to. And then, this crisis suit is you shooting at that unit with 3 Markerlight tokens on it. I'm going to burn one of the Markerlights, get +1 to hit, and that's it. And now they have 2 Markerlight tokens left. Like, it's just so simple. I really like that system a lot better.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah. Of course, things like drones can actually start the action and then move after starting the action, but they still have to they still have to see. Oh no, that means they can start the action, then move out, and then pick a unit in range.
Because you don't select you don't select the target until the action completes.
Correct. Which I think is really useful for drones as well.
It is. It makes marker drones very, very useful. What this does hurt is like the little marker light on like a unit Shazwi. That's what that hurts.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's like you're not gonna get that anyway.
Can you give Markerlights to the? Can they have Markerlights in the unit sergeants still? Yeah, the Shazwi can have a Markerlight.
Yeah. It's like a little upgrade. The Kadja Fireblade has one too.
Yeah, and the Breacher can as well.
Yep.
So you can still give your unit champions Markerlights. So if you don't want to move your troops or whatever, you can just sit them there. They can also put a Markerlight on something. That's pretty neat, actually. And they can it's a network Markerlight, basically, so they can give themselves +1 to hit if they don't want to move. Well, on a 3+, but
on a 3+, yes.
Yeah.
But...
Interesting. That's neat, actually. Okay. At the end of the shooting phase, you remove all Markerlight tokens. So they're not like crossfire markers that then give like additional things like uses of stratagems in combat and stuff like that, like fight last or deny Overwatch or whatever. Like, it's just for the shooting phase. I'm going to shoot you with a Markerlight. I get +1 hit. Yeah, I like it. You can burn multiple. Each time a model in that unit makes a range attack against a unit with 1 or more Markerlights, add +1 to hit roll. Yeah, so it's just +1 to hit. You can't stack them. And then after the unit is making attacks, remove a Markerlight token.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
So there's no stacking them, unfortunately. If you're like shooting at something with dense or an aircraft or something like that.
Alexander says, so Pathfinders can move into line of sight, do the Markerlight action, then move back behind line of sight. Yes, with a stratagem. They can definitely do that. Manta Strike is basically Deep Strike, 9 inches away. Ambushing Predators is you can make a 7-inch normal move before the game starts. I'm assuming that's Kroot stuff. And Inspired to Greatness is in your command phase, select a friendly Tau Empire core or auxiliary unit within 6 inches of the Ethereal. And until the start of your next command phase, that unit can do an action, and it can make ranged attacks without the action failing. Nice. So Ethereals just have that thing?
Yeah, then they have a prayer. They can put it on a second thing.
Nice. They just have that already, just built in? That's neat, actually.
Apparently.
Okay, drones. You ready? Let's take a look at some drones. Because it's
Frisbee.
Tau Drone Empire. So most drones move 10, except for an interceptor drone that moves 20. They're strength 3, toughness 4. They hit on 5s, weapon skill, ballistic skill. They have 1 wound each, unless you're a shield drone or a shielded missile drone that has 2 wounds each. They're leadership 6, and they have a 4-up save. That's the standard drone profile. All drones have the following abilities. They can deep strike, so Manta Strike, valued sacrifice, drone models in the unit that are destroyed or ignored for morale, artificial helpers, drone models are ignored for lookoutser, they're ignored for unit starting strength and half strength, and determining the unit's toughness, and then linked parameters. If this unit contains only drone models, this unit cannot perform actions, and loses objective secured if it has it, and cannot gain it through any means. And then docked drones, they basically count as part of the unit in terms of weapons. So like docked drones on a devilfish, their weapons count as the devilfish weapons. You cannot allocate attacks, and that model is not on the battlefield. And if the model it is docked with is destroyed, the drones are destroyed. So no more killing the devilfishes and then the drones kind of like popping out randomly. Unless you use the stratagem to undock the drones, and then they can go do their thing.
Mm-hmm.
All drones have the following keywords. Drone and fly. For the purposes of interacting with terrain features, drones count as having the infantry keyword. So you can benefit from cover and stuff too. Nice.
They can also coup a man through walls in the charge phase.
However, they are not ignored for objectives and stuff, like I thought they were. They just don't have OPSEC, and they can't do actions.
Unless they're part of a unit that has OPSEC.
Correct.
So like,
Correct.
drones part of like a fire warrior team will have OPSEC, but if you split them off, they lose it.
Interesting. So you get all the benefits of like them counting as part of the unit for like objective holding or whatever, but they don't count for like. That's actually so. Drones are really useful still, in lots of different ways.
The problem with drones and fire warrior teams, for example, is that it puts you at 11 models at the minimum, so you're very vulnerable to blast.
To blast. Yeah, that's where the blast comes. Can you stack Markerlights to get a 2+ to hit? No.
Nope.
So Advanced Guardian Drone. So the Advanced Guardian Drone is a 4-up invulnerable save, and this unit cannot be selected as the target for ranged attacks unless it's the closest eligible target to the firing model. These advanced targeting drones are on Shadow Sun.
Yep.
They're so dumb. Literally, it's bodyguard drones, so you can never shoot her unless she's the closest. Ever.
Yep.
It's so silly. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm reading this. Command Link Drone. Command Link, add 3 inches to the range of this unit's aura abilities to a max of 12. So each time a model in this unit uses an ability in your command phase, add 3 to the range of the ability. So you could give a Command Link drone to, say, a Ethereal, for example, and then make their auras
the
bigger.
Command Link drone is, that one is Shadow Sun's other drone.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So Shadow Sun, because she's Sept, she gets +3 on top of that. So her reroll 1 bubble is 12, and then her Chapter Master bubble is, or pick a unit for Chapter Master is also 12 inches.
And she can't be targeted.
And she can't be shot at. She's pretty good.
She's amazing. That's amazing. Why wouldn't you run it? Does that stack with the Tau Sept? Heck yes.
It sure does.
Yes, it does.
Oh, yeah.
To a maximum of 12.
Which is what it caps out at, which is what it would be at.
The Grav Inhibitor drone, which we went at before, so -2 to charge for anybody that charges that unit.
Yep,
The
that's
Guardian.
Pathfinders.
Yeah, that's Pathfinders. The Guardian drone. So Guardian drones have a 4-up invulnerable save. The drone itself has a 4-up invul save. And ranged attacks made against this unit have mini transhuman. So you can never wound them on better than 3s. Even with pluses to wound and a whole bunch of stuff. So shoot this unit, you can only wound them on 3s. And I think that's on breachers only. I believe.
Strikes
Guardian
too,
drones.
I think.
Where are you, troops? We'll get to it in a second, but Breacher teams can have shield drone, gun drone, marker drone, guardian drone. Yes, you can give it to strikes now. Okay, so you could have like a bunch of strikes just sitting in the back, 36 inches away, shooting their pulse rifles. Just being
Again,
like,
if you take the drone, you're at 11 models, so blast really screws you.
yeah, okay, I guess
Probably not worth it, but
fair enough. The blast can be a pain in the butt, especially if you're playing against somebody who has a lot of blast weapons. A gun drone, 2 pulse carbines. They have the threat identification protocol, so they can only target the nearest eligible unit. And they have a 2-shot pulse carbine, strength 5 -1. Assault 2, 24 inches. So they added 6 inches to the pulse carbines, eh?
Yep.
Cool. It's just a gun drone. Just an extra wound on a unit, really, if you really want one. Interceptor drone. This is on the flyers, is that right? On the
yeah, they're on the Sunshark bombers.
Cool. So it has an iron rifle. So it's 30 inches, heavy 3. Standard is strength 7 -2, 1 damage. Overcharge is strength 8 -2, 2 damage, and can do a mortal wound if any unmodified hit rolls of 1. You take 1 mortal. So it's not per 1, it's just 1 mortal maximum per gun.
So it's a lot better than before, where you would just kill yourself shooting ion.
You can also undock them, and they do move 20 inches, so you can undock them and then have like a little unit of killy drones that like flies around and stuff. They are really annoying. I've played against them, thanks to you, Devin. Thanks to you, I know how annoying those things are. Marker drone is just a drone that has a Markerlight.
Yep.
Missile drone is just a drone that has a missile pod.
Yep.
Pulse accelerator drone. Every time a model in this unit makes an attack with a pulse weapon, improve the AP by 1. Yeah, so you can make all your breacher pulse. Are they breacher pulse?
No,
yeah.
they are
Breachers
Pathfinder.
Oh, they're only Pathfinders?
Yeah, that drone's only Pathfinders.
Ah, boo.
It's the Grav and Hib, the Pulse Accelerator, and the Recon drone are the 3 Pathfinder drones.
Was it Pathfinders are only equipped with what, the pulse carbines? Oh, but I guess you have the pulse rifle as well, huh?
No, Pathfinders just have the carbines.
Of course. Oh no, it's iron rifle and the
Iron rifles and
semi-automatic
rail
grenade
rifles.
launcher and rail rifles.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but they give them AP1 on their pulse, but they would also go up to 11 models. However, you could jump out of a Devilfish, then jump back into the Devilfish. So I could see how, like, with Pathfinders, that would actually be really good. That would be neat for Pathfinders, for sure. They're like mini breachers that you could never target unless you kill their Devilfish.
Yep.
Recon drone. Man, that's gonna be a unit of Pathfinders, like, every, like, tower.
Or no, you can't jump with the Pathfinders. Because you move after you do your Markerlight.
Oh, okay. You can't shoot, but you could just jump in
before
if
you shoot.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So maybe not so good. The Recon drone is a cool drone that has a burst cannon.
I believe it gives the unit ignore like cover too.
Within 18. If they targeting it within 18. Recon drone, by the way, I misspoke, is 3 wounds on this drone. So that is a tanky drone that doesn't have an invul, but it's a tanky drone.
Big old frisbee.
The shield drone is just a drone with a 4-up invul and 2 wounds. Essentially just designed to soak up some wounds for you. The shielded...
Shield drone's got 2 wounds before Chaos Marines did.
Thank you for rubbing that in, okay? Thank you very much for rubbing that into all of the Chaos fans out there and Dark Angels fans out there. And Andrew Gilbert says, chat, has there been any sign of the 8 still existing in the Codex? There's no sign of them in this Codex. So you could totally just make it up if you wanted to. Just have fun making your 8 and just running them as 8 different units. Shielded missile drone is a drone that has a missile and a shield, which goes on Riptides, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Riptides, and then the I believe the Yavara and the Ravarna can take them too.
Nice. They do look cool. They're like little stubby things with like missiles. That's neat. Then we have the sniper drone, which is a 40-inch range, rapid fire 1, strength 5, -1, 1 damage, and then they gain the sniper abilities and stuff if you have the marker dude next to them, the characters. They need the characters still to sort of like work properly.
I love those things.
And then we have the stealth drone. The stealth drone is essentially stops your ghost kills from being shot unless the enemy units are within 18 inches of it. Which is kind of crazy, or is the closest. Like, not being able to shoot ghost kills, and they have a 36-inch ion cannon. Oh my gosh, they're going to be so annoying. Like, Shadow Sun, sit in the back, a couple of ghost kills, just like untargetable units. And then just running devil fishes into people's face filled with like units that go and murder stuff. Playing against Tau is going to be annoying. Really, really annoying. But let us know which is your favorite drone in the comments. Mine has to be the humble gun drone. Many a time do I remember my brother kicking the crap out of me in close combat with gun drones because they were Initiative 4. And they could actually, back when Initiative was a stat. Do you remember those days, Devin?
I do. I also remember being able to hit and run out of combat. And then you just use the drone's initiative.
Oh yeah, silly drones.
Yeah, my favorite's probably the marker drone.
Yeah, marker drones are going to be good. Okay, let's go over to the last bit of the whole thing. Almost. This is the home stretch. Ho-ho! Look at that. We got some points and stuff. I'll try flip back and forth from the points so you can kind of get an idea. Although the Minotaurum Field Manual might have switched some of these. I have no idea. Actually, now we won't worry about the points. Get your Minotaurum Field Manual if you want points, or get the Codex. Okay. Or just go to like any article that has all the points, because they're not exactly secret. Commander Shadow Sun is a suit character. She can be a supreme commander, so you can be added into pretty much any army. She's weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength 5005, 7 wounds, 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 3-up save. She comes equipped with the Dispersed Fusion Blaster, which is a 2-shot fusion blaster. Strength 7, minus 4, 2 damage. And unless you're in half range, and then it's just straight 3 damage. So she has 2 of those. No, she has 2 high-energy fusion blasters, which are 24, assault 1, strength 8, minus 4, d6 damage, and within half range is d6 plus 2. But you can replace them with 1 high-energy fusion blaster and 1 dispersed. So you can have one of them be the 2 damage, 3 damage one, or both of them just be super fusions. Which do you like better?
Probably just the 24-inch range fusion blaster.
Yeah.
This book has no shortage of things to kill Space Marines with.
It's also, if you can't be shot at unless you're the closest, why not try and stay as far away from the enemy as possible?
You don't want to be close. You want to be sitting at 24 being like pew pew pew.
Yeah. Fletchet Dischargers, 18 inches, strength 5. Assault 5, strength 3. Then we have does she have a light missile pod? Yeah, light missile pod, so 24 inches, assault 2, strength 7, minus 1, 2 damage.
Yep.
And then a pulse pistol, because why not? Why don't you tell us what you like about her?
Can't be shot from more than 18 away is definitely a good thing. Just her special rules as well are very, very, very good.
Okay.
So like we said earlier, she can bubble out real ones to hit in a 12-inch aura. She can pick something 12 away to basically just get chapter master rerolls.
Yeah. Now, I think she has to be a warlord if she's in your army.
She does have to be the warlord. Her and Farsight, I believe, have that stipulation.
Yeah, hero of the empire. If your army's battleforged, this must be a warlord. If you have more than one model in your army that has this effect, you must be one of them must be your army's warlord. So you can pick and choose.
So if you take her and Farsight together, you can just make Farsight the warlord.
She is a battle suit. She does have Mantis Strike. In your command phase, you can select one friendly Tau Empire core or Tau Empire character unit within 6. And then until the start of your next command phase, 12 because of her warlord trait, the drone, and the fact that if you're Tau Sept, though. Like, if you're Tau Sept.
She's always Tau Sept because that's just her Sept.
Yeah, I meant she'd only get the bonus if your whole army is Tau Sept, though.
That was just the detachment.
Is it?
Yeah, it's usually just detachments or things like that. And you
Oh,
just put
that
it
might
in a
be true. Just
command.
because. Oh, it's because she has a supreme command attachment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So 12 inches then. Camouflage fields. While this unit's Shadow Sun model has any wounds remaining, each time a ranged attack is made against this unit, -1 to hit. So just always -1 to hit. She has a 5-up invulnerable safe built in. And while the Tau Empire core unit is within 6 inches, each time a core model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll once. So she has like captain roll, and then during deployment, she can forward deploy 9 inches away from any enemy models in deployment zones. Although I would never put her like right up in person.
Oh god, no.
No.
The other cool thing about Shadow Sun is they finally fixed it with her. They didn't work this way in the new Psychic Awakening rules for her that we had prior to this book. It was all locked to Tau Sept, but they finally fixed it to affect all Tau Empire units.
Yeah, so she's a hero of Tau, even though she's a Tau Sept. All her abilities affect Tau Empire, so she can give reroll once to hit to any Tau units, any Sept that you want to make, and she can give Chapter Master rerolls to any Sept unit, not just Tau
But
Empire.
the one downside is that if she's the Warlord, her Warlord trait will still only affect Tau Empire units because that trait is Sept locked.
Makes sense. Yeah. So it's you win some, you lose some. Then we have
definitely a winner.
I think she's fantastic. You're going to see her a lot. Plus, she has got a new model that looks really cool. Like, it's just a beefy suit. Like, it's great. If you're a fan of, like, suits, yay. Then we have the Commander Farsight. So, Commander Farsight moves 10, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 2, strength 5, toughness 5, 7 wounds, 5 attacks, 10 leadership, and a 3-up armor save. He comes equipped with a high-intensity plasma rifle, the Dawnblade, and, of course, has his shield generator. So the high-intensity plasma rifle is a 36-inch assault to strength 8 -4 3 damage. So it's a double-shot plasma rifle, which is good. And the Dawnblade has 2 attack modes. One is ×2 strength -3 3 damage, so it's strength 10 -3 3 damage, like Thunderhammer on steroids. And a sweep, which is +1 strength, so strength 6 -2, 1 damage, but then will attack with 2 hit rolls, so 10 hit rolls in close combat with that. So you can either do the sweep, and they're doing that a lot with close combat weapons, being like there's a strong punchy thing and a sweep attack, just in case, so you don't just get bogged down by a bunch of like random little things. You'd be like hacking and slashing. I think that's pretty cool. Farsight himself has the in the command phase, you can select a friendly Sept Crisis Core unit within 9 inches. And until the end of the turn, they can shoot and declare a charge in which they fell back. And a core unit can ignore all hit modifiers when they shoot. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Way of the Short Blade, you can pick at the start of the fight phase a friendly Farsight Enclaves core unit within 6 inches. Until the end of the phase, they get +1 to hit in close combat. Nice. Would that be a crude core? They are not. Okay. The Master of War is while they get reroll ones to hit as well within 6 inches, any core units, and he has to be the Warlord, and he has a 4-up invul. What do you think about Farsight?
If you're taking a Farsight Enclaves army, he's pretty good.
Yep.
He gives you a lot of melee punch. You can have like 2 Skari melee characters. Between the commander with the flamer and the Onager Gauntlet, and then him.
Yeah, you could do like because you can have 2 commanders in the same unit, right? So you could have him and then a different unit, and then just go around punching stuff. It'd be a very offbeat way of playing Tau.
And then the other thing is, if you wanted to take Shadow Sun in that army, you could put her in the Spring Command, and then just make Farsight the Warlord.
100%.
Because Shadow Sun's Warlord trait is not going to be very useful in that scenario.
Yep.
But Shadow Sun herself still will be.
Super useful. Yeah, because of the Chapter Master rerolls and everything as well. Now, there are 3 different types of commanders. You have Commander in Crisis Battlesuit, you have Commander in Enforcer Battlesuit, and you have Commander in Cold Star Battlesuit. Now, I'm going to sort of amalgamate the 3 into like one. They all have different sort of weapon options. They have slight changes in their profile, so we're going to talk about that. But other than that, they all serve a very similar function. The biggest thing is they each get a different rule to help like a core unit. So they each get to do something different. So you can build a sort of like a strategy around any sort of specific type of suit. And you can upgrade them with weapons, and the signature systems are relatively the same. So I'm not going to really waste time on that. We're going to talk about the different abilities that these crisis suits have. And because most people are going to add them regardless of what they do because of these abilities, right? So we're going to kind of pick on them specifically. So the Commander in Crisis Battlesuit, 10-inch move, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 5, 6 wounds, 4 attacks with a leadership 10 and a 3-up save. The Commander in the Enforcer Battlesuit is a little tankier. He's only 8 move. He has weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength and toughness 5. He has 7 wounds, not 6. Remember, we saw a lot of good ways to keep like a suit alive. Like, they would be great on an Enforcer suit. 4 attacks, leadership 10, and a 2-up armor save. And last but not least, we have the Cold Star Battlesuit, which is a 14-inch move. Weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength toughness 5. He also has 7 wounds, attacks 4, leadership 10, and a 3-up save. So very slight differences. The Enforcer suit has the extra save, and then the Cold Star has the extra wound over the regular Commander, and the extra movement over both of them.
Yeah, it's also worth talking about the special things that they can put on Crisis Core units in the command phase.
Yep, that's what we're going to be talking about here.
And then another subtle thing with war gear differences between the three of them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Their war gear is pretty much all the same, except for the Cold Star. He cannot take a Cyclic Ion Blaster for some reason.
Yep.
And he also comes stock with a target lock.
Nice.
So he just ignores cover.
That's cool. Now, you can actually equip the Crisis Battlesuit with an Iridium suit, which would give him the 2-up save, like the Enforcer suit.
Yes.
Which, okay, that's something to keep note of as well. So, they all have the Battlesuits and Mantis Strike. Let's start with the Commander in Crisis Battlesuit. Okay? So, they all have the reroll hit rolls of 1? No, they do not.
They do.
Yes, they do. They all have the Masters of War, so they all are a captain. So within 6 inches or 9 inches if you're Tau, reroll 1s to hit for all core units. So that's just a standard thing. So this one has Tactical Acumen. So this is the regular Crisis Battlesuit. In your command phase, select one friendly Crisis Core, Sept, Crisis Core unit within 9 until the end of the turn. That unit can shoot and declare a charge in which it fell back, so pretty much what Farsight gives.
I think it's the exact same rule, but Farsight
Every
has.
time a core model makes a range attack, ignore hit modifiers. So this guy basically does exactly what Farsight does.
Yeah, because Farsight's in Crisis.
Yeah.
Armor.
Then we have the Commander in Enforcer Battlesuit. So this one has the Resolute Firebase rule. In your command phase, you can select one friendly Crisis Core unit. So these are all for Crisis suits. Crisis Core unit within 9 inches of this Commander. Until the next command phase, that unit gains the Objective Secured ability. Now that's incredibly important to note because there was other abilities that gave Objective Secured to units, but if they had Objective Secured, they counted as double. So you could actually make a unit double OBSEC with something like this, right?
Yep, you sure can.
And then you could do something like the custom trait, which is 3 models and their OBSEC. Or, you know what I mean? Like, there's just so many different ways that you can kind of, like, double it, like, make it really annoying. But giving a Crisis Suit unit Objective Secured with this guy, pretty cool. I like that a lot. And last but not least, the Cold Star Battlesuit. Probably my favorite of the 3.
So good.
He has an additional special rule called High Altitude Maneuvers, where once per battle, at the start of your movement phase, you can remove him from the battlefield, and then in that same turn, deep strike him. Or you can place him into strategic reserve. So you can either deep strike him and put him in strategic reserve and come in on a flank later in the game, or you can just re-deep strike him anywhere on the table, 9 inches away from the enemy once per game. Which I think is incredibly powerful. Just being able to pick him up and just... It's not a fallback move or anything. Be like, oh, I'm in
Nope,
combat, I
it's
got
very strong.
tagged. Oh, I'm just gonna disappear and come back, which I think is really nuts.
Yeah, because like especially if you're in like Callion, right? If you fall back with Callion or you're shooting into combat, you don't get the exploding hits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Whereas if you do it this way to get out, you
Yep.
will still get your exploding hits.
100%. And then their special rule is called Aggressive Tactics. So in your command phase, you can select a friendly Crisis Core unit within 9. See the trend there. Until the end of the turn, each time that unit advances, you do not make an advance roll. Instead, you just add 8 inches to their advance. That's awesome.
So crisis suits can go 18 and shoot.
Yeah. So they go 18 inches, and then you can have a second unit go 16 inches with the strat. So you could literally have 2 units get super aggro in your face.
Yep.
Doesn't the Enforcer have -1 damage? Yes, he does.
I believe he does, yes.
He does have -1 damage. So he is not only 7 wounds, he has the extra -1 damage as well. Thank you for reminding me of bringing that up. He is like the tanky commander, which then you can add in all the like -1 damages and like all the cool bonuses that we added on to all of that stuff. That's pretty cool to make a very tanky commander. Well, those are the commanders. Which is your favorite?
Gold Star.
Yep. The movement is just incredible. Being able to
The movement is really good.
Yeah,
Innate ignore cover without having to blow a support system slot on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like that burst cannon build I was talking about earlier,
Mm-hmm.
go like quad burst cannon, the relic burst cannon, the high outburst, and 2 regulars.
Mm-hmm.
That guy just flies around, just picks up units.
Yeah, assault 10 on the high outburst burst cannon, a burst cannon, the relic burst cannon, and all of a sudden you've got not the relic burst cannon, the system burst cannon.
Prototype burst cannon.
Reroll hits and wounds with him, and then just like nuke stuff.
And then just 2 regular burst cannons on top of that.
Yep. Does the Cold Star have an auto advance distance? No. He does not. He just moves 14.
Yep.
So then we have the Cadre Fireblade, which is another HQ. Pretty much the same as before. Pulse Rifle, has a Markerlight, can have drones if he wants to. While any Sept core unit is within 6 inches, each time a core unit makes an attack with a pulse weapon, an unmodified roll of a 6 scores 1 additional hit. Can Crisis Suits take any pulse weapons?
No, they're locked.
Yeah,
it's basically just like
Mm-hmm.
it's basically just the pulse rifle, the pulse blaster, and the pulse carbine.
Pistols and stuff. Yeah.
And the pistol as well. Yeah.
Target sighted in your command phase. Select a Fire Warrior team with a 9. That unit can reroll hit rolls of 1. So they could pick a unit to get reroll hits rolls of 1. Okay, neat. Then we have the Crute Shaper, another HQ. He's movement 7, weapon skill 2, ballistic skill 4, strength 4, toughness 3, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 8, and a 6-up save. They have basically a rapid fire -1 AP rifle, and they can also have a pulse rifle if you want. They got a grenade belt, which is like a shooting weapon that they can shoot once per game. And they've got a couple of rules. They can pre-game move 7 inches with ambushing predators. While the friendly Crute unit is within 6, the Crute unit can use the Shaper's leadership instead of their own. Crute units within 6 inches can reroll hit rolls of 1. And if they're receiving the benefit of cover, they get an additional 1 to their saves, which is a 6-up. So 5-up, so 4-up in cover if they have light cover. Cool. Yeah, Shapers. Do you think we'll see any of that stuff?
There might be a Crute build out there, but like Crute Carnivores are really good for their cost just because they're so cheap. I don't know if like a Crute army.
There's just more flashy stuff. You know what I mean? Like I feel like unless you're gonna use like the Crute like heroic intervention strat or whatever, you know, that's the kind of thing. I really do like the forward deploy with the Crute to get onto objectives in like the missions where sticky objectives are only with OPSEC because there's troops, so they're OPSEC, so they could potentially get onto those objectives in the middle of the board to like hold them and clear them at the beginning of the game. And then of course for like But you don't really need that close combat support. It would be more for like tactical options more than anything, in my opinion.
That's what you would take them for.
Yeah. They're not gonna like your crisis suits in combat shoot better than Kroot will ever be able to attack. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Luis Alberto Sanchez says in Borkan you can have a whole bunch of stack stuff that does like a bunch of things. Yeah, the Coal Stars are going to be, I think, the thing you're going to see the most. Plus the tactical option to like redeploy them and stuff, and I think that's really good. Okay, we have the 3 different Ethereals. They brought Aunshi back. What? Guy with his super blades. Man, that is an old model. The Ethereal. Basically, 6-inch move, weapon skill 3, BS 4, strength 3, toughness 3, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 10 with a 5-up save. He has a stav, which is +2 strength, 2 damage, -1 AP, and it is -1 to hit. So it hits on 4s. Wah, wah, wah. Tries to hit you with a pole arm, Devin. He's like, You can give it a hover drone if you want. They have the Inspired to Greatness, so they can make a unit shoot and do actions. And they have a Leadership 10 Aura Bubble. All core units can use it within 6. Use this model's leadership. And they know 2 invocations and can chant one of them on a 3+. It'll happen. Of course, with the relic, they can do 2 of them and they go off on 2s. So you can do the relic, or you can use one of the special characters, which is Aunva. So he is a unit of 3 models. How many points is Aunva? Because he's like 3 models with character keyword and stuff.
Yeah, I heard he was cheaper non-cheap for some reason.
He's 80 points?
Yeah, he's pretty cheap.
80 points for 3 models? 10 wounds total?
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, you could bodyguard it too.
Yeah. The guard don't have the character keyword, though.
Yeah, but the unit does, because...
No, they split up the keywords into specific ones.
No, I know, but, like, because somebody in the unit has the character keyword, the whole unit gets the protection.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so Inspired to Greatness, Loyalty as well, the Leadership Bubble. They all have a 5-up invul, and anything that attacks them is -1 to wound.
Yeah.
You're paying 80 points for this? This is fantastic. Leadership
Yeah,
case,
really
this unit can be included in any Tau Empire unit, just not in any Tau Empire detachment. It's not an enclave unit, without them breaking their Sept stuff, but can only benefit from the Sept tenet if every Sept is Tau.
Yeah.
So he could be in any army, but on Tau they become super.
Problem is, though, he will break Monkan Kalyan. I don't believe he's a Spring Commander.
Yeah, so it won't break the Tau Semet, but it will break the Monka Kalyan. Okay, that makes sense. However, you do have it knows 3 invocations, and it can do 2 of them on a 2+. Like, why wouldn't you take him every time?
Over a normal Ethereal? Yeah, that's exactly the question I was asking myself.
How much is a normal Ethereal? A normal Ethereal is... We're doing some like list building here, folks, so just, an Ethereal is 60 points.
Just 20 more points.
20 more points to get all of that,
and he doesn't take up a relic slot. Yeah, that's really good.
Yes, please. Plus, you're probably going to be playing a lot of Tau stuff anyway, with Long Strike in there and like a whole bunch of stuff. So, okay. Then we have Aunshi. He is one of my... I like him. He's Vior'la Sept, though. So, he does have Fidelity, which is +2 strength, -2 AP, 2 damage. So, he's strength 5 in combat. And unmodified hit rolls of 6 or initial hit. So, a little close combat guy. He has a 4-up invul save. Amazing. He is a leadership cased, so he can go into anything, okay, without breaking the Septs, but he will break Kalyan Monka. He uses leadership, and he has a special Vior'la Core aura. While Vior'la Core units are within 6 inches, every time a unit declares a charge against that friendly unit, they can hold steady or set to defend. Okay, so a cool anti-charge thing. He knows 3 invocations.
It's any Vior'la Core, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So he gives Crisis Suits Overwatch on 5s.
Yep. Yeah, with the set to defend or hold steady. Sorry, hold steady for Overwatch on 5s. Yeah.
And if they have early warning overrides, they'll be overwatching on 4s.
Ooh, because it is +1 to it, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, so he can sure. If you're playing Vior'la, then definitely consider
him.
Then we have Darkstrider. He is Tau Sept. And I think you're going to see him in almost every army because his rule of +1 to wound is amazing. So we have Darkstrider, which is movement 7, ballistic skill, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 2, strength toughness 3, 5 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, 4 up save. He has a special gun called Shade, 24 inches, assault 2, strength 5 minus 2, 2 damage. So it's like a super pulse carbine. And he has a Markerlight. So he has a lot of rules. Like it's a whole page of rules for him here. In your command phase, select a Tau Sept core unit within 6 and one enemy unit that is visible to this model until the end of the turn. Each time a model in that Tau Sept core unit makes a ranged attack against that enemy, add +1 to wound. That's so good.
It's very good. For Crisis Suits, it's fantastic.
It's
or
fantastic.
broadsides.
For like anything, really. Like, you know, especially with like flamers, imagine running up with a bunch of Tau flamers. Oh, I'm just gonna +1 to wound you, and this guy gave me reroll wounds or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many options to just murder something, which is really cool. I like that it's a +1 to wound as well, so it gets around like the Custodes ignore rerolls. You know what I mean? And then it forces them to potentially transhuman something that they might not want to transhuman.
Yep.
Yeah. Target uploader. This unit can start them fire Markerlights at the end of your movement phase. Cool. Drone familiar cluster. Use each time this model is selected to shoot, you can reroll 1 hit roll, and you can reroll 1 wound roll when resolving this attack, which he gets in Tau Sept pretty much anyway. But he can do it. Oh, that means he could actually reroll like both hit rolls.
Or he could reroll a hit and a wound.
Or he could reroll a hit and a wound. Oh, I kind of like that actually. It makes him a little bit more efficient with his gun. Fighting Retreat Aura. While a friendly core unit that's not a battlesuit unit is within 6 inches of this model, they can shoot and fall back, which is great for breachers and fire warriors.
Oh, yes, it is.
And then Vanguard. At the start of the first battle round, you can normal move him up to 7 inches. For whatever his cost is, I think he's going to be incredible. And you're going to see him in almost every list ever.
I think he's 60.
He is, yeah, it was something like that. I don't know. Darkstrider. 60 points. Like, take a Commander, take Shadow Sun, take a Cold Star, Shadow Sun, Aunva, and like Darkstrider. Boom. Turkey done. You know, and in a battalion detachment and a supreme command detachment. Then we have Mr. Longstrike. Wah wah wah. The character Hammerhead.
What were they thinking with this?
I don't know. I do hope that like it gets retconned day 1 FAQ, or it gets like balance update right away. But as it stands,
Sisters can have this. Let Tau have it.
It's a freaking Hammerhead. No, you're not allowed to. That is just so silly. Oh, my Crisis Bodyguard is going to hide behind this wall. My Longstrike's going to hide in front of this wall. This is a tactic we learned from Dark Angel, veterans. I mean, lieutenants on land speeders.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to use this, but we're going to make it on Hammerheads. Excellent.
Exactly. It's like this super railgun just... it can't be shot at. It's amazing.
So dumb. Okay. Please, by the time you're watching this, everybody, I hope they've changed that. Please, oh please, oh please, oh please, oh please. God, I bring you into my home to chat about the Tau, and you spew this filth, Devin. Filth? So it has it is equipped with 2 gun drones on like docked gun drones or whatever. You can have so the the railgun, we've seen what the railgun does. It can have a couple seeker missiles, it can have smart missiles, it can have special burst cannons. The ion cannon is another weapon it can have instead of the railgun. So it's heavy 3d3. Standard is strength 7 minus 2, 2 damage. Overcharge is strength 8 minus 2, 3 damage. And if you roll any ones, oh no, each one is a mortal wound now instead of like any ones. So, he can +1 to wound against monsters or vehicles. He can reroll 1 hit roll, and plus he's Tau, so then he'd be able to reroll a wound roll as well, right?
Yeah.
Which is really good. And he's a pilot battlesuit, so in the command phase, he can pick a Sept core or hammerhead unit within 6 inches, and until the start of your next command phase, each time that unit makes an attack, the target is treated as having a Markerlight token. So you can pick a unit to get +1 to hit in shooting as well. And that's it. Like, he's pretty cool.
He's unshootable too.
He's don't even get me started on that. I think we already went through that, Devin. You're gonna make me. My brain's gonna burst over here. How many points is he? 160 points. Get out of here. Get wrecked. He's not enough. Okay. But hopefully that's just taken away and then we can shoot him and then he dies very fast. And then I don't care. And then I don't care. So strike teams, breacher teams. So most of the stuff you can do with them is very much like based on Montka, Kalyan, and like stratagems involved. Strike teams they're 10 models each now. They have basically the same stats they always have. They hit on 4s, they move 6. Their guns did change. The pulse rifle is 36 inches, strength 5 minus 1 now, so it's got a -1 AP. You can give it a couple of drones if you want. If you want to buy a turret for the unit, you can. If you buy a turret, it doesn't just die when they leave. They can actually reset the turret down every time, instead of it like just dying if they ever leave where the turret is. They can actually like take the turret down and rebuild it somewhere else, if you ever want to do something like that. As for breacher teams, their pulse blaster changed a little bit. It's now 8 inches for the close range, assault 2, strength 6 minus 2, 1 damage. Long range is 14, assault 2, strength 5 minus 1. Didn't it have 3 ranges before?
Yeah, it was 3 ranges.
Yeah, it was 3 ranges. Now it's just 2 range bands.
So they simplified it a bit.
Yeah. They can also put turrets.
Before the good range was 4 inches, now it's 8.
Oh, okay. So they increased the range for the strength 6 minus 2.
Which makes them a lot easier to use.
Yeah, it means you can't like come in out of deep strike or whatever and use the close range unless you have the extra range from the Sept, right?
From Borkan, yeah.
Yeah, because then the close range actually goes up to 12. So,
but 9 times out of 10 you're hopping out of a devilfish anyway. So.
Yeah, you're gonna get up nice and close. Which means what's the threat range? So say you have a devilfish. Devilfish moves what, 12? Yeah, 12, so 12, disembark 3, 6. So that's 19 and 12. The 30, 41 plus something 8 like inches.
So it's yeah, like 21 plus 8. It's like 27-inch range. No, 29.
29 inch. Did I not do the math right there? Plus then potentially a pre-game move, right? Yep. If you pick the right, if you pick Montka, right? Yep. So then plus that pre-game move, so they could get up and just kind of like start murdering stuff pretty quickly.
Oh, yes, they can.
Then we have Kroot Carnivores. So they have a pre-game move. They're strength 4. Their weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 4. They have 1 wound each. They have a 6-up save. They do have 2 attacks each. Cool. And AP 1 in combat with their melee. Their rifle is strength 4, rapid fire. They get +1 to their save if they're in cover. An extra +1 to their save if they're in cover. And if your army is Battleforged, then for each Kroot Carnivore unit in a detachment, up to 1 Krutox Rider, 1 Krutox Hound, and 1 Shaper unit can be included in that detachment without taking up a slot. So if you're filling up your battalion and you take a Kroot Carnivore unit as a troop, you can then take a Shaper, a Rider, and some Hounds that don't take up slots, if you just want to fill in like a little Kroot detachment-y thing, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, it's neat.
Yeah. So he can give broadsides units as counted as having a Markerlight. Yes. Long Strike can definitely make broadsides have Markerlight because they are core. Oh. Yep. They are core. Or you could give it to a Hammerhead. You know, just, hey, buddy Hammerhead, let's go murder some stuff.
You could also just give it to himself.
Yeah, because he is a
He is.
hammerhead.
He is a hammerhead.
Yep. +1 to hit, just to offset the -1 to hit on something or
Is he still
whatever.
+1 to wound monsters and vehicles?
He is, yeah. Yeah. He is +1 to wound monsters and vehicles.
Oh my god.
With that overcharged, Strength 8 overcharge, he's going to be wounding most things on 3s or most things on 2s.
Twos. Or
With
the
3
railgun
damage.
shooting a knight.
Or-
Railgun into a knight.
2s to
Boom.
wound,
wound on
baby.
2.
With a reroll. So he's dangerous with both.
Yep.
Krutok's riders are toughness 5, strength 6, 4 wounds with a 6-up save. So it's like a little unit of tanky things. They've got essentially a autocannon. An autocannon. Heavy 2, strength 7, -1, 2 damage, 48 inches. It's basically like an autocannon.
Literally just an autocannon.
Yeah, and then the Krutok's fists are strength 6, -2, 2 damage. So in combat, they've got 4 attacks each. Sure. They also have a pre-game move, a little tanky unit. They just have no armor, so you just shoot them with like bolters and they just die.
Yeah.
Then we have the Crisis battle suits. So the Crisis suits are 3 to 6 now, and they can have a variety of different weapons. I think the biggest change is the plasma is now 30 inches, assault 1, strength 8, -4, 3 damage.
You shoot thunderhammers.
Oh my gosh. John Chavez says, just tuned in. How playable is all the battle suits? Well, that's up to you. You can take as many or as little as you want.
Very playable.
They're very playable, yeah. Now, cool thing about the Crisis suits I like is they can have 4 guns now and a support system. Any Tau player out there is going to know what that means.
Yeah, because before you were restricted to 3 hard points.
Yep.
And so if you want to take a support system, you're losing a gun.
Yep.
Now you just get a 4th one that you could just have as a support system.
Mm-hmm. One in every 3 Crisis can have a Iridium battle suit. So you can have 2 models in a full unit with a 2-up save, or 1 model in the unit with a 2-up save if you're taking 5, which is what I would do for coherency purposes, but that's just me.
Yep.
Yeah, other than that, like burst cannons went up to 8 shots each and they're -1 damage. Oh, sorry, 6 shots each and they're -1 AP. No, sorry, there's 6 shots, strength 5, they're not -1 AP. Airburst fragmentations went to AP1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're strength 4, AP1. The cyclic ion blaster is now just assault 3, 18 inches, and it's 1 damage at AP2 or 2 damage at AP2, strength 8. That does mortals, or fusions, which got the new fusion rule, but it's 18-inch fusion. Or you got the missile pods, which are now just straight 2 damage, 2 AP instead of D3 damage. But they used to be D3, yeah, like AP1.
Yeah.
D3. And and then the Tau Flamer, which is assault D6 +2, which is nuts.
It's a really good weapon.
Yeah, which is crazy. So the early warning override is just unmodified hit rolls of 5 on Overwatch. So I don't think it adds +1 to the Overwatch. So I think it's redundant with the Vior'la thing from Alan Bond. Yeah.
I thought it did add 1 to your Overwatch for that guy specifically.
So hold steady. What does hold steady do? Is it +1 to Overwatch?
Yes.
Okay, so that's how it's that combo there. Okay, cool.
Oh, okay.
If you do at least 1 early warning override in each unit, you'll be able to use the Overwatch stratagem for free on that unit. Right? So having 1 in there might be a good idea, just to be able to Overwatch for free.
Oh, it's always a good idea. It's always a good idea.
Yep.
Especially in a flamer unit.
Exactly. And yeah, you can have shield generators on them, 4-up save. They're like 30 points each. Crisis suits are going to be the core of most Tau armies right now, I think.
Oh yeah, they're very powerful.
Yeah, super, super powerful. Okay, then we have Crisis Bodyguards, which is the same. They are used... Oh, right. So Crisis suits are between 2 and 6 models. And they're pretty much exactly the same as Crisis suits, except that they have the Bodyguard special rule. So characters within 3 inches of the Crisis suits cannot be targeted with ranged attacks, and they can be taken in a detachment without taking up a slot for each commander in your army. So
Most importantly, they stop long strike from getting shot.
They do stop long strike from getting shot, and we're not going to talk about that anymore.
Although the interesting thing with their bodyguard rule,
Mm-hmm.
this blurry internet picture was correct, does not have the aura tag.
Yep, it is not an aura.
So no 6-inch bodyguard for Sept.
Right, okay, so you can't increase the aura. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Stealth battlesuits. So they're relatively cheap. I think they're 25 points a model. They still forward deploy. They have 2 wounds each, 3 up save. They're pretty much similar, except the burst cannon got a glow up, it going from assault 4 to assault 6 or something, or whatever it is. They got more shots basically, and they got this really cool. They have camouflage fields, which is -1 to be hit, right? And they get an extra +1 to their saving throws, so they're 1-up saves in cover, in light cover. And they're always -1 to hit, even in combat, which is really good. They can have forward deployment, which is awesome. Now, the reason you take stealth battlesuits is because of the homing beacon, which is a 5-point upgrade you can give the suits. And the homing beacon, right, is an action. So in your command phase, any units from your army that are equipped with a homing beacon can start to perform this action. So this action is completed at the start of the reinforcement step of your next movement phase, which is the movement phase right after the command phase, right? When this is completed, the unit performing it loses its homing beacon, so they burn the homing beacon, and a crisis core unit that was in a manta hold can be set up on the battlefield within 3 inches of the unit and more than 9 from any enemy models, even if it's the first battle round. So if you put a unit of crisis suits in Deep Strike, the Manta specifically, like the Deep Strike, and you have a unit of stealth suits on the battlefield forward deployed, if you go first, all of a sudden they can put the homing beacon down and call down this crisis squad to basically alpha strike you on the first turn.
Yep.
If you have 2 units, they can both do it. Any number of stealth suits can do it. So it's fantastic. It basically turns your crisis suits into like a drop pod. They can come down and just nuke something. The alpha strike potential is fantastic.
It's very good, especially with using Monka. Screening this out is going to be very difficult.
Yep.
And then there's also the little bit of contention about whether or not you can use Monka and move and not fail actions. Which, if that gets FAQ'd a certain way, you could potentially have this unit of stealth suits move and then drop the crisis suits. So, like, it would just be an insane amount of mobility.
Yep. I always like playing rules on the not as powerful side, just in case.
On the more cautious side, yeah, but like, who knows? It's GW.
And Farsight can make them re-roll everything. You're damn skippy with that stratagem. They drop down and just re-roll hits and wounds and just take your opponent's army for a spin.
Yeah, that's definitely what they do.
Yeah, so stealth battlesuits, they get a thumbs up in my book. They're really cool. Then we have the Ghost Kill battlesuit. Basically a mega stealth suit. It's 12 wounds. It's a 3-up save. It is a vehicle, not a monster. It is a vehicle. It has access to its burst cannon, or it can have burst cannons. It's got its cyclic ion raker as well, instead of the fusion stuff. I like the cyclic ion raker because it's 36 inches, heavy 6, no d6. It's just heavy 6, strength 7 -2, 2 damage, or strength 8 -2, 3 damage. It is an ion weapon, which means you can shut down auras with it as well if you kill anything. You can give it fusions or flamers on the top. It has a drone that stops you from shooting it more than 18 inches away. So you can actually keep these, as weird as it sounds, not at the front of the army, but at the back of the army, where they're not getting shot, and they can just shoot from very far away while all your crisis suits and stuff take all the damage and all the heat. And then you've got the stratagem to like pop them into strategic reserve from the board edge, and then pop them out on this side, or pop them out on that side, right?
It's very good.
Super, super good.
Like, especially when you have a gun platform like that just cannot be shot.
Yep.
Like, we know from things like Hiveguard just how good that is.
And they can just be in the open and do it.
And yeah, they don't even have terrain restrictions, so
yeah, which is absolutely crazy. Then we have the Farsight Marksman. So he's Blisco 3, Strength 3, Toughness 3, 3 wounds, 2 attacks, 4-up save. He has a little pistol. He does have a Markerlight, so he can put down Markerlights. Now he has a special ability called Drone Uplink, you can pick a sniper drone unit within 6 inches of this marksman, and then until the start of your next command phase, the sniper drones get a 3-up ballistic skill. They can snipe, so they can ignore the lookout sir rule, but not the bodyguard rule, which I think is so dumb. Why have snipers? Why? What is the freaking point? Each time an attack is made with a sniper drone, an unmodified wound of a 6 does immortal, so basically makes them snipers. And then he has the stealth field. You cannot shoot him unless the closest eligible target or within 12. And if this unit does not remain stationary, it loses this ability. So as long as he stays still, you can't shoot him unless he's the closest or 12 inches away. Now, he is a character, so you could totally, I'm pretty sure, put the where is it? Yeah, you could probably give him the Scrambler, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could give him the Relic Scrambler, literally have a character that's untargetable from shooting, in the back of your army with a Markerlight, with a nobody can come within 12 inches of me for deep striking, and literally put him on an objective, and he just can't be shot. And he's just like, is just sitting in the back, and he's a single, what is it? He's a, oh wow, he's 70 points. Ooh, he's pricey. But I mean, like, for an untargetable character that has a Markerlight, that can just sit there and be like, no Genius Steel Occult ain't coming close to this objective. And he just sits here. Like, that's actually really good.
It is very powerful. He's 70 points. That's expensive. He used to be 25.
Yeah, 70 is, like, massively expensive. That is huge. I guess people know what kind of shenanigans we do sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have the tactical drone unit. So you can have up to 4 drones in a tactical drone unit. No more, like, massive units of drones. Just 4 drones. A gun drone, marker drone, shield drone. Oh, never mind. Never mind. You can
12, right?
add up to 8. So up to 12.
Yes.
Wow. I spoke too soon. They can be gun drones, marker drones, or shield drones. Okay, so where are the stealth drones?
Stealth drones are for the ghost kill.
No, not stealth drones. Where are the sniper drones?
They were in heavy support before.
There's no such thing. Right?
What?
Yeah. There's literally heavy support, hammerhead, Skari, Vespid, battles, and then broadsides. And then Vespids, Kroot, Hounds, Piranhas, Pathfinder Team, Farsight Marksman, Tactical Drones. Where are the shooty drones?
Buy them with the Farsight Marksman?
Nope. Oh, yeah, no, he has... Okay, sorry, you have to buy him with him. It's him and 3 sniper drones. That's why it's 70 points. Because it's a unit. But they are a character unit. Well, that's even better.
Untargetable snipers.
Untargetable sniper drones that can have a relic.
Seems pretty good.
Okay. Now I like it. 70 points for that is actually not bad. That's a 4 model unit.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, moving on. Pathfinder team. 10 Pathfinders. They can have some drones if you want them as well. They have their pulse carbines, and they have Markerlights. They can have some... up to 3 of them can have iron rifles or rail rifles. And then 1 of them can have a grenade launcher. 1 of them can have a neural whip jammer, and 1 of them can have a drone controller. So the semi-automatic grenade launcher is a Assault 1 20-inch gun, Strength 6, -1, 3 damage for the fusion grenade, so like a little 3 damage gun. Or an EMP grenade, which is Assault 1, Strength 3, 0 AP, 1 damage. But if you successfully hit a vehicle that's not Titanic, you bracket it.
Oh, that's cool.
That's actually really neat. Just bracket a tank within... So you basically halve the amount of wounds it has remaining for bracketing with just a single shot.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's actually pretty good. As long as it's not Titanic. But you could be like, oh, is that your bracketable vehicle? Boop! Bracketed. Don't even have to, like, kill you. And then the iron rifle is 3 shots, 30 inches, strength 7 minus 2, 1 damage, or overcharged, which is 30 inches, heavy 3, strength 8 minus 2, 2 damage, that then overcharges. And the rail rifle is 30 inches, heavy 1, strength 8 minus 4, 3 damage. And anytime you successfully wound the target, they take a mortal wound in addition.
Pretty good.
That's like 4 damage per shot.
It's not bad, yeah.
You take 3 of those. You can 3 of those and a semi-automatic grenade launcher. So you technically could have basically 4 3 damage shots in the unit.
Seems decent.
Yep. Targeted upload, they can move and start their Markerlight action. And before the first turn starts, they get a pre-game move of 7 inches if you want to pre-game move them. Or you want to put them in a place where they can see and then move them away or whatever. It's really interesting. Farsight can make them reroll everything. Yes. Oh yeah, sorry, we said that. With the Farsight marksman, yeah, the sniper drones. Exactly. Then we have piranhas. They go from 1 to 5 piranhas. Okay, so you can have a big unit of them. They move 16. They're T6. They're 7 wounds a pop.
Ooh, that's good.
That's better than that's actually pretty snazzy. They're 4-up safe. And they have a burst cannon, which is a special burst cannon that's +1 strength. Or they have a piranha fusion blaster that is always D6 plus 2 damage. Or if it's in half range, it's D6 plus 4 damage.
It's a melter rifle.
It is nasty. And they can have some seeker missiles.
Good.
They do have docking ones. They also have a rule called outflanking harassers. During deployment, you can set up this unit behind enemy lines. They can outflank. They basically come up wholly within 6 inches of any battlefield edge and more than 9 of the enemy. And each time a piranha model in this unit is destroyed, they explode. And they've got docked. Drums. How many points is a piranha? That melter gun's actually scary. There's 60 points a model, and the fusion blaster would be 10 points. So 70 points a model. It's not terrible. Like a Venom, 75 points for like mess. Like they just don't have an invul save.
Yeah,
but
that's the downside.
But with a 16-inch move and D6 plus 2 at full range, or D6 plus 4 at half range, that is actually quite scary for some anti-tank.
It is, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not bad.
That's not terrible. Vespid Stingwings. It's 5 to 12 models in the unit. Their gun is 18-inch, assault 2, strength 5, minus 3, 2 damage. They got a boost.
Are they gonna be good? Finally.
They're finally going to be good. Thank you for letting me know about the autofocus. Sometimes it like pulsates. But it's just designed to not let you watch or see what's going on, so you have to hear us. That's right, it's my anti-theft technology. No, I'm just messing with you. They're cool. They do have the deep strike, so they can come out. They have plunge from the sky. I'm just going to call it deep strike every time because it's pretty much the same. Yeah. They have 4-up saves. They have leadership 8. Sure, they can kill some Marines. They're AP 3. I think AP 3 is decent. You know, like it means that you're going to get past a lot of that. Ignore AP 1 and 2 crap. Yeah. You know, strength 5 is like in the decent bracket, you know, for like strength.
2 damage is good too.
2 damage is good, and they're 18-inch range. So they can kill tanks, they can kill vehicles. They just compete, again, with like so many other really cool Tau things, right?
That's the problem.
Crew Hounds, they're from 4 to 12. They have 3 attacks base at -1 AP and strength 3. Wah, wah, wah. 6-up save. They can pre-game move. They get an extra save in cover. And they can re-roll advance and charge rolls. And they move 12. So they're a harassment unit, little harassment unit. But, like, honestly, why take them? Unless they're, like, really, really cheap. Crew Hounds are 6 points a model. Like, it's as expensive as a guardsman.
I'd rather just have another OPSEC crew guy.
Yep. Then we have broadside battlesuits. So they got +2 wounds. They're 8 wounds now with a 2-up save. You can only have 3 in a unit, though. No more, like... Could you have 6 in a unit before?
No. They've always been max 3.
Okay, good. You always start with the sergeant, and then you can add other people on.
Yep.
So, the heavy rail rifle is 60 inches, heavy 2, strength 9 -4, D3 plus 3 damage. And any, if you successfully wound, you do 1 mortal in addition. Neat. The high yield missile pod is, and if you replace the rail rifle, you get 2 of these. It's heavy 4, strength 7 -2, 2 damage, 30 inches. So shorter range, but higher volume. You can have the smart missile systems, which are, smart missile systems if you want. 2 twin missile system, which is 8 shots, strength 5 -1, out of line of sight and ignore light cover, which is better than it was before. And in melee, if you ever get them into melee, they have a +1 strength, -1 AP attack.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
With their crushing bulk.
They just sit on you, I guess.
They can take stabilizing optics. So they can have 2 systems on each guy in addition to anything. One of them is stabilizing optics, which means they can move and shoot heavy weapons without penalty.
Yep.
And moving and shooting heavy weapons within engagement range, which is really good. They can have a multi-tracker? What? So if they shoot a unit that's 6 or more models, any 6 to hit is an additional hit. Okay. So it's like against big units, they can get multiple hits. They get +1 to hit against fly still. They get their overwarning override, so they can overwatch for free. They can use the CP for free. Or they can do advanced targeting systems. An auto 6 to hit just automatically wounds a target. Why wouldn't you do that almost every time? 6 to hit auto wounds and then move and shoot without penalty? Is it me, or does that seem like the best thing?
Seems pretty good.
And those... Oh, man. All of those systems are free. They're just included in the base cost. 75 points. What?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
What? I want to move on from this topic. Riptide Battlesuit. One of your favorites.
Oh, look who's next. It is one of my favorites.
Oh, okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. Hang in there, Tevin. Hang in there, Big Watchin. We're almost done. And then we can go have breakfast because I'm hungry.
Oh, I'm
very,
going back
very
to bed.
hungry. What's that?
I'm probably going back to bed.
Yeah. Riptide Battlesuit is 14 wounds now with a 2-up save. Moves 12. It has a heavy burst cannon, 2 plasma rifles, and Riptide Fists. So Riptide Fists are +1 strength, -2 damage. So they can punch you in combat with their 6 attacks. They do bracket, of course. Then we have the heavy burst cannon is 36 inches, heavy 12. Strength 6 -2, 2 damage. So pretty standard for like a heavy burst cannon style weapon. But you can give it the ion accelerator, which is 72 inches, just straight heavy 6. Strength 7 -3, 3 damage, or strength 8 -3, 4 damage. And then if you roll 1s to hit, you take mortals. That overcharge for 4 damage is really cool.
Flat 4.
The fact that it's just straight 6 shots, you don't care. It's just like, I have 6 shots.
Yep.
You can give it the counterfire defense system. You can give it the early warning override, which you know what it does. We can give it the multi-tracker. You can give it the target lock. And you can give it a velocity tracker. You can change the plasma rifles for fusions or smart missiles. And you can have up to 3 of the following. Counterfire, early warning, multi-tracker, target lock, velocity. You can pick up to 3 of the systems on it. And on top of that, you can give it 2 shielded missile drones. Seems like more of a tanky sort of unit. To just like sit there and take hits.
Yeah, it's not quite as killy as it used to be. But it can take the hits really well. If you're playing Toss-Up, you have the free hit reroll to get yourself out of an ion overheat.
Mm-hmm. It's 240 points base.
Significantly cheaper.
And the ion accelerator is 10 points.
That guy was like
It's 250.
300 with the Ion before or something, by the time he gave him
Okay, so
some
cheaper.
systems.
And he's got an extra wound, right? He's 14 wounds now?
No, they were always 14.
Oh, were they?
But
So
they have a melee profile now that's not terrible.
They do. So they do have a 4-up invulnerable save. So just like straight up 4-up invul. They do explode, sure. And then the Nova reactor has changed. Because people really love their Riptides. So the Nova reactor is in your command phase. The Riptide can use its Nova reactor. If it does, roll 2d6. If the result is greater than the remaining wounds of the unit model, the reactor burns out and you cannot use the reactor. Otherwise, you can select one of the following abilities. Which is cool, because you're not going to ever fail it until you get under 12, and then you could potentially fail it. And then there's the CP stratagem to ignore the first fail in the game, right?
Yes.
Which is cool.
Yep.
So Nova Shield, the Riptide gains a 5-up ignore damage save. Like 14 wounds with a 4-up save, 2-up armor, and a 5-up ignore damage. That is a lot of wounds to chew through. Like if you have him, and then you have like a unit of Crisis that an Ethereal like prayed 5-up ignore damage on, right? Like all of a sudden you've got like a wall of stuff you have to try and get through. And it's just a lot harder to sort of shift them. Right?
Yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely like a lot more durable. The weapon output's a lot better, especially on the Ion. It's a lot more reliable now. Because before when you overcharged, it was D6 shots. It was variable.
To face Riptides is what I meant. I don't like to face them because they kill me a lot. Boost, so they still get their normal move of 2d6 inches in the charge phase.
Yep.
So
the cool thing with that is
always really good.
You can stack it with the stratagem as well. So you can shoot, move 6, and then move 2d6 in the charge phase.
Oh, because it is a battlesuit fly. Ooh,
and it has jetpacks. So.
It's not a... Is it a jetpack? Oh my goodness gracious.
Used to be a jetpack. Sure
yeah, it is jetpack. Still has it.
Oh, there you go.
And then the Nova Charge. Until your next command phase, if that model is equipped with a heavy burst cannon, it has a type characteristic of 16, so it gains 4 shots with its burst cannon, sure.
Yep.
Both profile on the model's accelerated type have a heavy 8, so you get 4 shots extra on the burst cannon, or extra 2 shots on the ion accelerator, which I think is really good.
Yeah, no, it's very powerful.
Okay, then we have the Hammerhead Gunship. Think Long Strike. Pretty much the exact same thing as Long Strike. Can reroll a hit roll. It's a hover tank and has access to the same guns as Long Strike.
It can't be bodyguarded.
Okay, fine. So it's not exactly like Long Strike. I'm sorry, Devin. I'm sorry. Okay. Good morning, Rhinoceros Rex. And Mikey Brookie says, super hyped for Tau to rock out. They were always a tough matchup for my Dark Eldar in 8th, and I'm excited for the challenge. I'm excited for anything that takes some heat off of the Dark Eldar. That's what I'm excited about. So we're almost done. I want to say a huge thank you to everybody who's been hanging out with us so far. Everybody in chat, thank you very much. Of course, thanks to everybody who's super chatted so far. Really appreciate it. Thanks to stuff like that, liking, sharing, all that good stuff, that I get to do more of these. So I really appreciate the support. That's the lifeblood of literally SkaredCast. So thank you very much for supporting the content that I do in whichever way you can. Okay, Skyray Gunship. We found a stratagem that lets it shoot out of line of sight, which is pretty cool. It's something that has a Markerlight, so you can hide it. And it's no longer a one-shot wonder.
Oh, it's you can shoot every turn now, which is really good.
It is a 14 wounds, 3-up save. The Seeker missile rack is 72, heavy D3 plus 1, strength 9 minus 3, 2d3 damage. The fact that it's minus 3 is actually much better than like a hunter killer missile. And you can give it 2 smart missile systems, 2 accelerator burst cannons, 2 gun drones, which it's already ducked with. So if it shoots an aircraft unit, you get +2 to hit, and you can re-roll the damage roll. Oh yeah!
Good.
Apparently, it got cheaper too. It is 135 points.
It's very good.
Do you think you could run like your mech Tau list again, and it would be like 10 times better?
I'm certainly going to try it.
I hated that list so much. And I used to play it with like 13 Venoms and like do nothing. because you had all the tanks. You can re-roll a hit roll again. Of course, with Tau, that means you also get a re-roll wound roll, which is really cool.
Yep,
It has
really
drone
nice.
docks. Okay. It's a hover tank and explodes. So it's pretty straightforward. It's just like a up to 4 shots. It's like a predator. It's like a ravager, essentially. It's literally a ravager, but it can shoot out of line of sight, which I think is really cool for a CP. So instead of having to use a 2 CP to fire and fade, it can just use 1 CP to like shoot out of line of sight at something that has a Markerlight on it. So I think that's really neat. You can zone out a part of the board, hide it behind a wall. Like, I like the versatility of stuff like that.
It's really good.
And I think the pièce de résistance here is the freaking devilfish. Oh my goodness, did they make devilfishes go from 0 to hero?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, that strat alone is really good.
what? Games Workshop, what are you thinking? So pretty much the same. 13 wound transport, moves 12 inches, it flies, right? So there's nothing crazy. What comes crazy with it is the fact that A, it has guns, sure. B, it carries 12, sure. C, it has 2 different special rules based on how your army is going to play. It is so dumb. So number 1, armored aggression. At the start of the first battle round, before the first turn begins, if you selected Monka, remember that's the turn 1, 2, and 3 trait, you can move this unit up to 9 inches before the game starts, after you know who's going first. What?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Ah, my goodness. It's a pre-game move, and then you could literally pay the CP and then have them all move, disembark their cargo, and like just shoot and murder everyone. And then the second point is tactical disengagement. At the end of your movement phase, if you selected Kauyon, which is turn 4, 5, 6, no, 3, 4, 5, sorry. If you're using strategic reserves, you can remove this unit from the battlefield and put it into strategic reserve so that you can just hide them. So you could literally have the Warlord trait to put stuff into reserve, right? And then every turn put another Devilfish into reserve and then bring them on in like when you need them in different places and just like surround your opponent if they didn't zone out the board properly.
Yep.
That's really good.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic.
The fact
Like,
that it has like
is-
2 different modes. It's like what, 95 points? It's so cheap.
This thing might come close to like unseating the Raider as the best transport in the game.
Yes. And then hopefully it'll be 125 points by the end of, you know.
No. It's going to be like the Toads, but they make it cheaper.
No! Get out of here. Then we go into the flyers, which are 2 of the flyers that you have used before.
I have.
You have the Razor Shark Strike Fighter. So 12 wounds plain. This just is a gun guy. This is guns, right?
Yep.
Cool. It doesn't have drones. It has turrets, and it has has a quad iron turret, which is 8 shots, strength 7 minus 2 1 damage, or strength 8 minus 2 2 damage overcharged, and it has 2 seeker missiles, and the accelerated burst cannon, and it has two burst cannons or 1 burst cannon, and it can be equipped with a missile pod. So it's just a gunboat. It's a supersonic, airborne, hard to hit. Just your standard gunboat. Nothing crazy. But then you have the bomber. That's the one that has a little bit more tactical use. Remember back in the day when the bomb was supposed to reset, but it didn't start with 1? Remember that?
So you couldn't...
So you couldn't technically shoot it to reset it because it didn't have 1 to shoot to reset?
I remember. That was back in 7th.
That was so silly.
That was so dumb.
Colin says, if someone, not naming names, inherited a 3rd edition Tau army, do you think you could make a reasonable army with roughly 2 of everything from the original range? Yes.
Yeah,
Because
probably.
crisis suits are good.
Crisis suits are good. All the
Ethereals
troops
are
and stuff
okay.
good.
The troops are still good. Devilfish is still good. Hammerheads are good. Like, everything from the original range is still very much usable right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so then we've got the Sun Shark Bomber, 6 wounds. Oh, the Razor Shark is toughness 7, whereas the Sun Shark is toughness 6. Interesting.
Interesting.
Cool. I never noticed that before, unless that is a different thing.
No, the Razor Shark was T6 in the old book.
Oh, okay, so you went up a toughness.
Yeah, but the Sun Shark didn't. Which is its biggest problem is T6 and a 4-up save is
it's easy to kill.
defensively
12 wounds is
not
okay,
best
but
profile.
but yeah, no invul save, right? So
Yeah, they're also a bit on the pricey side for what
Yeah.
you're getting.
Well, the Razor Shark Strike Fighter is 155 points, and the Sun
Yep.
Shark is 165 points with any.
And then the
of
Sun Shark, you
updates.
buy it the second missile pod, which is going to cost you points.
Nope.
Oh,
Sun Shark Bombers is 165.
Second missile pod must be free then.
Just give it whatever you want.
Well, that's cool.
It does have a missile pod. Sure. It has 2 interceptor drones, which we saw before, and then they can leave, and then they fly 20 and can be really annoying, or whatever.
Yep.
The Pulse Bomb, once per turn, after it moves, you can pick a unit that moved across. You roll 6 dice to a maximum of 10 for each vehicle monster in a unit, on a 4+ to take mortals. You can select a unit movement. Roll 6 dice for each vehicle or monster. Sorry, and 1 more dice for each
One
model
die
unit
for
up to
everyone
maximum
else,
10. Okay,
yeah.
I was like, what? Did it not yet? So 4 pluses. So it does mortals on 4s. On a unit. Cool. Really useful against buggies or like death copters or whatever. Like that orcs have. You fly over them, do a bunch of mortals, because they're all vehicles in units a lot of the time. Or killer cans. Death to the killer cans.
The Sun Shark's cool, but like for the flyer slot, I'd probably take the Fortrel Barracuda, if anything.
Yeah, it was what, 200 points? It's like 25 points
200,
more.
and it got a big improvement because the Ion Cannon got buffed, and that thing just comes with an Ion Cannon.
That makes sense. Hello, Mike. Good morning. Welcome. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. I hope everybody's having a good morning so far. Or good afternoon almost now. Woo! And then we have some cool fortifications. And then the Lord of War. We'll talk about the Lord of War. We'll end it on a bang with the large Lord of War Stormsurge. Have you ever seen anyone run the Tide Wall? Or the Drone Port?
Nope.
Or the Gun Rig?
Nope.
Okay. So, they're fortifications that you can do an action to move, essentially. So there's an action, if you have a unit inside, they can do an action, and it moves 8 inches and flies.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Right, so I guess after you set it on the board, once it flies around, it wouldn't have to end its move more than 3 inches away for anything, wouldn't it?
No, it's only when fortifications
when you set it up, right? So then once it's set up, then you could like move them.
You can do whatever you
like,
want
take
with it.
advantage. Okay, that makes sense. So this one is a transport with a 5-up invulnerable save. It can transport 10 infantry models, and that's it. It's a 5-up invulnerable save transport that can move 8 inches, and it's open topped, I believe. So you can shoot out of it.
So you're telling me I could put crisis suits in this thing?
You can carry 10 infantry models. Each model with a wound characteristic of 3 takes up the space of 2 models. And it cannot transport models with more than 4 wounds. So you couldn't put crisis in this.
With more than 4 wounds? Or with 4 or more wounds?
4 or more.
Ah, damn it.
Yeah, so you could put like, maybe a Tide Wall wouldn't be too bad with like a unit of Fire Warriors in it. They can shoot out of it.
Just wanted to have this little Tide Wall and put like 9 broadsides in it. And just move it around, shoot rail rifles.
The fact is, like, you can't kill the Fire Warriors while they're inside, and it's open topped. It's literally like an open top transport that moves 8 inches.
Yeah.
But you need a unit to do an action inside of it. So, like, I guess that would be annoying. Is
the action complete?
At the starting movement phase, you do the action. The action is complete at the end of that phase, and then it can make a normal move. Okay, so then you'll be able to shoot anyway.
Yes.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's
80 points for like an open top transport.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That sounds interesting. That's neat. Crisis suits aren't infantry, aren't they? Yes, they are, Colin. Crisis suits are definitely infantry. John Penn says in chat, yes, they are. Yes, that is definitely something they gained. Okay, so that's cool. Then we got the Tide Wall drone port. So Tidewall Drone Port is also 10 wounds, T6. It has a ballistic skill 4+, because it has drones all docked up inside. It's equipped with 4 of the following in any combination. 1 gun drone, 1 marker drone, 1 shield drone. And you can have them in any combination that's docked. In your command phase, you can select one of the drone units within 6 inches of this transport. The drone units will have a 4-up ballistic skill, and they lose the threat identification protocol, so they'll be able to shoot any unit they want.
So it's a drone controller, pretty much.
You can do the action to make it fly around. It can carry 10 infantry models, and it's also an open-top transport, but it doesn't have that invul save that we talked about. And it just has 4 drones, which you can undock at any point of any type that you want. And that one is 125 points.
Well, that's pricey.
That is very pricey. And then actually the Tidewall gun ring, which I think is really fun. I actually really like this one. Okay, so check this out.
Okay.
So first of all, sadly, fortifications don't get Tept tenets or whatever, or Sept tenets, which would be really, really cool. However, they do gain Sept keywords, so you can use stratagems on them, just so you know, okay? So this is the Tidewall gun rig. It is 16 wounds, T6, with a 4-up save. Right, so it has that. And it has a supremacy railgun. So it's 72 inches, heavy 2, strength 12 minus 4, D3 plus 3 damage. Okay, so it's like a railgun, it's 2 shots, almost. Every successful wound, the target takes D3 mortals in addition. So it's like just step down from a railgun, but it's 2 shots, and it can take a Sept tenet, which means you could give it the stratagem to ignore impulse, if you wanted to, which is really fun.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
It is a firing position, carries 10 models, so you can have the units inside fire. It has automated weapons, so it will shoot the closest thing at ballistic 5 unless there's something embarked. And it can move around. So it moves around. It's like a mini hammerhead. It has a Tept thing. It has 2 shots. And it's only like 125 points.
It's kind of cool.
The gun rig is 125 points. Sorry, the gun rig is 125. The drone port is 80. The shield line is 80. There you go. That's it. I like that one. It's not terrible for a fortification. It's like a little shooting gun. You know what I mean? Like, sure.
Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't do much, and it flies around. So whatever. And last but not least, the Stormsurge. Dun dun dun! Big Pappy Stormsurge. You can take 3 of them for under 1,000 points. So if you wanted to do a monster...
You could take 3 Stormsurgers and a Taunar.
You could take 3 Stormsurgers and a Taunar, and then they would get their Sept tenant, right? Because it's a full like a super heavy detachment. Or you could take 3 of them and then 3 Riptides, right? And then like a bunch of other stuff. Like if you want to do like Monster Mash. Like there's so much stupid stuff you can do with this.
Oh my god. At least not units anymore.
Yeah. Oh, silly. Anyway, so they're 22 wounds, T8 with a 2-up save, and a 4-up invulnerable save from the shield generator. Good. They have crazy amounts of guns. So they all come with 4 destroyer missiles, which they can shoot 2 off every turn. Right? They can shoot twice. So over 2 turns, they got 2 missiles, which is strength 12 minus 5, 2d3 damage, 72 inches. So sure. They have the twin Tau Flamer. So they have like a twin Tau Flamer, sure, which is two flamers put together. They have a Pulse Driver Cannon, which is 72 inches, heavy, 3d3, strength 10 minus 4, 3 damage blast. Right? They have 2 Smart Missile Systems, 2 SMSs, so 2 of them, right? Like double SMS, okay? They have a target lock, they have a velocity tracker, and they have -2 2 damage attacks in combat with their 3 attacks. Ooh. Which is crazy. And of course they have cluster, and they have their cluster rocket system, which is 48 inches, heavy 4d6, strength 5, -1, 1 damage blast.
Oh, it's blast now, the cluster rockets.
Yeah, so imagine that one guy is like, I'm going to bring my drone on my Fire Warrior unit. Send
You're
him
just
in the
like,
back,
oh,
and you're like,
boy.
great, 4d6, maxed out. Bruh.
24 dice. You're
Oh, you
dead.
brought Devourer Gaunts? You brought a unit of 30 Devil Gaunts or something? Here's
Yep.
maximum 48 shots or whatever. Oh my gosh. Oh no, 20. Is it 24 shots?
24.
Ah,
Or like Gene Stealers or
so
something.
good. Anyway, it's so silly. Do Stormsurges have the battlesuit keyword? They do not, but they are vehicles, so they can shoot into combat, right? They do hit on 4s, which is like one of the big things going against them. However, they have a couple of special rules. Number 1, they have an action called Deploy Anchors. At the start of your movement phase, any number of Stormsurges can do this action. So instead of moving, basically. The action is completed at the start of your next shooting phase. So right away. It happens in that shooting phase. It's like, next shooting phase happens right away. If completed until the end of the phase, they can reroll hit rolls with shooting. Oh, it's so good. So good. That's so many shots, Devin.
It's a lot of dice.
Yep. Walking Battleship is the other rule. They can fall back and still charge. Every time they make a normal move, advance or fall back, they can move across other models that are not monsters or vehicles as if they were not there. And then they explode. If they do, it's a 2d6-inch range explosion.
And they're Titanic, so they can fall back and shoot as
And
well.
they're Titanic, so they can fall back and shoot. So there you have it. The Tau Codex. It's 330 points for that Stormsurge. Although you do have to pay extra for like
Some of
the
the guns,
pulse
I think,
blast
are actually-
cannons and the
But they don't
twin
get that
burst cannons
expensive.
and stuff. No, like, you know, sure, like at base cost, like it's 990 points for 3 of them in a super heavy detachment. Oh my gosh, that is ridiculous.
Pretty good.
Anyway, so before we finish up, Devin, any final words on the, well, beginning words on the new Tau Empire Codex? What are you excited about trying out? Is there anything that you really feel is going to be a dark horse that we talked about that you think people are going to just dismiss? They're going to be really good. And moving forward, where do you rate this Tau Codex in the current meta?
As far as the Dark Horses go and things I want to try, I want to try some of the Forge World units, see if any of them like remain decent, given these new rules and given what some of the other stuff is now.
Yep.
The Barracuda is really interesting. Like, it got a big glow up with the ion cannon. The CIP changes as well are very good for it. I think 4 Seeker missiles, and it's relatively affordable for a plane. It could be one of those Dark Horse things. And then for like where I would rate it,
Yeah.
it goes very well into the current meta. So your current meta of like Dark Eldar City, Custodes, Grey Knights, all that stuff, Crusher Stampede goes very well into all those. Like, this book is like the end of Crusher Stampede, as far as I'm concerned. Because like you run into a guy who brought like 4 Hammerheads, and you're just like, wow, crap. Because like that railgun, I think, is the most cost-effective anti-tank weapon in the game now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like we'll see how it stacks up against the books coming out in the future, but I think it goes very well into the current meta, and I think it definitely has the tools.
I feel like it has
very
tools to deal with Genesteal Cult, like no
Yeah.
deep striking within 12, or like overwatching, or like
Yep.
things like that. Like you can play into that style. It's got great abilities to kill tough multi-wound models like
Yep.
Grotesques and Talos, but it also has a lot of shooting to kill small stuff like all the Racks and all the Cavalry Warriors and the Witches and all the Gaunts that you're going to see. Like it has the mobility to play the missions, right? It's got its own secondaries that work relatively well. And most of all, I love how flexible it feels. Like just from reading the book,
it
feels super flexible, where you can choose a game plan that's like early game or late game, and then there's lots of things that you can build in, like going back into reserve, coming on, doing actions and shooting. So it can score points in a match play game very effectively, right?
It can.
But
And I
also in
think
a open war or like a narrative style game, like it just feels like a Tau army, like super crazy shooting, right? That does everything really, like does that specifically well, but they're not necessarily overly tanky except for the suits, right? So it's like it just feels very Tau.
it does. And I think one of the traps people might fall into, like people are going to go so hard into Monka
Mm-hmm.
and just ignore Kayak. So it's like, oh, it's turn 3, 4, 5. It's so late in the game, but like it's a very powerful ability. Don't underestimate it. Because like with Monka, like I said earlier, it's very easy to overextend with that and just kind of shoot yourself in the foot. Whereas Kalyan, it's like you put your opponent on a clock, and you force them to have to be aggressive when they otherwise might not want to be.
Yep, and then you can use all your time late game, right? You put your time
Yep.
late game, and then you can like take your time and really kind of focus your fire instead of early game when people can hide. Late game when you've been scoring a few points, and then you can kind of see where you're at, and then like really go for the throat, which I think is very cool, and that's very very Tau, which
It
is
is, yeah.
awesome. John Chavez says, "Excuse me, 330. My Baneblade is a 450 plus. Try tell me that a Baneblade does more on the table than Stormsurge. Go ahead, try."
Your Baneblade does more than a Stormsurge.
And with that, we're gonna finish the show. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to say, Devin, thanks so much for coming to hang out with me. A marathon, 4.5 hour stream. That's right. We got up at 5 a.m. to bring this whole breakdown to you. So if you enjoyed this content, a huge shout out to all the channel Patreons, without whom none of this would be possible. If you'd like to join the Denizen community, all the links are in the description down below, as well as all the cool sponsors and people to help. You can get Skari dice or objective markers or a whole bunch of stuff. But mainly the Patreon is the best way to support. Super chats, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment. Tell us what super combo you're most excited about. And we'll be back with more great content. I'll be back after breakfast with the Vigilus alone. I'm going to do another live stream. I'm going to go over all the Sisters of Battle, Bloody Rose stuff, and all the Phobos Space Marine stuff as well. But other than that, thanks, Devin.
Thank you for having me.
No problem. Thanks a lot, everybody, for watching. The Fishkin. Bye.
Later, everyone.